Welcome back, everybody. This is Schmidt Ocean Institute Research Vessel Falkor and ROV SuBastian. This is dive 426. For those of you who are just with us on 425, we've relocated to the southeast corner of Baker Island. We are just in the water. We figured we'd throw out the live YouTube, but we're at 172 meters and the bottom is not very far away. So this will be an incredibly shallow dive at the start of it. We're doing somewhere around 200 meters up to the surface, and then pulling off the island a bit and going back to where the dive 424 ended on this coral garden yesterday. So stay tuned. The dive should be going till probably for the next 6 or 7 hours or so. Coming back out just at dusk here in what is American Samoa time. We are in our lunch hour. It's 11:30, and we will be, the science team will be with us in just a little bit when we get to the bottom and get settled and get on our track. So stay tuned. Thanks for joining us, and please feel free to add your questions in YouTube and Facebook.
So we just reached bottom at 250 meters depth.
We all stop and keep paying out, Russ?
I'll stop just now, because I'm coming up slope, so just give me a minute.
We have a steep slope with lots of sediment. We're going to get set up here before we start proceeding up slope.
Want to get 300 out on the wire there, hey?
Not quite.
Let me take control.
Alright, stand by.
Yeah, don't put any in yet.
No. Hey, yo.
I'm coming up pretty quick, so you'll pick up something in a minute, but
I'm just gonna test it, Chris. Want to keep an eye
Alright,
on it?
stand by 1 second. I haven't given you control yet. Alright, yeah, control.
In. And out.
Yeah. Good.
Sounds good, thanks.
Alright, up comes.
I'm just working all the way up to that weight.
You are? Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, so
Oh, great.
I'm just
All right.
looking to see, but I just
Oh, that's okay. Did you want to white balance?
when I do that, just T-series.
Okay. So we're just getting underway, everyone. Hi, my name is Tim Shank. I'm a deep sea biologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and we're at 245 meters climbing upslope on the very steep slopes of Baker, the southeast corner of Baker Island on the equatorial Pacific. 0.1824 degrees north. Today we chose a really shallow site to see what the transition zones are here at this depth between 200 and I guess, you know, as far as shallow we can go, maybe 75 meters, maybe shallower, and then we'll pull off and go down. We'll back off the hill here and we'll come down around 400 meters. I'm already seeing a purple core here. Can you see that?
Yeah, I do see it.
Okay.
Looks like it could be a.
Could be. Oh, there it went. So we just white balance the camera. Right. It had a Victor Gorgia feel to it.
You think so? Very shallow.
I know. It was a brief moment.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, we're.
run like
Yeah.
along the rock, right? But
Yeah.
that looks more encrusting.
Yeah. Just gonna change over. Okay.
Yep. Sure. You can sit us down if you want. Cody's coming in. We're just changing watch here. It's 1:45 local time.
You just take over. You do fly. You can answer. I did not run.
There's no rock interest here. There's no disconnect interest here. I wouldn't take. Yeah. Just checking. Okay.
Crazy. Oh,
Yeah. No. Yeah. I feel like we should sit down and look at the substrate. Think? I'd like to rather just run up.
I want to move up a little bit more. No, I want to move up a bit more before we start doing
Yeah. So they're doing that.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I thought we might sit down though and just look around and make sure. But I don't even know what this material is. If it's plant material, organic material coming down. Pieces of carbonate. Oh. There's some fish. Again, I'm a deep sea biologist, and we're at 236 meters, which is technically deep sea at 200 meters depth, but maybe a little out of my realm for what I'm used to. So it makes it exciting for me to learn new things. Okay, Cody, can we just sort of sit down and just look at what we got? So I can document it. I may not know what it is, but we can at least document it. I mean, it just could be carbonate rubble. Just take a minute. Thank you. I'm just going to take a minute here to look at what we got. This is whether we might have some coral rubble here or just, is it just carbonate? Is that like a scallop shell there? Do we have lasers on, please?
I feel like we need to do another white balance.
You want to do a white balance to come in?
Blue still.
Yeah. All right, we can try it here. Yeah, let's try it here. Yeah. Yep. Pull out. Okay.
A little bit better.
Muchos. Pteropod shells. Yeah, a couple there.
Yes.
Urchin spines, maybe. Scallop, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, Sideroid urchin spine.
Yep. Sideroid urchin spines. All right. Let me just swing over here for a second. It's quite rare for us to be this shallow on the side of such an island or volcano that it's worth taking a look. These look well rounded, well worn. Anything, Steve?
No,
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Just coral rubble.
Yeah.
Probably shallow coral rubble.
All right. Slowly uphill, please.
All right.
Let's go.
So everything's normal here, restrained to the place where
Yeah,
take a sort of a
Pretty much all of us.
some more of those scallop shells. I want to stay in the light. Just traversing up here looking for corals and sponges. Really interested in how these transition between depths or among depths. Our last dive just a few hours ago was about 2,000 meters off a ridge feature off of Baker Island here. Come down a little bit more in the light. Wow. Can you hold on a second, Cody? Any thoughts on that? Yeah, it is a conch shell. We're at 222 meters. Seeing a conch-like shell here. Looks like a large rubble mound to me. Okay, thank you. Fish coming in. Any current here, Cody?
Yeah, just a little bit going from west to east.
What do you got there? What is that? Little change here, transition in the seafloor. It's a big. I'm full out. I don't know what's going on. Here we go. Bunch of sea stars here coming up. Octopus. Sea stars there. Yeah, we always stop on the octopus. 18 meters. So sea stars. There's also a nice ophiuroid up top too. It looks like a sponge just below there. This is encrusting sponges. All right. Is there a coral behind there?
Yeah, that's some rubble. I don't know what.
Just by the arms of the octopus there?
Tough to tell.
Yeah. All right. How long do we give this?
Give it a few seconds for Eric. Say it again.
What do you take? This is better. It looks better. Yours looks super white. All day I've been going, man, that is so bright. Really?
This one looks like this is coming down there.
It's probably on some
We good?
sort of like,
Ready?
it's probably on some sort of.
I'm just noting things there, all the other stuff we're seeing here.
Like, take two
All right.
pictures on my phone.
Let's go up.
I don't have to do the J-Rod special pictures. Just take them on.
A lot of sea stars here. Urchins. Let's take a look at that. You want to see the urchin or not?
You're driving the boat.
All right, let's take a look. Well, we can get a twofer here. We'll get the sea stars and the urchin here. You already see the pink color on the rock?
Patchy.
Something else moving up there. There's another octopus.
Crab cleaning them.
Sorry, I'm trying to drive this thing.
See that crab cleaning them?
2254. Hello.
Did you eat lunch?
No.
You want to go eat?
Sorta. I like seeing this. See that?
Go ahead. You
That's
got
our
it.
first sort of pink
Beautiful.
coralline,
away.
coralline algae, right?
216.
Oh. Octopus back there? See that?
I saw it.
All right.
He's
No, that's
cute.
the second one.
Oh, the second one.
Second one. Like a sedarid urchin back there, a pencil urchin.
Let me get the log and so forth set up, and then if you want to go eat lunch, go ahead.
We've got Randy Rochin coming up to the table here who knows more about the shallow waters around here than anybody else I know.
Constance, maybe. She's a shallow water biologist, too.
It's true, but you've done a lot of. Oh, there's a. Thank you.
That's the same guy?
No, different.
Different guy.
What is this an octopus garden? Is she brooding?
I'm not sure.
It'd be hard to see. Crabs crawling over the back.
Oh,
Walking
look
over
at
earlier.
You don't just get a dive, you get an octopus.
No, see, this is like.
What is she doing? Okay,
You what?
thanks.
He's like, I'm getting
Start.
out of the shot.
All right.
Look at all the sea stars.
That is a gazillion.
Look at that field of
that.
sea
It's a
stars.
field of stars. Just for you, Tim.
That's awesome. Look at that. It's like an army march across the seafloor. Wow, this rivals what was seen off Australia a number of years ago, but
Wow.
deeper depth.
Those are. I mean,
Oh,
what's
yeah,
amazing
thank
is
you.
that these are not ophroids, are they? Are they?
These are sea stars. No.
No, they're true asteroids. Cool.
They were where you said yes.
Amazing.
Holy cow.
And then
They must be feeding on a lot of things that are just remaining in that rubble,
incredible.
right?
It must be enough to support all of them, right? I mean, like,
Yeah.
but here we are, right? We're right in the photosynthesis. We're just starting to see the
Yeah.
very beginnings of photosynthesis. This pink crustose coralline algae, which is incredible. It's like a starry night.
Amazing. They don't like this pavement as much, though, do they?
No, they definitely want sand.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's some of
Makes
them.
you wonder. Yeah. Interesting.
So I wonder if they move en masse, or if this is just sort of like they're here their whole lives. I'm a starfish, and this is my patch of seafloor.
I don't
I mean-
know if they're territorial.
I don't know about
Some-
territorial, but if if this is their spot. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
It's where they're not really up on the rubble. They're actually just on the seafloor.
And there's a lone fish
see
in
it?
that little. Oh, there. I'll hit the fish button.
Oh.
Fish.
So what's your deepest diving depths when you dive?
You mean scuba diving?
That's what I mean, yeah.
I've never really been deeper than 130 feet. I tend to like the really shallow part because the light is so bright. And it's so diverse. It's so diverse. You only get a few minutes when you're down deep, and you're checking your gauges the whole time, and really paying attention. And I don't know. I prefer to stay 80 feet and up. But this is a totally amazing experience to be able to get to these depths that we really can't get to on scuba. So these depths that we're going to right now this is like the hardest zone of the ocean to access. I said this. Oh, look. I don't know.
Yeah, looks like it to me. That's amazing.
What is it?
Wow.
Tim?
Randy?
Cody.
Every time we sit down together, there's one more thing we see. I mean, I just don't know the
Welcome to the
shallow
Tim and
water
Randy
so much,
show.
but it's-
Yeah, but this isn't like, the 30 meters
I
or
don't
so
know.
that
I
I'm
mean, it
familiar
certainly
with
has-
either. This is
Yeah,
so that's what's amazing about this part of the ocean. That is definitely some kind of crustacean.
It's certainly a crustacean. It's a crab
Um,
of some sort. My God.
Is that
Now we're in the urchin.
everything about what we're doing is hard, right? We're literally in the middle of nowhere. We're basically equatorial. We're on the we're just north of the equator. We're in a protected area in a remote archipelago where 25 people live in the entire archipelago and none in this country. Working in the shallow waters here is hard because just getting here is hard. Working in the deep ocean is even harder because now you need all of this technology. And working in this particular zone is really hard because it's hard for the ROVs and it's not scuba divable depth. Scuba divable? Is it a word? Scuba divable
Yeah.
depth.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing is we're getting a glimpse of this zone, this Mesophotic zone, which is so unexplored, so hard to get to, and we're doing it in a remote island, uninhabited, in the middle of the equatorial Pacific, one of the most remote parts on Earth you can go to, and we're diving a track that's never been seen before. So we're pretty psyched.
Oh,
And we have Anamare, who's just walked in. You should go say hi.
Hi everyone, my name is Anamere.
Hey, more than that. You don't get away with that.
Okay, just a little bit introduction more about myself. I'm from the PRIMNM University of Hawaii from Kiribati, majoring in marine biology. Welcome and good afternoon.
So good. We also have Cody and J-Rod and James in the room. You guys want to say hi?
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Nicole.
Is she on?
She's probably not listening.
No.
Look at all this. This is awesome. Hang on, I'm not doing my job here. I gotta click. Clickety click.
Some sort
What's
of
that?
big fish in there, shark in the back. Immediate
What?
takeoff.
Oh.
No.
Oh, come on.
Silverfish.
Fish.
So loads of urchins, although not seeing paths. Oftentimes, you see I don't know if it's feeding, and there's a trail behind it of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see any urchin
So
trails.
many of them. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing, right?
Taking their time.
But they could just be eating the algae
That's right.
because there's tons of algae to eat suddenly, right? You
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
hopefully can see this pink and this kind of brownish, scrubby, greenish. And this is just the very beginning of the part of the ocean where a few mere photons can reach. We are 189 meters below the surface of the sea at Baker Island in the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monuments. And we are super grateful to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA and our colleagues in the U.S. government for allowing us access. We have a special permit to be here, and we are for helping us to explore this really special part of the United States. We have spent, wow, look at that, our time in 2017 looking at the Kiribati Phoenix Islands, and now we're here in the U.S. Phoenix Islands North.
Randy?
I'm thinking
I
well, it's
see-
colonial and it's
Yeah.
an idarian,
Yeah. I can
and there's
go
a
with
cup
that.
coral
I
to
can-
the right,
Yeah.
and there's some kind of reddish algae on the bottom.
You know what? I got the pitch wheel engaged out here, so if you guys want to pay out, just let me know.
Yeah, I did. So just yeah, not there.
I think that is a little stylosterid on the bottom, but let's definitely take a picture of this, a good one, because it is pretty darn cool. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Any collection interest for this? Okay. Rock maybe.
Not unless
And down
there's
there
a
in the-
bunch of them. Wait, is that a skeleton though of the same thing? 'Cause if it is,
It
that's
looks
something
like it is. Hold on.
that's different.
Take a look at the rubble here. Sorry.
Lots of popcorn.
Hi, Marty.
Gastropods. There's a crab over here.
Yep.
Snails. A lot of stuff crawling over the rubble.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, let's get a really good picture of that up on top again. With
Up
as
here?
much zoom as we can. Yep, right there. Are you full zoom? Are you all in?
I am all in.
Okay, that's great. And can you, let's see, go back down one more time for that crab? I think I missed it. There we go.
The candy stripe.
Got
This
it.
crab?
Yeah. Okay, good. Cute.
You can really see the algae.
I know, it's amazing.
A little crab up there too.
Where?
Right there above your, above the,
Oh, in the hole there?
mm-hmm.
Do a quick easy zoom there. Sort of like a brachyurine.
Look at these little cup corals
Wow,
everywhere.
All kinds of stuff here. Little corals,
neat.
small corals growing.
There are little tiny snails everywhere, or are those
There-
little tiny hermit crabs?
There,
I think
That one's
there's,
moving fast.
I think that's,
Which
look,
one?
I think if you go up a little,
yeah.
it's a snail.
That's a snail up there.
But the little tiny one that
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a
that's a hermit crab
that's
right
a
in front of
crab,
us. Yep. Hang
Absolutely.
on, let me tag everything.
A lot of stuff here.
good luck identifying all the species.
No, oh God.
One shot, that's like 100 things.
Yep. It's really green too, isn't it?
Well, that's what happens when you get shallow.
It's a funky coral.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
All right. Very cool.
Yeah.
Uh huh.
See the flatfish?
Where?
That thing that's crawling.
Right here,
Could be
it's
a-
like
Oh,
a,
yeah, sorry.
there's a flatfish
I
right in
was
front of
looking over
us.
Is it flatfish or?
Yeah, right to the-
Or-
I think it's a flatfish.
Yeah, right.
It's a
That-
barb on. There's a barb on top though.
No, that's just the pectoral fin sticking up.
Yes,
So a
it
lot
is.
of flatfishes, when they're larvae,
Yeah.
actually are sort of oriented the way you'd expect a normal fish to be, and then at some point in their larval development, they flip over, and eye migrates to the top, but their fin stays in the same position that it used to be. Isn't that wild?
It is. Wow, look at that.
Their developmental biology is really amazing.
It's a little,
Another one, you're right.
I keep meaning a little crab down here. This could, you
Oh,
know.
hang on. I'm doing a terrible job of logging. I'm just looking.
Well, it's hard to log when you're trying to look at everything too. That's why we record all the video.
It's a good point, Tim
You
Shank.
know,
You
every
are
once-
full of
every
brilliant
once in
points.
a
There's
while
another
I-
stylaster.
Oh, let's look at that.
Let's look at that stylaster.
If I could, you know,
Oh, those little cup corals are everywhere. I think there's a bunch of them. We should probably think about maybe collecting one.
okay.
It's a great
one of those?
stylaster. Yeah. Well, hang on. Let's
Yeah.
zoom out for a minute and count.
Yeah. So I think we've got
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's keep looking for a little while.
okay.
I see 8.
All right.
Oh yeah, just move forward and there'll be a bunch more, and then we'll
There'll
be
be
all
a
set.
bunch more. All right. Do you want to hop a little bit, or do you want to fly?
Let's hop.
In case there's a like hop and sit down over here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Rick, can we just sort of hop over and look at this?
Right where the little outcrop is.
Yes. Or if we see a coral, like we're out of the. It's nice to see the stylaster.
There's a hermit crab right in front of us, I think.
Another one coming, another crab there coming
Yeah.
out of a little hole. What is that? Is that a bushy thing over there, or is
don't
it a
know.
rock?
I don't know. We're gonna have to zoom.
We'll sit down here. We'll zoom in.
I love it.
We sit down here. Thanks, Bob.
There's a lot of things here that
Here
we
we
don't
go.
know, which is really exciting for us. What's that? Is it the same coral?
It's
That
that
red-
same.
Yeah, exactly.
Colonial nidarian.
And there's the same anemone. There's tons of them. 1,
There's
2, 3, 4,
tons.
5, 6. Let's grab one of those. Either I don't know whether they're anemones or corals, but let's take a look at one.
All right. More stylastrids. Look. It's okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, which I guess
think
we
we should
sample.
grab-
We sample,
oops.
right? There's one out there.
Let's sample. Where's I need the stick?
There's 2 sticks are here.
Can I have a stick?
There's 2 of
Oh,
them
you had
right
to get
there.
a bad stick. Yeah, let's get.
You want the good stick?
I want the good stick.
Is there a difference?
Yes, there's a difference.
All right.
One of the, it doesn't matter,
me
this
zoom
one or
out
this
so we
one.
get a
And then why don't we get a
perspective.
piece of the stylaster too, since there's
You
tons
do?
of it. Well, don't you
So
think?
we suction.
Yeah, I think we should section.
All right.
It's on Steve's list.
Okay. What? Oh yeah. So Cody, you with me? Think about that and that white thing,
Cup coral and
and that no, the
And that-
stylastrid and that.
One of the cup holes on that rock.
So
Right.
there's a cup coral, hang on, let me show you, give you a couple options. There's one here, here, here.
I was just wondering if that same cup hole's on that rock. Just
I
on
don't
the
think
rock.
so,
I didn't
but
see
then
one.
this stylastrid is here. Yes, it is actually, it's right here. There's the same cup coral. So there's one, and then the stylastrid, so.
Suction.
I could do the second. I just thought maybe I might want to take the whole rock since it's all on there.
Now, I don't think. Well, we.
But I can suction. That's no problem.
There's more down there.
There's more down below. Yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Go.
So for those of you just tuning in and thinking to yourself, ugh, this is just flat pavement, nothing going on, and I'm sure none of you are thinking that, but just in case, there's a lot going on. This is a really exciting transitional period in the ocean where we go straight period depth. I'm really tired. I've been up since like 3 a.m. I have not gone to sleep yet, but this is a really important transitional zone. There, that's the word I needed. Where we're going from the deep sea to the Mesophotic. Well, we're solidly in the Mesophotic right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was saying before, this is a space that really is no one's expertise. So you're gonna, you in the chat might know more than we do, and by all means, fill us in if you know what something is. But all of the records that we collect here, we might not know these right now, but we'll be able to collaborate with our colleagues on shore or at the
Yes.
Smithsonian. Actually, even this one, if that's easier
That's
for
what
you.
he's doing. That's
Okay.
what we're going for.
Chamber
And
one.
over the next
Roger.
couple of years, we will be able to figure out what we have, and that's really exciting. So this seems to be the dominant little cup coral. It's all over the floor right here. We don't know what it is, so we'll sample it and find out.
You can see the septa really well.
Exactly.
Different sizes. This has white linear things inside the. Oh, it's hard bottom.
Huh. Oh, we've got notes from Chris Ma. I love Chris.
What did he say?
Thanks, Lisa. For urchin and sea stars, Chris Ma says urchin is Coelopleurus, and the brittle stars look like Ophiotrichids, similar to Ophiothrix. So some of the corals will go to our laboratories, and then there's leftover voucher specimens or something that we don't know what it is. We'll certainly give it either to the Smithsonian or the Harvard Museum of Natural History, Museum of Comparative Zoology, or any of our other collaborators who are taxonomists to help us figure out what it is. And whenever we can, especially when we have a new species, we'll certainly put a voucher in the museums so that this is open and accessible to everyone.
I think I'm gonna have to use my bills for that.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
It's like
It's.
very
s-
expensive.
Yeah.
If we can see one on a small rock, maybe that would be the way to go.
Agreed.
So the
Is
tip,
it?
what?
You can.
You think? I'm not 100% sure, but nobody really gets to these depths in this part of the world. I wouldn't be shocked at all to find out if this were a new species.
Yeah.
And it's highly likely we've already come up with a bunch of
Nice
new
job.
species on this cruise. And
That's FK 264.
okay, thank you.
In the sub in chamber 1, right?
Am I gonna be able to make the trip without popping the button?
Maybe. It's a.
What's it going into? Chamber 1?
Yeah.
sorry, I hit the wrong thing. Chamber, chart 1.
You want zoom?
I still gotta wait for it.
Yeah, on top of it. Funny.
And there's some at the bottom too if you can't reach that, right? Oh, here we go. All right, here we go.
Go.
Let's log this.
Really, really.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a smaller rock than I thought, but
Yeah, it is a smaller rock than I thought.
we haven't seen anything on it though.
Size is so deceptive.
Mm.
That's why we use the lasers. We didn't use them this time. It just looks like a big rock. You know, these cameras are so good. You can really use them like a microscope in the bottom of the sea. Look, there's some stylaster. I mean, there's.
Can I get someone down there?
Yes. There's more around too. We could probably.
There's a lot of it around. Tons.
Hundreds.
We had a whole wall of it yesterday. Some of these shells are pretty interesting too. Okay,
Just log this.
you're gonna be hungry.
Probably gonna get some.
There we go. We could pan around too if we wanted to, look for some other.
And or we could just. I think the rock is not the worst idea. Now that I see how big it
Well,
is,
there's
it's so small. Completely amazing.
Where's it going?
I don't know. What's the sample number, please?
265.
265. This is. Stardust. Oh my God, you're good.
So where'd it go?
It didn't. It's on the seafloor right now while they
Oh,
pop
sorry,
up.
'cause-
Pop up. Well, he's going to get the suction.
Yep. Separate sample.
Mm-hmm.
Our depth is 187 meters. Look at that.
Oh my
Still
goodness.
Same jar. Same jar, right?
Going in the jar 1 or
Char 1.
Wait for it. We have a camera on where we can see where chamber this is going into, and we're all waiting to see it land in the chamber. Shake, shake, shake.
There are something like 35 screens in this room. Every single one of them has a different purpose. Just about the same number of people, thank
Great.
you, who are on board. There's 39 people on this ship, all
That's
of
it.
whom, without,
indexed jar 2.
I can't even get the grammar right. Every single person is necessary, or else none of this would be possible. So we actually have a special treat in the room right now. We actually have our captain. You want to say hi?
There you go.
That's it? Just hi. So we owe a big thank you to our captain, who's really done an exceptional job of navigating all of the wish list of the scientists, the needs of the ROV team, the weather, the winds, the current, and of course the safety of the ship to make sure that all of this is possible.
Jar 1 correct. Indexed jar 2.
Ready for liftoff?
Ready.
Ready.
I'm just gonna go to the
No worries. Go ahead. Did you eat lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's lunchtime here, and one of the biggest. Go. I got this. It's really good.
Sure.
Yes.
All right.
And one of the biggest
back.
challenges is you'd think, oh, no big deal, they can just eat lunch later. But we don't want to inconvenience everybody in the kitchen who is working to make the meal, prep the meal, clean up from everything. So we have to eat meals at meal times. And that's a really good thing to do. So Tim is off, and you have me and just me. But you also have Cody.
Sure.
And J-Rod. And we're flying. Okay, let's log this. There's a lot going on here. Okay. So I want to take, I know this is crazy, but I want to take a little look at some of this flocky stuff. I think it's algae, but it could be a bryozoan, so just want to take a look. Thanks, Cody. Oh, it's kind of a jack. We're getting some fish, some reef fishes that are more typical of the Mesophotic. Can I zoom? Okay. Tons of these little cup corals everywhere. Okay. Yeah, we're still in. Okay, cool. So we're starting to get this mix of sort of small faunal animals and algae kind of mixing together as we transition up. Thank you for flying. Which is pretty interesting. And those little cup corals are everywhere. So every one of those little black spots you see is a cup coral. There's thousands of them. So I don't know what they are, but it'll be really fun to find out what they are. We're really starting to see some hints of green here, which is a big transition.
Coral right there in front of us. Is it sponge?
Where?
Center bottom?
Oh, yep, got it. Let's take a quick look. So I think, no. It's an interesting mix. So you've got, this is mostly a dead coral skeleton with a little of those little cup corals inside of it, with a tiny little piece of what might be a living, what I think is a stylaster that we just collected. So you have this big hodgepodge of stuff all living together. And I just love these little cup corals that look like, what's it called? You know, in a ship when you have the periscope, they like are twisted up and they're very cute. Yeah, that's it. Right, adorable. So, kind of looking at us, but no, I don't think it's a live coral. But that's a good spot. But while we're here, what is this stuff? You think you could sample one of these for me?
The little greenish, little round thing?
Yeah, the little greenish round things.
I guess not.
I won't know what they are until we get a good look at them in the lab. But let's see if we can find one that's maybe not so embedded in the substrate. God, there's squillions of them. So I'm hunting around a little bit. I don't know if they're going to be pick-upable. I was sort of hoping I might find one on a little rock. Maybe that's an easier path. I'm going to zoom right here and check it out. Growing everywhere, but a convenient place to pick up. Who is this inside this little hole? Is it a crab? I don't know. I think so. It could be, well, who knows? I can't get any closer. I'm at max zoom. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is going to be something that's going to be easy to pick up or not.
Oh, it's suction.
So I think we could try to suction it. And it might not work, and that's okay. It might be, like, I expect it to be really glommed on, but let's give it a shot. Alright. Before you do that, I'm just going to take one quick zoom, okay? To get a good image of it. Okay, all yours. I mean, there's tons of them over there too. You can have your pick. So if you're just tuning in, you are in for a treat. We're in a part of the world, in a part of the ocean that we're very, very privileged to be able to be and see. We are 181 meters below the surface. Oh, yeah. Maybe?
I'm thinking of that other one to the right of it.
Yep.
It might be something I can actually get in there.
Yep.
Free.
I think that sounds great. We are in the equatorial Central Pacific at Baker Island in the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. That doesn't have quite the same structure. And we are checking out all kinds of critters that we've never seen.
Either that or I can go into one of these holes that pop it up.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Can I just take a little zoom?
Yeah.
This is a fungid skeleton. So this is of shallow water coral, which is not alive anymore, but this is the skeleton of a fungid that probably fell down from up above. There we go. Okay, I will get out of your way. So fungids are, we call anthomastus mushroom corals in the deep, but fungids are the mushroom corals of the shallow. And they're pretty cool, bless you. A lot of them just sort of stay still, but they're solitary polyps, and some of them can actually move. They can actually walk from one place to another by taking their tentacles and flipping themselves over, going from space to space. And so they're kind of like a walking tumbleweed, but not all of them can do it, and it certainly is an energetically costly process. They don't do it very often, but some fungids can, unlike many corals, which are sort of stuck where they are, some of them can move. Yep. Yeah. Either one or both. It doesn't matter. What we've just asked J. Rod and Cody to do is basically impossible. These things are so small, and yet they are masterful.
Where'd you like to put it?
Quiver? Did you see what they did? That's amazing.
Yeah.
So this is going to be sample 266.
266.
Yep.
Okay.
It could go in suction, really whatever you want.
I think it's 60 now.
Oh.
I'll have to get one.
You got that big piece, right? Portuguese one?
Oh, yeah.
See it?
I think it's here. Is that where you dropped it?
No, I think
No,
it might
no,
be
here.
on the farm.
I could get another one.
Okay.
It's a big, big chunk. This one is right there.
There it is, right there, where we're in this point. Yep, right where that's it. That's a big chunk.
Or this one's loose too.
Right where in between the colors.
If that's not it, then that is. Then it's this one.
This white piece.
Uh-huh.
Right
Yep, you got it.
where your goes.
What are these?
I don't know.
Right there.
I have no idea, which is why we're collecting one to try to find out.
It looks like a coral.
I agree. But it's not one that I'm familiar with. Do you know this coral?
I don't know.
That's why.
Check it, that I got the right thing?
Yeah, you want to flip it?
Those are the cup coral, right?
Yeah, they're all
I'm
there.
sure you did. That's the right thing. It just got a little dust bat.
Okay,
You want
Perfect.
more? You want to try one more,
Sure.
just to make sure?
It's such a weird little one. Yep.
One more piece that you want. Let's see if I can. First one?
Come on, hold it. This one is a little less, that's fine. Those are high, just above what we're at. Maybe it's that low. Okay, that's good. Perfect, okay, alright.
Or this one. See, it's protruding.
What's that?
This one's protruding. Right here.
These guys? Come on, right here?
Yep. You see it? Right here. It's sticking up a little. Maybe not. That's perfect. Woo! Great job.
Okay, Quiver
That was awesome.
16. Any additional text?
No,
No.
that's right. Okay. You can just write little green colonial cup corals. Steve, do you know what those are?
I
I don't know. Ooh.
Yeah,
We've hit the stump Steve depths. Maybe.
yeah, no, I'm like, I'm
Between the
ton
two
of
of
Brits
us.
would be better at identifying corals than me at this depth.
Between you and me, we might have a chance, but this one I don't know. So it's a really good collection. I'm really excited. This will be a chance for us to learn something really new about a part of the world that, again, very few people get to come at all, let alone get to these depths. This is a really special treat. Shall we fly? Let's fly. All right, so we're at 181 meters going north, just to give you guys a sense of perspective. It's 14.6 degrees C, which is warm for the deep sea and cold for the equator. So we are right in that middle temperature, which is right in that middle zone. Pretty soon, I expect us to hit a thermocline, and when we do, you'll see the wavy water. Alexis and Steve have just come in, so and we have Anna-Mary and me. So you have 4 of us in the room exploring up.
It's fine. It's fine.
I don't even know what to look at first. There's so much going on. Let's just keep flying. See if we can get to the next zone here. So far, we're still in this purple cup coral.
Smoked pork.
Kind of zone.
Smoked pork.
So amidst the rubble, I'm starting to see some shells that I recognize, most of which have probably sloped downhill from the shallows, which is always really fun. To sort of, as you get up towards the shallow coral reefs, it's like seeing some familiar friends, but what's also really fun is seeing all these really unfamiliar things that we don't know yet, which we have to learn. So as we go up and up and up, we're now at 174 meters. I'm seeing more and more pink. And the temperature's climbing pretty quickly. We're at 15.3 degrees C.
Did you get a look at these tubes? These fuzzy things?
Wait, hang on. You mean this stuff? This gray
The
stuff?
Fuzzy, the dark fuzzy patches.
Yes, I did. Here, we can get another look while we're parked.
No, it's okay. I know what they are. They're
That red thing, rotoliths?
You think they're what?
black corals.
Black what?
Are they black corals or
No,
tubes?
no.
Bryozoans or
I think they're bryozoans.
yeah.
We've been looking at these purple cup corals a lot. Sorry, I took you off of your crab.
Can you, oh no, you're fine.
Okay.
I was looking at that red right there.
The shell, yep. So that's actually a shell that's been dead for a while.
The red one?
It's been tumbled by the waves. Yep. And then is covered by a crustose coral and algae.
Called like what? Rotoliths?
I don't know the shell, the name of the snail.
We were looking at them in Australia. Marty was
Yeah.
looking at them.
I don't know.
Hey James, can you pull up that HD two right here?
So we collected one of those little purple cup corals that we've been seeing everywhere.
If there are a lot of them, maybe a couple.
There are a lot of them. We only got one.
Next time, if we ever do another sampling like that, if there's
Mhm.
more than one, so that way.
We're going to be out of their zone soon. So if you think you want more than one,
No,
okay.
I'm fine. I'm just saying if there
Yeah.
are multiples and things are really small, it helps get tissue, pretty much tissue.
Fair enough.
Ready to go?
Yep. They're really small, like teeny tiny. Okay, so the 2 lasers are 10 centimeters apart. I think, of course, now that Steve has made this excellent suggestion, I think are out of the cup coral zone. I don't. Oh, maybe there's a few more. Can I ask you just to set up and collect a few more of these purple corals that we see everywhere before we're out of their zone? Because it's just a matter of seconds until we're out.
The cup coral?
Yeah. Sorry to ask twice. You can even add them to the same sample if you want. I'm sure they're the
Do
same
like
thing.
like
What?
on the right side, these?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the second jar or put them in that other,
Suction is fine, or the quiver, and we'll be able to tell them apart. Whatever you prefer, so let us know. But
Well, I think I have to break them off no matter what, so I can put them in the section.
section's great.
I'll have to break them
Why
up.
don't we get 3 more, and then we'll have one for each thing.
Yeah, have a
Yeah.
few.
They're itsy bitsy, and there's squillions of them.
Just gonna get it out, ready to roll.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always,
So you want to go on
we
section
can-
one?
Yeah, that sounds great.
With cup corals, usually you have to destroy some of the morphology to get a little bit of tissue, so if we have multiples, we can partition our
Yeah.
samples a little bit easier.
So, in case you couldn't hear Steve, he brings up this excellent point. These are so small, and they're solitary polyps that in order to look at them morphologically and genetically, we'd have to cut it in half and separate it. And so it's easier just to collect a few of them and then preserve them in all these different ways so that we have all of the tools available to us as we try to figure out what they are.
Yeah.
Genetics and morphology and histology if we need to.
That it come break them?
There's tissue in there, so yeah, we can use it.
Yep, that's good. Is it easier to slurp them?
Yeah, it would be easier to slip them on.
What's that?
They're too hard. They're hard. Instead of trying to slurp that other one, I break it off.
Mm-hmm.
Slurp and pop it.
So usually the cup coral is orange.
So
It depends.
It depends. There's all different species, and so it's a good question. And so we don't know the species. Perhaps this one is known to science. Perhaps it's not. But in order for us to figure that out, in either way, we're going to need some collections. The pictures aren't enough. And if it's a new species, maybe we'll name it. And if it's not a new species, we'll at least have some new records of it, because I'm sure it's not a commonly collected thing. I mean, getting here is really hard.
Yeah, it's tough. They're often overlooked, cup corals, but they can really provide some really interesting biogeographic insights, especially in the shallows about which islands or which archipelagos might be interconnected based on species distribution patterns.
So for those of you who are regular followers, we are keeping you on your toes in the past 24 hours with dive, dive, dive all day long, and it's because the winds have been really favorable. So even though our currents have been a little challenging, we've had been very lucky with wind, so we've been able to get in the water, and we have not wanted to risk the chance of not being able to get in the water. So we have just been dive, dive, diving. Because when opportunity knocks, gotta open the door.
Knock, knock, knock. Open the door.
Any gorgonians so far?
Mm-mm.
I'm not complaining. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Aw, we're watching the chat as this is happening, and thanks for sticking with us.
It's like giving the rock a close shave.
It is like giving the rock a
Straight
close shave.
razor.
Well,
You got something.
we got something. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Very nice. So yeah, I see some questions in the chat about cup corals and what they are. You know, they are solitary polyps, but these are calcifying. So they're scleractinians. You can actually see a skeleton right in the middle of the frame right now. If you look above where the manipulator arms are, and you can see that it's just a single polyp skeleton. And so it's kind of like it makes a cup. And so we call them cup corals. Oh, amazing. So good. You can
We
also
don't-
stick it in the same.
We don't need to do the sample for that storage.
We're gonna put it in the same exact sample as we did for this cup coral, which is gonna be in sample 1. So don't do it. I'm just gonna make a note saying
Okay.
multiple. You can take some pictures, like a couple frame grabs or a sample in situ kind of thing if you want. But we already set it up. So those will be sample number FK264, which is already there. So, but it'll mess us up if you have 17 FK264s. So we'll just call it all one sample number.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. This is great because we'll have the skeletal morphology as well as the tissue structure.
Anything else?
Nope.
Oh, looks like you caught that thing I was floating. A what? That little thing I was floating. Right? Yeah, that's it. Check my head.
Amazing. So we are at 171 meters. The temperature is 14.4 degrees. I don't know what that black thing is, but I bet it's some fallen algae from the top that's decomposing. That's my best guess before you ask, because I'm sure you will. I would too. I've been thinking about it. And now we're headed upslope to see what we see. As we are solidly in the Mesophotic. And we're starting to see.
Oh, there's a
there you
fish.
go. Yeah, I think it's a snapper. Yep. As we're starting to see reef fishes, which are hanging out in a pretty cool spot because we're still below the thermocline, but the fact that we're starting to see them makes me think that the thermocline's very close. So you'll see it when you go through a shimmer, probably. So we're here looking for this transition, looking for corals, looking for sponges. I haven't seen a single sponge. Have you seen a sponge?
It's little small.
What's that green fan down there?
What?
Down to the right. To the right? Yeah, it's like a, it looks like a green
Oh.
astrid.
What is
Another one
it?
up to the
Can
left
I
as well.
zoom?
Let me just set it.
Good eyes.
Yeah, that's a stylaster.
That is a stylaster.
Big.
So,
Wanna set up on it?
yeah. There's a bunch of them actually. I see one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if there's a better one in the distance,
Yep. There's one up there too, and wherever you want to set up.
it'd be nice to get
Set up
some zooms and maybe a chunk of that.
We collected a little white.
I've never
White.
seen a green stylaster.
I'm not sure that it
You
is
wanna-
green. It might
No,
be
no, no.
brownish.
I mean, stylastrids are pink and red, but I've never seen a green stylastrid. I wonder if it's yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if it's symbiotic at these depths, but you know, you often see, and these are related to fire corals, like Millipora and things
Yeah,
like that,
yeah.
which are often have this like,
Pigmented.
pigmented caramelly kind of color and
Yeah.
almost like sort of texture to them too. So, this is more evocative of that to me.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely shallower stylastrids.
Yep.
Is it a coral?
Kind of. It's not a scleractinian and it's not an octocoral, but it's related to fire corals, which are hydrozoans? No.
Yeah.
Hydrozoans.
Thought
And so they sting. They have really, really, really stingy nematocysts. But so it's they're kind of their own
Which is
group.
They're,
Oh, they're not there. You can just hit other.
So fire corals and stylastrids are different families, but they're
Oh, yeah.
at the same level essentially. The stylastrids are much more
Can I-
calcified.
Hey, Randy, is that orange stuff, is that a sponge?
It is a sponge. It's a small sponge. Good on you. It's green, Steve.
Yeah, I was wondering if that's, a lot of stylastrids have pink wash sometimes, and I was wondering if it's, could be algal or maybe it's just the way the color of the.
I don't know.
It's
Um,
interesting to note if we looked at the underside of this, would it also be green? That would
No, I
tell
bet
us
it
a
would be
lot.
white.
Yeah.
Do you think you could? This is really small, but do you think you could collect a small piece of it?
Yeah, but this one,
Yeah.
it's pretty big.
Okay. Great.
It is massive compared to the last one.
Oh yeah, that is pretty big.
There's
Good.
an orange cup one, there's an orange cup one on there.
Oh yeah. There's another little cup
an
coral.
orange.
And a pink one. There's all kinds of different cup corals here, so this is clearly where they want to be. So these are all scleractinians, so they're calcifying. They have an aragonite skeleton, which is a crystal formation of calcium carbonate, and they have fleshy tissue that lives inside of them. And this is sort of that transitional period where we go from
Did you get enough of those snaps?
Yeah, do we
Yeah,
get
I think so.
in-situ,
yeah, you want to
fine.
grab an in situ snap?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Where we're going from an octocoral dominated ecosystem to a scleractinian dominated ecosystem, but in the way we have these. You can absolutely see this, the stingy little edges, right? You can see right here. Ouch! 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 Ouch!
Is this good enough?
Yeah, that's perfect. So, don't get stung, boys.
It's pretty brittle, but we can get a chunk of it. There's at least one other colony here.
There's one over here too.
Oh no, there's a lot of them. We've been flying over them.
A good chunk will allow us to partition it out.
Yeah, like maybe a quarter.
The ones that was like close enough to it was a sponge.
Yeah, that's it.
It's hard. It's brittle. Yeah.
It's brittle. It'll be like it'll kind of crackle and it'll break right off like a corallid.
Is that a dead sponge right there?
No, I think it's a bryozoan,
Oh.
which is another animal. So these are all
Really?
animals. I know.
Seafloor harvesting can damage all ocean communities.
Huh? Perfect. Sounds great. So this is going to be 2, 3, 5, 2.
What sample is that?
This is going to be 267.
Quiver 14, yeah?
I think so.
Any additional text?
You could write it as a green stylaster.
Green.
And stylaster, like STY. Yep, you got it.
Interesting. The green is on the underside as well. Which is
Yeah.
weird.
So cool.
So that's really fancy footwork by our amazing ROV pilots. What's happening here is we're trying very hard to collect only what we need. for so many reasons. One, we have great respect for these animals. We're just trying to key them out so we can understand them better and describe them. And I mean, if they go unknown, then we don't have a chance to really understand how they work and how we protect them. So we're trying to do that. And then also because we're in a protected area, we definitely are really respectful of where we are. We are all huge fans of conservation. I've been involved with the Phoenix Islands protected area in Kiribati for 14 years. I'm here with Ana Mere, who's actually from the Republic of Kiribati and who is pretty excited to be out here on this expedition with us because this is very similar to Kiribati waters. And so we're just on the mirror side of the protected area in the U.S. waters. So we're actually, it's so funny, we're right next to your country, but we're in mine. So really, we're neighbors. I love that. Even though we're thousands of miles from anywhere, we're right next to each other. Like,
Crazy.
so fun.
So they easily crack, like
Yeah,
croak.
they're hard. They're really brittle. Absolutely. It's a bonus
Can I add
info.
a note about the bryozoan
Mhm.
in the sample
Yep.
entry?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you write a note about the bryozoan in there too?
Come.
I'm just gonna, just gonna make a note.
Anita, this is so exciting. Why don't you grab a chair and all three of us can
No,
bring
no,
it
you
back? It's so
all
fun.
sit there. You have good.
Bring
We
your
can
chair up.
sit down. No worries.
Anything else? There's one little piece that's dangling, you want it?
No, I think that's good. I don't want to risk knocking it over. Okay, great.
This is all right.
Amazing.
Sir.
Okay. All right. Well done, pilots. Amazing. All right, we're at 165. Who wants to guess where the Thermocline is?
A big fan of
Contests. Since we have, because maybe that'll be easier to figure out rather than like what depth something happens at, which apparently
We're at 20 degrees Celsius, it's gonna happen soon.
it is going to happen soon. Place your bets now, everyone.
115.
What? All right, J Rod says 115.
No, I think it's too shallow. No, I'm gonna go, let's stick with 115.
115. All right. What about you?
Say 135.
135. What about you?
Gonna go 145.
145. Steve. All right, Ana Maria. Guess. When is the temperature going to jump up?
I have no idea.
You got to guess. Pick a depth. We're at 165 meters.
155.
155. Okay. Okay.
Are those fishes?
Those are urchins, I think.
Sea cucumber?
Well,
Those are,
I think those are urchins, but
Yep.
Really?
yeah, we can take a little look.
What?
Yep. They look like porcupines though, because they've got this shape to them. They're so cute. They're really cute.
Yeah. Black ones. Fuzzy.
Okay. All right, we are betting on when we're going to see the Thermocline. I didn't put my bet in. I'm going to guess 129. So we are at 161 right now, and the temperature is 17.7, but eventually it will jump. And that looks like another sort of color morph of the same kind of urchin to me. There's a couple of them. See, there's like the...
I wonder if so. There's a couple different types of urchins, and I'm not familiar with these, but these might be more closely related to the irregular urchins than the ones we've been used to seeing.
Yeah.
There's a common name for these, and it's escaping me right now.
You know, in the shallow waters, the diadema urchins, actually, they have different colors, and the color of their spines, when it turns white, it's an indicator of stress, often. And so, can sometimes see them right next to each other with really different coloration patterns, partially based on physiological state, which is pretty interesting. Oh, I see fish shadows.
So, I really know nothing about shallow Pacific.
Wait.
Oh, there's a sea fan to the left.
I know, there's two to the right. I don't know which way to go. Can we look at one of these sea fans next time we see one?
No, you can come back. We're not that far away.
Yeah, how about one of these right here?
So Diadema is a genus here also, like in the Caribbean. Are they present here, the long-spined urchins?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're grazers of algae here as
Yeah.
well.
I mean, it's not Antillarum in the Pacific, it's something
right.
else.
Yeah, different
but-
species. Yeah.
Oh, there's a ton of these little fans.
Wasn't that one of the hypotheses that maybe the Diadema die-off of the 90s, 80s was resulting from some sort of introduction across the Isthmus of Panama of some sort of echinoderm disease?
Yeah, they definitely think it was some kind of pathogen. I'm not sure if that was the origin.
Well, 'cause
I don't know.
There's maps of it radiating out. It started in the southwestern
Yeah.
Caribbean. Yeah.
I've seen that. I just didn't.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard the Panama piece of it. So yeah. So these that's the thing, right? Whenever you have a novel pathogen,
Yeah.
it can really, wreak havoc because there's no immunity towards it. Speaking of which, one of the goals on this expedition, I feel like
I set that up.
You just set that up.
I set that up for
Did you
you.
do that on purpose?
Yes.
Really? Wow.
No, you give me too much credit.
One of the goals of this expedition, thank you, is to look at coral immunity. And so we are looking at ancient coral and sponge immune systems. God, those the purple cup corals are still everywhere. I thought we were going to be out of their zone, but we're still here. I'm just so used to the blink and you miss it.
It's a plexaurid. Honestly, I can't tell you. Different genera here. They're totally different than what we find in the deeper ocean, but it's a plexaurid for sure. So
It's beautiful. Let's collect some. Do you think we can get a piece of it without? Okay.
Is it gonna be hard or is it
This is going to be soft. It's
a little
gonna be
metal flexy?
it's
little
flexy.
flexy.
Cool, piece of sauce first.
Yep.
I'll take it.
Can you grab
Yeah. All right, got one. Can we zoom out for a specimen?
And I'm just going to zoom all the way in for polyps. That's about as far in as I can get.
Yep.
No associates noted.
All right, got. Sure.
Yep.
With lasers. Good, got it.
No,
Yep.
nothing?
No. Half, please. Actually, I'm sorry. Yes, that's so little.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
you
we can see
in
the upper view.
in the
Yeah.
sit cam. There are numerous colonies.
It's abundant.
Well, interestingly, we had this zone a bit deeper where I don't know if it was at this depth range, but there were actually quite few corals, and it was mostly sponge dominated. And I'm sure there's a number of sponges around here.
And you know what that shimmer means?
That's the arm.
Let's see.
We're down to the arm.
You don't think so?
No, that was the arm.
Okay.
But we didn't see these urchins on our previous
Closed.
It's cool, we're
dive up
closed.
this range. This is a really nice collection.
That was a really nice collection. I wouldn't be surprised if this was yet another new species.
We
What do you
will
think?
see. Honestly, I will. I wish I could tell you more, but like being classically trained in deep sea octocorals, stuff shallower than 200 meters is stuff I don't see very often, and so there were a few really interesting specimens that we saw in the Phoenix Islands in 2017 that I would love to get some material from, but we just never stopped to sample them.
Right.
Mostly elicelids, which are more common in the shallower depths. Would love to see some more of those and collect some.
This is 268.
This
You
is
know-
quiver 13.
Yeah. 13. I'm a newcomer to the deep sea relatively, but I'm trained in shallow coral water shallow water coral biology. That's like a tongue twister. Say it 20 times fast. So these are all new to me too. So we're shallow. We're too shallow for you, too deep for me, and that puts us in a really interesting part of the of the ocean.
This family, some of the deepest members of this family, some of the deepest genera we've seen down to, I think our deepest record is somewhere in the 2,100 meter range, which is significantly deeper than our deepest plexaurid record for 2017, which is I think in the 1,800 meter range. But this family is seen all over. Perhaps not a deep sea specialist. There's definitely way more diverse in the shallow waters, but you know, it is interesting that they have several species present down 2,000 meters.
It's apparently also very sticky.
Mucusy, yeah. Usually plexaurids don't mucus too much, like the bamboo corals or the black corals. We were positing that, you know, maybe that they have stronger chemical defenses than perhaps some other species of corals, which is why we don't find grazers preying on them very much. Although we did find it this morning in a Plecophorine on one of the plexaurid colonies, which is noteworthy.
Definitely. You know, coral mucus sounds really gross when you just say it, but I think we need to describe how important it really is. So corals sneeze for a reason. They cover themselves in snot to basically slough off tissue that's kind of getting too old and staying on them, but also it's one of their only mechanisms of clearing sediment. So some of the marine snow that falls from the top is food, and corals are pretty happy to receive that, but some of it is just calcareous sand, and if they get covered in it, it can really impede their ability to feed and can really clog them up. And so sneezing, if you will, coral snot, coral mucus, is a mechanism to clear off that sand, release it, and then actually just produce in the ecosystem as well, because now they're releasing that mucus tissue and to become part of the marine snow, which will feed in another organism. So really, coral mucus, not that gross, except sometimes it's a little gross.
I'm very interested in a lot of the predation we've observed on bamboo corals and things. Those are pretty profuse mucus producers.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
And,
I was thinking.
You know, it's interesting because a lot of organisms in the ocean use. What's that thing?
Yeah, no problem. No problem. We're sampling ourselves today.
Should we be concerned?
No, a fish came in right when we got in and hit the IGUS chain and popped off.
So, yeah, I was wondering if, you know, hagfish, for example, they produce mucus as in part as a predator deterrent.
Right.
Strangely, it's the ones that are most predated upon that are the strongest mucus producers. Which is a little weird, since maybe it's not effective versus sea stars. Maybe they have some sort of.
Yeah, I would imagine that a sea star wouldn't care. In fact, they might find the mucus delicious, right? It's really. Look at
there
those fans.
are several sea stars as well that are profuse mucus producers, like the slime stars.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
You think this conversation is cool? It's not. Come on.
I think we just lost about 50 viewers.
Oh, stop it. That's what's being up since 3 a.m. Because us.
There's a question right there.
A question for us. What's the question? Do we come across new species often, and do you register them at all? Yes, we do. Steve has probably described more new species than I have. I'm sure.
Not yet. I'm working on a couple actually.
I have only been involved in 2 species descriptions in my life, and ironically, none of them were corals. One was
Did you get to name it?
I did. One was this teeny tiny little like isopod in the Caribbean that was like eating decaying lobster flesh of all things.
Sounds nice.
Delicious. And one is, we're working on it right now, is a teeny tiny little coral-over jellyfish.
Are we full wide, or we want to be in?
Yeah, we're full wide. I wanna be full wide right now as we're hunting.
Yep. Just looks a little.
Oh, see, they like my
What are
joke,
those guys?
or maybe they don't.
Those are green stilasters, I think.
The ones under the shelf?
Yeah, they're the same thing we just collected.
Okay.
Can we take a look?
Yeah, we can take a look at them.
So, with regard to the new species, there's not really a mechanism to register a new species. It takes a lot of work, actually. It's not like we can go to some repository and just say, hey, I found this thing. It looks different from all the other things. Otherwise, we'd have some pretty complicated taxonomy to deal with. So there's a fairly standardized process where usually, some expert who has a good handle on the taxonomic species diversity of a.
There it is. Okay, what's our depth? 151. Is it closest without going over?
It's about 150.
Yeah, I would say just like another meter up, definitely.
Okay, well.
Yeah, it just jumped up tonight. It was 17 degrees Celsius, just jumped up tonight.
Okay.
But it's going down now. No, it's going back
No,
up.
it's going back up.
There's the fish tuna.
Where?
Right there, so I got
Oh, on the top. Yep. Well, I have good news for you, Steve. You are the Thermocline winner.
Oh, I finally won something.
Woo! Coffee or chocolate, my friend?
Chocolate, I guess, because the coffee's free.
No, I have good coffee.
Oh,
I have
better
like
coffee.
really good coffee.
I'll take a rain check.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get up and get it for you right now, but you get to
Okay.
think about what you want.
I will think
coffee
about
or
it.
chocolate. All right.
Is that hammerhead?
Where are you looking?
Cheers. Nobody missed it. Hammerhead.
There's apparently a hammerhead in one of our
Can we zoom in?
one of our other feeds. Ooh, I can't. I'm all the way out. You want me to zoom in? In.
No,
All right, they're gonna look at the hammerhead.
Take a look at the.
We're gonna look at the corals.
Is that a neck?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's interesting to note the color
21 degrees
variation in the stylastrids. In
Look at
fact,
this.
that stylastra on the right-hand side has a kind of a red pinkish wash to
Yeah.
parts of it.
But look at this. You have that. You have our little cup coral. You have our plexaurid, and right in the middle, hermit crab.
How many phyla do you see? I feel like the sponges are not getting as much love here, but I asked Brian, he's more interested in the deeper sponges.
Okay. There are some very cool
There
sponges
are
here.
some- yeah, mostly demo sponges. We've lost all the glass sponges
Yep.
at this shallow depth.
All right.
All right, yeah.
We're good.
Everything's pretty similar.
Things are about to get very interesting. 'Cause you see that little shimmer in the water? That's the thermocline. So that's where our temperatures have jumped up about 5 degrees C in about up less than a meter or so worth of water.
Pink stylaster.
Now you get different stylasters.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. We're gonna turn off all the lights.
The
Oh, do it. Turn off all the lights.
color is one of the most frustrating variables to deal with in the deep ocean because it can be variable sometimes. So if that green stylastrid versus that pink stylastrid, it could possibly be the same thing.
There's a lot of
So this is where it's the reason we're doing this dive now is because it's still daylight, and this all the lights are off in the RV. This is ambient.
Minus 2 lasers that the fish are gonna chase.
Right.
Really?
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Fish are like
Oh my
cats.
God! Fish are like cats. Look, they are chasing the lasers.
This must be fun. Fun to
What?
drive.
Said that.
What kind of fish is that?
Those are mostly jacks. What?
Catfish.
Catfish. Ha ha ha.
So we were sitting in Australia at the reef, right?
Uh-huh.
Sitting there doing this, moving the camera on, and there's probably about 30 fish just chasing it, eating the lasers.
That's amazing.
I hope they were delicious. Wow. It's incredible. So for those of you who are just looking at this, this is Mesophotic, right? So there's enough light here to support the amount of photosynthesis that we're seeing in the bottom, but it's not yet enough to support massive amounts of corals. But look at this landscape. This is amazing.
Can we tilt down a little bit to
Yeah.
see if we can get the miso out of the shot? And
Sorry.
that's pretty nice.
That is really. You are so good.
Lasers off, maybe.
So pretty.
It is so beautiful.
Yeah.
So if we were scuba diving right now, which we can't, this is too deep for a normal
Autofocus.
scuba diver. You could do it probably in a rebreather or nitrox, but if we're at 137 meters, and even then you'd only have a few minutes at these depths.
Yeah.
All right. Oof. Here comes Tim.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, something like that to get the.
That's a big coral. So can we
Wait, did
I
you
wanna look
guys
at
see
corals. Yeah.
Is that
Yep.
a fish right there?
But we can turn it up again in a little bit. I just want to, I want to see the benthic structure.
There's a coral head.
It's a big
yeah,
one.
that's what they were lining up for.
But now that I see what we're in for, let's kind of hop right up. So, we'll get a sort of sense of each bit of pavement as we go. I bet we'll see transitions as we literally climb the stairs up to the top of the mountain. It's almost like you meant to do
Fishing
that.
line.
Oh, let's note that.
Is it a coral?
I
That
think
looks
it's
like fishing
line. Even out here, even in the middle of nowhere, and a little pufferfish. Oh, wait a minute. That's a coralivore too. Just so you know. Oh, cute. But let's just document that fishing line. Yeah, it's everywhere. The grunts are coming in. 0, 1, 15, 46.
Keep going there, Randy.
Yeah, let's do it. So as we literally climb the stairs here, there are the snappers and the grunts again. We're seeing a total change, right? Now we're seeing many, many, many more fish, and we had just seen those plexaurid corals. I'm really curious to see what we see here. Is that really fishing line?
Yeah.
It's some kind of line.
Certainly encrusted.
Yeah.
It's been there a while.
Oof.
A fishing line, like meaning
Feels like
they fish over there?
I feel
They'd
it
say
looks
let's
more
pick
like
up the trash, but oh
I'm
look,
not
there's
sure
a
it's
family
wire,
of
it's
moray
fishing
eels. All 3 of them. How often do you get to see a whole family of morays?
You're doing my mom.
I have never seen that many together. They're usually pretty solitary.
That little coral on the top right?
Yeah.
That fish is so ugly.
There, see right there, top right?
Yep, that's
No.
another. That's another plate that we're gonna want to take a look at. That pink one. I think it's a plexaurid. Ooh, and a cup coral, or whatever that is.
That's
It's
colonial,
a.
yeah.
That is colonial.
You want me to sit over here?
Yeah. Right in front of the morays.
Which is the different looking plexaurid?
This pink one?
I think they're similar, but we can take a look.
You think so? See how there's like ones with these polyps, and there's ones with these bushier polyps
Yeah,
down here.
I mean, it's tough to tell, but I'm my gut is telling me that they're the same.
I see how it is. I walk out, you get the coolest
What's
things
that one
ever.
have in its mouth? Oh,
Whatever was in his mouth fell out.
yeah. Was it
so
a cleaner wrasse or something?
Well, we've got some cleaner shrimp, right? Here's one, and there's another one. And these are these anthias, which I love. They're really endemic to this area. We see them in the Phoenix Islands too.
Is that a big one?
And these are moray eels.
What the
And it looks like there's a whole
Oh my
family,
God,
which I've
so
never
big.
seen before. Oh, they're snuggling. Let's take a look at these corals too.
There you go.
Okay, so Steve, you think, here's 2 of them side by side. Can I take a look at these here? Whoa. You might be right. You're usually right. But look, the skeleton on this is so purple and thin, and this one is so much thicker.
Yeah, it looks a little different now that we're getting closer.
You want me to go focus?
Oh,
Oh my goodness. Photo bomb. Cracking me up, Cody.
These are making me laugh.
focus on the corals with the fish in the way. The focus keeps switching to the fish.
It's a big fish.
Okay, it's in manual. Oh, there we go. All right, let's take a look at these corals for a minute. This is what we're here for. The fish can photobomb us again in a minute if he wants to.
Oh, it
Oh,
will.
another one. Here we go. Come on, goodness gracious. How's a girl supposed to get any work done around here?
Yeah, it's. I mean, it looks. It looks different.
I think these two are different.
Yeah.
And I think they're both different from what we collected
and
earlier
we also
too.
have a noose, a noose scleractinian.
I agree.
Yeah.
And then there's this guy over here, and then this one
Oh
too.
yeah, there's tons of this. Yeah. This one I think is that.
You go to bed.
I'm not, no, I'm not going to bed. Are you kidding? They're trying to put me to bed because I'm so tired and I'm laughing this much at a fish. But honestly, it's funny, right?
Is there an egg case in that coral?
No, I think it's a clam. I was just looking at that. Don't you think it's a clam? Those are two little clams.
Focus. Focus near.
Hang on. I gotta. Oh, fish.
All right,
Get out of
all
the-
right.
hang
Let's
on,
get the
I'm
Nat
trying-
Geo
no.
shot. Fine.
All right, fine.
Then
Let's
maybe
get the
it'll
Nat
go
Geo
away.
fish, and then yeah, with the eels in the background. You want to do the whole thing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Oh, now they're gone.
Now the eels are gonna come right back out. Just they're just snuggling.
Were there 3 eels in already?
What? There's 3. There's the third one.
No, in Little Mermaid.
Oh, you're right. It was 3 in the Little Mermaid. Flotsam, jetsam. No, there's just 2. Hey, no.
You're about to smack him through the screen with the stick.
Her mom instincts came out.
Don't mess with Mama Bear. Don't mess with the red fish.
Fish, really, swim away. You're in the wrong spot. No. Okay, good. All right.
Oh no. Well.
No.
Territoriality, huh?
Just swim away.
Are
There you go.
morays territorial?
Good. Yes, highly territorial. I don't know. Excellent. Oh no, he just found another moray here, down here.
There's a lot of eels.
There's a lot of eels. I've never seen so many eels together. All right, now can we look
All
at
right.
the corals? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go for I'll put my 2 cents in for a collection on that black skeleton
I want it to.
fan. I think I don't know. You think we can take a whole one?
I do. Look, there's still like a gazillion of them.
Yeah.
And they're really small.
I'm-
Could you put
this-
lasers on?
this-
Actually, let's see how big they are before.
This is cool though.
With the lasers on?
The orange one.
This is different.
Yeah, I agree.
Than I think even that.
Well, so that's what I was trying to show you.
Yeah.
See this thing right here? I think that's the same.
Yeah.
Don't you? I don't know.
Lasers at bottom of screen?
I think that's what
yeah,
we just
great.
collected.
Lasers. Yeah, that's teeny tiny.
Yeah, that thing is what we collected, but I think this is different right here.
I
Look
think. Yep,
how
I see it.
granular it is.
And I think that these are clams, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Like 99.9% sure, because if you can see the foot out right here, or some kind of bivalve.
Oh,
All right,
right.
so what are we collecting here? Shall we go for? Oh boy, there's so many different things.
I mean, that one that looks right next to those cup corals looks pretty
Like
good.
this thing with the meaty skeleton?
No.
No,
That one,
this
yeah.
one right here. Okay. Excellent. And then maybe one of these little orange ones
Yeah.
that you like?
Yeah.
You want this orange one or this orange one?
Either. There's like 3 or 4 here. Yeah.
Can we have a smorgasbord?
You want it all in the same drawer?
Yeah. It doesn't matter, right? Does it?
No.
Okay. You might want to use a bio box. There's another eel below you, just so you know.
Doesn't like you over there.
I don't think we need a bio box. I think they're small enough for
I
the-
don't know if we need to. Maybe we.
Doesn't like you over there.
No, let's try to stay away from the eels. I don't want to bother them.
Alright. We look alike.
He said bye.
There's another one down here. You see, it's a different species of moray. It's like a gold spotted.
Okay.
What am I saying?
Pick the one you want. The zoom.
I'm trying to think. Let's go for this one first.
Okay, you're
Okay.
this one.
Is that with you? I'm like, there's just too many things to think about. There's too much color. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, the purple base is interesting too. If you can get the whole base. If you tug enough, I think they should come off that rock. These aren't usually extremely tough, strongly attached.
I feel so bad for this mooring. We're gonna leave you alone, buddy. We just want the coral. Well, we got some associates, so let's mark them down. I think it's some kind of bivalve. And this is 24, 22. Think it's another plexorid?
Oh, probably, yeah.
It's gonna be FK269.
Which quiver? 12? Did we fill 12?
Are the other things we're getting, are they going in the same?
Oh goodness.
Did we fill 12?
No, I've been just writing it down here. I'll try to fill it out here. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. This is quiver number.
This is 12.
Perfect. Okay,
We did say same symbol number, right?
yes.
So the next one, pass me the poker.
Yeah.
Or
Here, you poke. I'll write.
How many
So-
are you gonna wanna grab over here? 2 more? Or,
we're going for this one.
okay,
So there's several here. 1, 2, 3. These kind of dark red with yellow polyps.
okay.
Yeah, this one or this one.
Is there another one you're gonna collect over here too? Or is that the last one? Cause I'm starting to see that.
I think this is the last one. Is that good? Is that better for you? We move?
Hmm?
Wait, it's better if we move, right?
What I'm gonna have to do is, we grab this and we stow it, and if you can definitely go take a look and get another one. Once it gets around 60 degrees Celsius, 65, I can come off and dead stick it and let her sit for a bit.
Yep, no
Just
problem. No problem.
So I come back and bring it again.
You got it.
This one very clearly has its polyps retracted, but it looks slightly different. I don't know, I'm not sure about how shallow water Gorgonian diversity compares in Central Pacific versus Caribbean. I'm guessing this part of the world has higher shallow water
Diversity?
well, not just
Yeah.
Clarictinians, but for
Did you wanna get
octocorals.
another one, or?
No.
No, I think that's it.
That's it. Yeah. We'll introduce.
There's an
Well,
yeah,
quick-
there was another like little Scleractinian thing, but I don't even know if it was alive, so I'd wait to see another one or just keep going.
Yeah, I think
I don't know. Are there guides for the Mesophotic for corals? No, it's pretty.
it's pretty.
I mean,
So there's
not
some-
just in Howland and Baker because that's really
No.
niche, but like more
For
broadly.
the Pacific, not that I'm aware of. So I think some of the best Mesophotic work is done in the Caribbean, mostly around Bermuda, because they've got Gretchen Goodbody Gringley and a bunch of other people who are really working in that ecosystem. Out here, it's people like Richard Pyle, and Randy Kisaki and others who are really interested in the Pacific, but I don't know that they've put a guide together yet. So we'll certainly be running some of these specimens by them to see what they think. Oh, you can see the cleaner shrimp on one of the morays. And more fishing line.
No. It does look thick for fishing line, but it's probably pretty encrusted.
Yep.
There are some corals or sponges on the fishing line, which is indicative of how old it could possibly be. Of course, we try to avoid hazardous navigation like that. Fishing line's kind of
Look.
bad news for ROVs.
Yeah. But look, there's 3 or 4 more eels together. Eel families seem to be a thing here. In every little nook and cranny. What?
So many
So many. Watch out for all this line. Yeah, they're just, this is like Eel City. Eel apartment buildings. Eel condos. See, here's another one.
Do you want me to fill in the basket? It's done.
I did. I didn't do a perfect job, but I did it.
Yeah, if you want me to.
No, do you want a
fill it
Niskin
out.
while we're hanging out here?
Um.
Or not? Let's let them do their thing.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
keep going a little bit.
So yes,
Fish coming down slowly.
here's a question for you guys.
Yep.
Is that the first fish to ever try to eat Sebastian? No.
We had a fish eat us. We scared the bear out.
We lost hours in our ROV. Over when it came to the
Let's hope that doesn't
Oh,
happen.
we're talking about that lizard, that weird lizard fish. You just have to, only time you ever seen.
There must be a lot of fumes down there.
For sure. It's amazing, right? You look at it with this view and you think, oh, there's nothing there. It's just rock. And then you get close up and it's pretty amazing. There's something in every corner. So yeah, Moris, just so you guys are all aware, do often have like they look pretty angry and aggressive, and they certainly are territorial, and they certainly can bite, but they actually have to keep opening and closing their jaw in order to oxygenate their gills, and so they're always moving. And so while it looks like they're biting, they're really just breathing. So they get a bad rap for no reason. So I'm quite fond of them. And as long as you know, we were just really in their face, so they really didn't get too crazy. So what is that?
I think these corals here on this ledge are the ones we sampled with
Yeah.
the dark axis.
Good.
Okay, so I'm still cooling down. I'm just gonna slowly come up.
No worries.
But it's gonna float up.
Oh wow. Now we're starting to get into fish that we recognize.
Butterfly fish,
Mhm.
snapper.
Yep. Grunts.
And then
Jacks.
fish cave. Or shark cave.
Can we look at that dark thing on the right hand side?
Yeah,
Dark
it's-
branchy thing?
Can we look at this
That's a
coral?
cave.
Bottom of the screen or top of the screen?
Bottom right.
And there's a look
dark
at that. There's
one.
a soft coral here, maybe too, red one.
Go ahead and take a look.
Can I zoom in?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'll just fly around it.
Perfect.
Can you put the lasers off the other
it's
side of the
algae.
vehicle so they go
Look
away?
at that.
It's a black coral, I think.
Wait.
Coming a little closer for you.
I don't know.
Hold it right there. And I'll just one hand to the left just a little bit.
Yep.
Perfect, right there. Straight on. And I'll just.
The mouths on black corals are actually very, very, very small,
Yeah.
and they're parallel with the skeleton.
So I'm gonna zoom out. We don't need to collect this red coral. I know it. I can't think of the name right now, but it's known.
The one in the
The
background.
one in the background.
Yeah.
Yep. I just can't think of the name of it right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is great. All these little anthias. You can really start to see, how much structure matters to each one of these little fishes. Like they're really inhabiting every nook and cranny.
There are some associates, some crabs and
There
shrimp
sure
in
are.
there.
Is it too much to ask for a collection? What? Can we ask for a collection, or is it too much for this? Okay. Teeny little bit of this, right?
Yeah, I want to take a closer look to see what it is. I'm
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can-
99% sure it's a black
Can
coral.
we look at it?
Starting to lay down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There you go. Tell your
Thank you. Huh.
And any more zoom? Maybe we can go to the upper right corner there where it's a bit closer to the
I'm going to, yeah.
black coral.
You're right. Why did I ever doubt you? With a gazillion.
I don't know.
different
I
associates.
could be guessing right now. I told you I don't know my shallower than 200 meters, but you kind of get the perspective that with these dark, really brambly. Look at all these crabs.
I know, what's crazy is that some of them, I can't tell if it's the claw or the coral. I mean, it's the shape of like a Seriatopora, which is a Sclertonian shallow coral, but this is obviously a soft, not. So,
Yeah, the tentacles are very tiny.
here comes Tim. I knew he was going to be seconds behind.
Well,
Here we go.
I stayed
Right
out
here.
as long as I could.
I know. Look at all these associates.
Well, I just see those crabs in there. That's another.
But look at this one.
Not squat lobsters though, right? They're different brachyurans, maybe?
I see mostly legs and claws, but I think I agree with you.
Wow. Let's see if we can get a little scan through some of these associates.
Right, you have a question about if y'all ever test for pollutants?
That's a great question. We have in the past looked for microplastics, but we don't have intentions to this time. We're really focused on the taxonomy and the energetic physiology and metabolism of these corals. But hopefully out here in the middle of really nowhere, there won't be too much pollution. I mean, I think that fishing line that you saw, we've seen a couple of other pieces of debris that we've tried to clean up, but it's really dangerous for us to pick up fishing lines, so we're going to leave that on the seafloor. But we've tried to clean up a little bit, but it's, hopefully except for that, there isn't too much pollution out here. There's nobody around us, so there shouldn't be any dumping into the ocean or too much coastal erosion or any other source of point source pollution. So we do not test for that. Wow, look at that.
Is this a brittle coral or does it have a little bit of flux?
Flex, I think.
It's gonna be bendy, yeah.
Okay.
But it's that black main stem is gonna need to be cut well.
Okay.
Alright,
Where would you like to cut the head?
Just a little. I think we
a little
just
bit
need
off
a
the
little,
top.
little haircut.
Just below the curl?
Yeah.
Just below the crab, you mean?
Yeah, so you can get a crab too. You want a crab?
There's at least 2 or
Yes,
3
please,
crabs
absolutely.
right in the
This is
Yeah, we're gonna try to
great.
get this
top
into
tuft.
the-
Can you push it away a little bit?
Fantastic.
I don't know, they're pretty mobile. I wonder if they'll stay.
Not doubt it.
Yeah.
But no. Just go nice and easy.
You might want to try.
I've not seen them on the seafloor though either.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, because it's gonna have a crab in it. It's gonna try to swim off. So I think our best chance.
So I have just the one crab, not the two?
That's right. Thank you.
There might be a few in there, but we'll see what we can get. So this is going to be sample 270.
Yep.
So Tim, how many times have you sampled corals and associates at 115 meters?
0.
This is a first.
115 meters? I don't think so.
I'm so happy.
Unless we did it on the last time on the Falkor.
I live for Tim Shank firsts. You've seen so much and done
No,
so many
stop.
things and been so many
Yeah.
places. So every time we get a Tim Shank first, I know we're doing something special.
The shallowest coral record I have from 2017 was 152 meters
Yeah.
using SuBastian.
Yeah. Nice.
Very nice.
It's pretty rigid.
Of course not.
Yes.
Crabs on there? Crabs still on there? I'll just go with the, good.
Quiver.
All right,
What do you
let's try a
think?
quiver.
Get a sample shot. It's rather.
Looks
Sample.
very
Marvelous.
spiny. Yeah.
Is there a crab in there?
Yeah, there is a crab in there. You can see the claw.
Yeah.
And so you're good with the quiver?
I'm
or-
good with the quiver. I didn't think they were going to be so amenable, but clearly Thomas and me.
River 11. Maybe there is more fidelity here than we thought.
Yeah, no, that's. It's the first one of these we've seen, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple other colonies in the area, but this one seems to be the largest one.
It's a big colony. That's a floater.
This is so exciting. So if you're looking at the chat, it's we have a black coral expert, Jeremy, who says that it looks like an pentapathid, but that's not often collected. And the reason these things are not often collected is because these depths are really hard to get to. These are some of these intermediate depths are just really tricky. Really lucky to be able to be here today. I'm so excited about all these new corals. New to us anyway. But I bet some of them are new.
I think it's long line or.
I don't know. It looks too thick to be like fishing line.
You know, we are right off an island, though. It could be anything. It could be old cabling. It could be old
Safety
fishing
wire.
line. It could be safety wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be anything. I hate leaving trash on the
It's on
seafloor.
the floor, right?
It just makes me crazy.
It's a good thing.
But I don't think we can safely pick this up.
That's the end of it.
So if you are just tuning in, we are in the Mesophotic zone on Baker Island in the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. There's Lynchia, sea star. Oh, more line. This is endless line.
Hi, Mark Holmes. Hey,
How's it looking out there?
take a look.
Um, 108.6.
Starfish.
Yeah, those are Lynchias. I think. Chris Ma will probably correct me when I'm wrong. Not if I'm wrong, but when. But I'm pretty sure. They look a lot like them.
Those goatfish?
Yep. See the
Oh
barbels?
my gosh, I haven't identified reef fish in like probably
Really
8
long
years.
time. Well, there's a trigger.
No floats.
And it's a bunch of anthias.
Umbilical looks fine.
Those are all the little
It's on,
fishes.
outboard or
Another
half
trigger.
ship, just a little bit.
Snappers. I don't know the species here, but I can get us to
But yeah, there's no floats.
relative types. More jacks.
Yeah, they should be coming up here in a little bit.
Okay. You want me to hang out back here? Wait for floats?
What do you think?
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Pretty cool, right?
It is. I have a question for those lines. Are they trying to fish in that area?
Yeah,
No,
no
it's
problem.
old. It's very old. So it's a protected area now, so it can't be fished. But when people cut line and leave it on the bottom, this is what happens to it, right? It just sits there forever. It doesn't really go anywhere.
I feel bad for those fishing.
Yeah. So, you know, I think often you stare at the surface and you think, I'll just throw it in the ocean. But, you know, these animals have to deal with it for hundreds of years afterwards. Look at all these corals. So we're gonna try to keep moving. Oh goodness, did you see all those antheas? They were scared of us and they all just went right into their little home.
So many. Switch into that hole.
So we're gonna try to keep moving. It keeps it's better for the ROV and it's good for us because we get to see more. And then when it gets too hot for us to work, we will jump off bottom but not leave. We'll just jump down to about 400 meters and start climbing up again, but really look at the beginning of this transition. The reason we're doing this a little backwards is for operational reasons. So we are, while it's super bright sunlight, the ship is operating very close to an island, so they have a lot more, it's easier to maneuver like that in daylight. And then as we get towards the end of the day, it'll be easier for us to work deeper. So we're kind of leapfrogging backwards so that we can kind of work our way through the Mesophotic really safely. So even though it might be a little confusing to follow, I promise you it's the best way for us to be able to explore this in a way that's safe for the ship, safe for the ROV, and gives us the best glimpse of the biology.
Almost at the 100-meter mark.
A lot of these boulders look like octopus.
Oh, I'm sure they are. But I'm pretty keen just to
look through some fresh eyes then.
Yeah. So, oh my goodness, all the antheas in one little hole. They're very, oh, eel.
Swim away.
So I think this is Palithoa on the bottom. Maybe not. It's looking like it. No, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay. Let's keep going. These triggers are starting to hide from us. Where?
That little platform down there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there's
There are a lot of them.
Yeah, we sent
Lady.
a lot of those last year.
Oh, cool. What were they?
What were they called? Like coal?
I forgot the name of them.
There were so many different times that they were after, but mainly just the flatness.
If you look up, we're coming up on a really cool feature.
Oh my god, I can't look
Spur
away.
and groove.
You see it? Oh, yes! Spur and groove. All right, we're heading into wave impacted areas, which means we're getting pretty shallow. So we're in about 98 meters. I know that our time here won't last, so I'm trying to savor every minute. I'm looking at all these little, so amazing.
We're just going kind of dead stick right now.
Yep, for sure. So as we kind of take a step back, you can see spur and groove feature. This is really common on the sides of islands. It's because the water is rushing and sort of carves through the calcium carbonate structure, and so the corals then will start to settle on the places which are already elevated and that don't get rushed through with all the flow. And so, Zinkless, that's the name of that fish. Just took a minute. That was a vampire snapper. And so the corals will then build up the bommies even higher to make the spurs, and then you'll have the water rush through the grooves even more. That's a vampire snapper.
That's a
Hello.
vampire snapper.
Sure is.
I like that name. That's such a cool name. That's a really cool name. Coolest fish in the world right there.
That's Zinkless, I think. And there's lots of butterfly fishes. We're getting into really reefy stuff now. And notice the change, the total change. I don't see any more gorgonians. Bless you.
Nope.
Or octocorals or anything. Bless you.
I was surprised to see lionfish the other dive
Yeah.
the other day. Not one yet, but lionfish. I thought they were really rare to see in the Pacific.
I
Or
mean,
is
they're
it
not
so-
really
not so
rare, but
rare?
they're not like everywhere in the Caribbean,
Yeah.
like they are in the Caribbean right now. But but this is, I mean, we're not even into the really crazy corally stuff yet either. This is all just,
It's like a little
it's
wave.
tons and tons. I mean, all of this is alive, right? It's filled with, I mean,
Is that a
there's some,
coral?
there's some soft corals in here. So this is sarcophyton, I think. No, it's a coral. There are some sponges there as well. Like here's some sponges, little pufferfish, but there's this yellow thing is a sponge. But this is really all sponge dominated, and then there's a bunch of algae too. There's your vampire again.
Vampire snapper.
Yeah.
You got
There's your typical, more typical stylastrids, I think. And then something else.
So beautiful.
But the color explosion is like crazy. Yeah, it's amazing. Even though we've seen this incredible shift, this is mostly sponges and algae rather than tons and tons of larger corals. Although we do have these guys, which we keep seeing everywhere.
Do you think we could look up what those are? Or
Yeah,
are
I
they-
do. I think we can look them up.
They look
Known.
shallow, yeah. Like they might be encountered. Well, I mean, we're well within, diving depths for rebreathers and trimix gas. So this is, while I don't know if there have been any dive surveys in the Mesophotic in this area, probably not. It's certainly depths that divers could reach in the larger region.
Sorry, I'm just like, don't tease me like that. I know, but don't hurt yourself.
There's some coral heads.
I do want to zoom right here, Cody, if that's okay. I think it might be a sponge.
Well, it's certainly pretty porous.
I think it's spongy. Whoa, look at how much stuff is going on right here. Okay, let's keep flying.
The place is so colorful.
It is so colorful. And this isn't even like classic coral reef yet. We're still solidly in the
Oh my gosh.
Mesophotic. Here we go, black
Big
tip.
shark.
Yep.
Wait, I'm gonna
So just take a look. This is a healthy reef system, right? When you have all the different layers. You have top predators and you have all the little ones in the bottom and everything in between, right? You have a system. Oh God, look at how many triggerfish there are. See them?
They're triggered.
I think the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument is going to have some news cover imagery for their Helen and Baker
Absolutely.
unit after this. This is pretty phenomenal.
This is pretty amazing. Oh goodness, there's a lionfish
Yep.
in its natural habitat, where it belongs, not in the Caribbean.
Or the Gulf.
What?
Or the Gulf of Mexico.
Or the Gulf of Mexico. Also not
Is
its
it
natural
okay
habitat.
to take a sample instead of a picture?
A what?
Take the sample instead of
For what?
just there.
Yeah, just hit frame grab or
Oh, frame
beauty
grab.
shot or whatever. Yeah.
That butterfly fish is nuts with the concentric
Yeah,
circles.
it's gorgeous.
Never
Oh, that's
seen
an
it.
angelfish actually.
Angelfish?
The blue one?
Yeah,
That's an emperor.
that's an emperor angel.
That's a juvenile. It gets bigger and changes colors from pink.
Can we trade places a little bit?
Huh?
Uh,
Oh.
They're better at me than identifying the fish. Maybe I can try my hand at the arm.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going up here. This is pretty great.
I can't tell if this is natural or
Okay, here we
should
go.
we break out the OMG button?
No, this is pretty normal.
Okay.
It's OMG for deep sea. Yep. All right, gotcha. There's a bunch of whip corals here. They're probably antiquarians.
Yeah, this is what you see these diving all the time.
Yeah. And there's some plating corals, and there's another moray, but you see these little plated corals? I can't get close enough to see what they are, but right here in the middle? Yep. More morays. Oof. The fish are in the way. Not something we're used to having to deal with. Yeah. Oh, see how all these hang on, this is just a moment to talk about anthias. See how they all are hanging out in one little hole, and the moray doesn't bother them. So if you were nervous about morays before, but it's still moving its mouth up and down, not because it's trying to be aggressive, but that's how it's able to oxygenate its gills. Oh, I love that little yellow anthia. I've not seen it before, the yellow and white one, which is different than the yellow and purple one. Okay, let's take a look at these corals up here. Oxyflora? these are certainly known at this point. So we're getting to the point where we're now in more classic sort of reef species, but we're in the deeper zones, and we're still at 78 meters. So, and then let's take a look at this whip.
Are they called folios?
Well, I mean they're plating.
Platy.
Folios are yeah.
The ones that are more vertical.
Yeah. There's too many fish in the way. Cute fish. Okay. You want to take a look at this coral, Steve?
Do I? Yes, maybe.
Again,
Tight
I'm sure
zoom, yeah.
Can I get a tight
Before
zoom?
it's consumed by the herd of fishes.
Oh, they would never eat this. There's much better
I
things
know,
to
but
eat.
no, it looks like a black coral.
It is. I'm sure it is.
I
All right. Let's yeah. Let's go. See, fish are gonna come back. They just really wanted to photobomb us. They wanted their day, their moment. So take a picture of me.
polyps very large on these black corals compared to the ones we find in the deep sea. It's kind of counterintuitive because usually with the soft corals, the deeper you are, the larger and larger the polyps are as a functional trait.
I just can't get over how many morays there are. It doesn't stop. There's just a moray in every hole. It's not what I was expecting. I mean, look, you see 1, 2, 3. It's like whack-a-mole. You see them?
Look at
Do you see that? It's crazy.
So many.
There's so many.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
How many morae do you think there could be?
I don't know, but I think there's moray than I can count.
We'll be here all week. Please don't unsubscribe from the channel on YouTube.
How could they? We're so electric. Oh, come on. Nothing? Thank you. Jared gets me. That's what I'm gonna do. Look at that.
I
There
find
we
myself
go.
hitting the beauty shot more often than I
And there's a
usually
lionfish
am
just hanging
these
out.
days.
For no reason now. So now we're in ambient light again.
Oh yeah.
Amazing.
The light.
So I'm sort of surprised we're still not in heavy scleractinian territory, right? This is all still
They're around, yeah.
rubble
It's,
and unconsolidated pavement. I mean, there's a couple here and there, but this is not like the wall-to-wall carpeting that we typically see as we get a little shallower. But here we are at 64 meters, and we're getting to the point where I'd expect that to change. But maybe we're just on the side of the island where.
Do you want the fish to go away?
Me? No.
Okay. No. Yes.
I mean,
They don't like the super bright lights, and normally they run away when they turn on the filters.
I mean, I kind of like to make a joke about it. Here you go. Here's another flexorid, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see if we can get a zoom.
Looks like a plexaurid. Shallow water plexaurid.
And yeah, then there's still 17 more eels around it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We're
Yikes.
pretty stretched out. Though,
Yeah,
so,
we put them at 75, so it's possible just another one of them.
Oh yeah, we're pulling it pretty tight. So. Keep going.
Yeah. I think I'm looking for coral transitions, and I'm just kind of soaking this all in. I'm really excited. We're gonna have a year or more to look back through this footage in a lot more detail. So I'm just trying to grab some zooms here and there on some of the as we start to transition habitat. It's all still dead rubble with a lot of crustose coral and algae. That's what all that pink is. If we ever our fish friends are gonna have a blast IDing all these fishes.
They're actually humans, but they identify fish.
There's a coral tucked up.
Right, it's true. They're not going to be fish identifying fish. Nice job, Steve.
Roger that.
I mean, we have fish friends too, but we also work with humans that study fish.
Sorry, I meant you know. Oh, come on. So again, I'm looking at this, and this is just all looks like it's probably. Oh, here we go. Can we take a quick look at the squirrel?
Squirrelfish. The squirrelfish?
I'm looking at the corals. Oh yeah, that probably is a squirrelfish. So this is, we're starting to get into these big plated scleractinians.
Are those corals as well?
What?
Are they corals as well?
Yeah, these are corals. So these are. Now we're into the true scleractinian zone, and all this pavement around that you see is probably, you know, this species or something similar to it. It's still, I can't get a close read on the polyps here, but oh good. Here we go. We'll key these out afterwards once we get the footage. We can really pay attention to them. God, that almost looks like a. That's all right. And so all of this is rubble from these kinds of corals. And what's cool is that they fall and fall and fall down the hill. But then what makes them sort of consolidate or stick together is this pink stuff. This is all crustose coral and algae. And what's happening here is that it's gluing the reef matrix together, which is essential because no baby corals can settle if the rock is going to keep tumbling and tumbling and tumbling. So you need this reef to glue together and consolidate and create this pavement so that you can end up still moraines, so that you can end up actually encouraging larval settlement. So we're starting to see the occasional hard coral. I think it was a pavona that we just passed over to the right, and maybe a big mantis. I think there was a favia down there. This looks like a Porites coming up with all the grazing scars on it. So speaking of corallivery, right? So it's classic. There's probably a pufferfish that's taking graze. Oh, I don't know. It's not really grazed as much as I thought. So that looks more like favia after all. Never mind. I think that is a favia. Or some kind of bobbin. Yep. Okay. We haven't really gotten to. We're still in this mostly crustose coral and algae zone.
This button a bit when there's a really nice scene.
Okay.
Okay. So we're continuing to
Beauty
move
shots.
out. Just taking beauty shots. But it still looks like, and it's not surprising that favids are dominant in this part. I know there's morays everywhere. It's crazy.
It's quite disgusting sometimes.
Yeah, and then here's something different. This is something big and platey. This could be a, I don't know. Looks like something in the Agaricid family, or maybe it's been a long time since I've looked at my Pacifics. Okay, let's keep going up. This is awesome. I got a good shot of that. But you can see that sort of plating, folios, sort of lettucey sort of shape. I'm cognizant of the temperature and of our time because we want to be able to go deep too. So I'm kind of pushing us up the mountain so that we can go back down and do it again.
I'm at 45.
Oh my God, we are at 45. And this is still mostly rebel. So let's get a good pan up, see what's coming up ahead of us.
Beauty shot.
That's ambient right there.
That's who?
That's ambient light.
That's ambient light. Perfect.
No lights on the bottom.
And I'm looking down, and this is not coral. This is living coral. This is mostly coral rubble with an occasional living coral in between.
Okay.
Again, mostly looking like favids. And you can see that structure that we've been looking at below with all that. Here we go. This is fire corals. I think. Nope. Is that algae? What is this? It's been so long since we've seen the color green. Well, there's some halimeda on the bottom. This is algae. All right.
Alright, we're in the soul zone now.
Yep. So we should probably, there's a Proceloporid. So if we're getting too swelly, just let us know and we'll get out.
Just like you know the conditions.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, this is a lot of algae. Okay, and I'm gonna see if I can zoom and oops some of these corals so I can get ideas on them for later.
You just hit the
Wait, what's the name of those corals? The green one.
Those are not corals, those are plants or algae.
Plants?
So I know, we've switched from animals life to photosynthetic life here, to algal life. So I don't necessarily, can't tell you which ones these are, but as we jump up, I'm still just amazed at how rubbly this is. There's more Possilophora.
Maybe I need to take a beauty shot first.
Okay, go ahead. We'll have all the video. There's some groupers and some angelfishes, lots and lots of anthias and triggers. I love ambient light, but maybe can you put a light on?
No, this is our lights. We're just up a little high. It's coming down right now.
Okay, sounds good.
You have to look down.
Okay.
Like if you're looking up, while
Oh,
you're
yep, I gotcha. Thank you.
Oh
And
my
there's still more
gosh.
eels.
I really hate eels.
Oh, I love them. They're so sweet. They won't get you. But I respect everybody has their own preferences. So now we're getting into the zone of a reef where you could scuba dive. This would still be deep. This would be a deep dive. This would be about 95, 100 feet. But this is into the range of normal scuba diving depths. So it's still really hard to get to because we're in the middle of nowhere, but explorable. And just looking at the transition, I would never have guessed if I was scuba diving down this that the next 50 to 100 meters would still be moray eels and rubble, right? You know, I never would have occurred to me. You can see corallivery right there, right? So that's a Porides species, and there's some bites on it.
What are those corals?
I think it's Porides. Or Pavona.
We're starting to get flat. 30 meters.
Wow. So we're at 30 meters, and we are getting ready to. So we're so near the top now that we're going to get ready to surprise you. Take the ROV off of the reef pretty soon, and then put it back down at 400 meters so we can climb up. There's a wicked current here, so we've been trying to work above the current, and now we're going to try to go below the current, all the while without working through the current.
You don't want to sample anything while we're up here?
No, I don't want to. There's a fundid. We saw one of the skeletons below. Woof. Moving.
Don't beach it.
I'm keeping it all.
Okay.
If you want me to.
That's 10 meters there.
Roger that. Thank you, Ash.
Police officer, she's pulling pretty tight there.
Yeah, vessel's still
Pretty-
moving towards us.
Pretty
right now.
close.
Hmm?
I went to go step out on deck to take a look at how close we were.
To the
Close.
island?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh.
Oh, there's an island?
We're still at Baker Island. You should go look.
Yeah, go ahead.
Take some pictures for me. I won't get a chance to see it.
It's off the port quarter.
I haven't even looked at the chat. Sorry, everyone. I've just been glued to this.
I'll show you.
I have no idea where it is.
So we're starting to get into different morphologies, right? There's some pillar corals and some boulder corals and some plating corals, and this is more sort of typical of the diversity of coral morphologies you just expect to see in the shallows, and not surprisingly, we're essentially in the shallows. So we're at 29 meters. This would be a deep dive, but still a very achievable dive. Corallivery everywhere. You see the margins? The white parts,
Yeah.
which is more typical of these.
Butterfly fish, right?
No, those are
No.
usually puffers
Puffers.
around here. Butterfly fish usually don't leave too much of a mark. They just suck out single polyps.
Mhm.
And then you have puffers and parrot fishes who are going to be the ones taking chunks out.
I mean, I haven't seen any parrotfish so far. Would they be this deep?
They can be, but they usually like to be a little shallower. So I can see we're descending. We'll probably.
I'm just
Oh, yeah.
scanning it.
Just scanning. Okay. Cody's just giving us a tour.
Yeah, we need the vessel still moving up to the next waypoint.
Yeah. Got it.
Probably their last waypoint unless they're comfortable to move more north. So once they get there, they'll need to stretch back out to farther from that way.
Perfect. That makes sense. So you're starting to get to things where you can almost see the fluorescent centers and the fluorescent polyps of some of these fluorescent centers of some of these polyps. Fluorescence, not bioluminescence, which is a really important distinction, right? So fluorescence, you need wavelengths to excite, or you need photons to excite certain wavelengths of light, and then you get that sort of fluorescent green. Whereas bioluminescence is really self-made light. And so again, one of these big differences between the deep and the shallow is sort of this mechanism. Of course, the other big difference is symbiosis.
This, I missed it earlier. This is calcareous algae here?
I think so. I think this is Halimeda right here for
Yeah.
sure. And so is that. Then there's this stringy stuff, which I'm not sure what it is. This is for sure a Parades that's being eaten by a puffer.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the scrape marks all around it.
I've only ever snorkeled once in the Pacific Ocean, so I don't have any context for a lot of these corals, and
This
it wasn't
is
even that far from shore. Oh yeah,
purple
look,
litha.
wow.
It's
really
a
nice.
type of, it's in the mushroom, it's
Yep.
in the funded family, but
Mhm.
it's not, it's multi-polyped.
Mhm.
This is all Poslopora. This is some kind of fovid, I can't really key it. It's fast and furious now. You know, it's funny, I'm switching my brain as it's actually harder than I thought to switch my brain. I was most recently in the shallows in Belize. Now we've been in the
Mhm.
deep sea, and all of a sudden we're in the shallow Pacific, but it's coming back. More
Wow,
Posloporas.
what is all that purple stuff? Coral and algae,
That's
yeah.
all coral and algae.
Really granular stuff, not much.
So some of it's encrusting other things, right? You can see there it's encrusting that posloporid shape, but sometimes they actually have a morphology all of their own. If you go to Rose Atoll in American Samoa, the crustless coral and algae just dominates the ecosystem and has its own morphology. There's lots of little, now we're sort of getting into, this must be pretty pounded, because there's not a whole lot of, there's a lot of rubble, and there's not a whole lot of big corals.
Probably 20 meters or so after this waypoint.
They go north?
Yeah, probably will tell you when you're still in it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we're pretty much at our limit there.
Yeah, string leash.
Yeah, so.
We're able to get the ship and vehicles so close to this depth and shallower and closer to the island today because we've been having a string of pretty good weather. Very calm seas. Currents are manageable, so we're taking advantage of this opportunity today and yesterday to
Yeah, and here's our first crapperid. So now we're really getting to the shallows. That is awesome. Might be hyacinthus. It's hard to tell. But certainly around this area though. Lots and lots of butterfly fishes around it. They love to nip it. So again, corallivery. Such a difference in, well, just about everything. But yeah. So we're at 24 meters, and I still haven't seen a parrotfish. You're right.
it's unusual.
What fish?
Parrot.
Parrot?
Hmm? Maybe it's because I've been so busy looking at the corals that I haven't been paying attention. There's more of the Zinkless. And yeah, see how overturned some of these are? Like, I bet this gets wave pounded.
they're on the windward side, right?
For sure. So in the lee, I bet this would look really different. But that's also really valuable because I know that, see there's butterfly fishes eating corals right in front of us. Coral liver in action. I know that the Coral Reef Ecosystems Dynamic Program, or CRED program in NOAA, that's the coral liver's puffer that's been making all those marks. I was gonna say, they come out here and do dive surveys, right? So they see this stuff all the time, but they probably don't make it over to the windward side so easily because it's really hard to get
Small
over
boats
here.
and all.
Exactly. So these are just the perfect conditions. So that makes this footage even more exciting because I bet it's a glimpse that they don't always get to see. So we'll make sure that we.
White balance on that
Is it a little bit better
sand.
than the Falkor?
Well, this is ambient light.
Yeah.
We can
This
white
isn't
balance if
good.
you want.
Let's try it.
White balance.
Zoom in on that.
Oh, your
You
lights
zoom
are
in
on.
that white,
Yep.
rock or whatever.
Yeah, hold it right
That
there.
is a fungid
100.
in the back. This white one. Yep. Ready? I'm gonna. Oh. There you go.
Bessa.
So you can see all this pink again. We're starting to get like all the most common morphology around here is sort of pleaty. Even the branched corals are kind of pleating out because that's what gives them the best resistance to the water as it just pounds them on the surf and the current. So health. Go ahead.
So this looks, somewhat less healthy than certainly what we were seeing at the deeper depths. Is that true, or is it
No.
more, or would you qualify as healthy?
No. So this is one of those funny things where people.
This is just the geography of it?
This is just so. See how pink it is?
Yeah.
That's a sign of crestless coral and algae, which is what baby corals like to settle on. So the fact that you have healthy corals, I don't see any bleaching, I don't see any signs of disease, and you have all this crustose coral and algae cementing the reef matrix together to allow new baby corals to settle in. This is not an unhealthy reef. What this is a wave-pounded, current-eaten side of the reef with just a couple corals hanging on. But this is not a sign of unhealthiness. This is a sign of a different reef characteristic morphology based on where it sits in relation to the island. So, reefs don't have to be wall-to-wall carpeting to be healthy, but often in the Caribbean or places where there's more humans around, right? If you saw this much rubble, it would not be a sign of a healthy reef. But here, in the middle of nowhere, with knowing what we know about the island conditions and seeing the crustose coral and algae and seeing the corals which are here doing so well, but also see how flat they are. They're trying to keep a low profile to the current, right? This is
Yeah, roger that.
that's what's going on here.
Pretty grubby.
Yeah, and there's
How much,
tons of
more
fish
can you
left,
move
so clearly there is a lot to eat.
Okay.
So what you
Yeah, if
don't
could
see
just
is a
There's
lot
not
of-
much
limit,
there's
once we get
no
to the
fishing
road there,
pressure.
then
Well, and you
start
don't
getting
see
back
any
up.
macroalgae overgrowing all the corals, right?
Oh,
And all the
sure,
signs
like
of
Hawaii.
all the signs of unhealthy reefs, like macroalgal overgrowth and really fleshy macroalgae. We don't see disease. We don't see just bleaching, and we don't see a whole lot of. I don't see dead coral skeletons that are just dead and are covered with turf algae or just sitting there scrubby. Instead, what we see are corals with low profiles that are healthy, and rubble that is broken probably due to intense wave action that is, as it should be, getting consolidated into reef matrix. And this is what keeps the island up, right? It's all this calcium carbonate that's consolidated that kind of accretes and creates the reef matrix and the island matrix. Okay. So Eric, I'm really glad you asked that question because I think, you know, sometimes you jump in. I've been with people who have seen a reef for the first time and they jump in a place like the Caribbean and they say, "Oh my God, there's fish everywhere, there's corals everywhere," and you just see a few corals, and you know they think it's the most beautiful coral reef, but it's actually really unhealthy.
Mm-hmm. I've had that
is.
experience.
And so recognizing the science of a healthy reef is really important. But the science of a healthy reef in the deep sea is something I've been thinking a lot about, right? We don't see disease in the deep sea, or not at least that I know of. Steve, have you seen much coral disease in the deep sea?
I don't think we have the ability to recognize it yet, at least among corals. You know, it's very difficult to tell because we're looking at snapshots most of the time of the animals we see down there, and so if we think of disease as a progressive kind of thing, we're not really getting that time perspective.
Can I just zoom in between this stuff
Yes.
on it? Okay. I'm gonna get to this little stuff in here.
I am in a swell zone, so it's
Okay,
gonna be
that's all right.
like that right there.
That's fine.
If you wanna
Still better
zoom
than
out
the
just a
Falcon.
little bit,
Yeah, if you zoom out a touch, you can get it closer.
I'll get up close to it. There you go, right there.
I just want to get into this stuff in between, right? This is living coral in between everything, and I just want to see what it is. So there's some kind of small branching coral that I can't quite focus on.
We're at
Perfect. All this yellow stuff in between.
Oh, there it is.
Cool.
It's an urchin underneath that coral head.
Yep, for sure. So you can see this is so. That's great.
You want some of that?
No, because we're gonna take it down deep. This is you know, yeah, sure. I'll take a piece. That'd be great.
Just a little yellow ones, right? Not
Yeah,
the
just
red
a little
ones?
yellow one. I'll stick it in our respirometer. We'll do some immune experiments, which I think will be great.
Right there. We'll try to go past.
It should be fine in the deep sea for a little while. It's just getting cold.
Just a bit chilly. Would there be bleaching associated with a cold shock in that
It can.
short period of time?
It's possible. We'll see. We're about to do a bleaching experiment. Cold water bleaching.
Now we're getting
experiment.
complicated. We're doing shallow and deep water coral
Where's
experiment.
Constance? She likes transplants.
All right, what's the symbol number?
This is for 270.
You ever seen Toy Story?
Yes. The claw decides who stays and who
I'm
goes.
picturing the little corals going, the claw!
God, you're fast. Thank you. That was great. Another black too. Okay. You know, given how wave pounded this is, I really think that the gold here was in the Mesophotic. I mean, this is super interesting and it's super beautiful, but when I just think about the diversity and the nooks and crannies and the sheer amount of everything we were seeing, it really was very high diversity in the Mesophotic, right as we were starting to transition.
Well, that makes sense. Overlap.
Yeah, well,
Range,
it's also
range overlaps.
yeah, and it was also below this heavy surf zone. Okay, I think this is where we say goodbye to the shallows and go back down to the deep. It's been really nice to see these friends. I love these anthias. such incredible footage.
Can you fill in the rest
Yes,
of
I'm the worst. I'm keeping notes here.
If I can only go back so
What's
far on
yeah?
this, so
Just
I can't.
Q10.
Pretty quick if possible. Yeah.
So what do we have to tow? Probably an hour or so.
All right, Adam,
Till we get down?
pick up
Yeah, till we get
about
out.
15 meters.
I think it'll be half an hour. 45
Copy that,
minutes.
1 meter.
Yeah, just pick
They
up
wanna
till
get
it's
down
tight,
quick,
where the-
Yeah,
they're
of course.
high.
Don't worry about 1.5, just wherever we can.
So they're gonna
we're
punch
coming
as
back
fast as they
behind
can
the boat,
now.
Yeah, sounds good. Picking up.
All right, so I would say in about the next half an hour or so, we'll be down pretty deep. So just stick with us. We'll try this again.
I'm gonna do a dive in reverse today, starting with the shallowest and going deeper, but still moving upslope along the way.
You can see the more the crystal coral analogy here has its own shape, right? Now it's got these like little rosy. That's not encrusting something else. That's it, making its
Yep,
own
yeah,
structure.
little- yep. Did you get a chance to take a look at the island? Maybe closest than
Well, I mean,
Closer
it's
than we've
just
ever
a strip in the distance. It makes me angry because I want to go on it.
the Marine
wanna
National
walk
Monument and Bird
around.
Sanctuary.
So,
And all those awesome
It looks a little
fundants.
bit nondescript, right? Because it's just a shoreline, but the island is so
Oh
low.
my god, amazing zooms, Cody.
I mean, the Wikipedia says it's 6 meters, and I'd be surprised if it was more than 4 anywhere, other than maybe a low
Alright,
tide.
that's 15. You got 6 floats on the surface, just off parallel with the back of the boat.
Yeah, pretty amazing. When you consider the island itself above sea level is about 6 meters, but we came up from as deep as 2,500 meters on this feature during our deepest dive. So I mean, it extends down all the way down to 5,000
It's
plus.
astounding. Yeah,
so
it's
it's
astounding. So what would that?
humongous
What would be
So,
comparable as
Give me
a
just 1 second. I just want
terrestrial
to answer a quick question so that we don't lose people. Yes, we're going back to the forest. That's our plan. We're going there right now. Okay, go ahead.
I'm
gonna try.
excited.
We're gonna try. All right,
That forest was unbelievable.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you about to say? What were you just saying about the island? Meters?
I was curious if what would be the analog to a mountain, a terrestrial mountain. Would it be what did you say it was? It's 6,000 meters to the bottom, so 18,000
Yeah, the
feet.
abyssal plain somewhere around 5,500.
So 18,000 feet. I mean, that's higher than Mammoth. That's higher than anywhere in the Sierras, right? Highest in the Sierras is about 14. Denali is 21. So it's when you put it in those terms, it's amazing.
It is really amazing. Upside down funded? Yep. So interestingly, about what we're doing right now, we have just climbed to the top of a line, which is actually, or climbed to the top of this mountain, as you're talking about, which is exactly in line with where we were diving yesterday. And we're going to go back down that line to try to sort of finish the but the line we were on yesterday. And so, when we're down at the deep, we never know what's right above us, what might be feeding what's down below, but now we do know. We've seen what's directly above us, and that's going to be really cool as we start to see the deep, and then especially as we're looking at fallen skeletons and a bunch of other things, fossil reefs. We were looking at all those crazy flat panels yesterday, remember that? And now I kind of understand why, right? Like, it's flat here now too, it's just wave pounded. So the morphology that we see deep is going to make sense in a different way now that we've seen what's shallow, and I think that's really insightful. I'm so excited.
But have we figured out what those formations were at the
at the garden, at the forest,
Well, we
where
haven't- I don't think
it
we-
was so steep, and it looked like it was right out of New Mexico or Arizona, right out of Petra in Jordan. Those
It's-
sheer cliffs of
So were you here in the
calcium
room when
carbonate.
we saw the spur and groove?
the what?
The spur and groove as we were headed up into these shallows?
No.
I mean, I think it's this reef structure we
Yeah.
can show you.
But it's reef upon reef upon reef, right?
Yeah,
It's
and so I think we're looking at literally the same thing a couple 100,000 years ago.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sea level rise has been fairly rapid in the past 50,000 years. So just imagine, approximately about 200 meters less water
Yeah.
on this island now. And that's kind of where we started our dive today, around 200 meters. That's kind of the old coastline.
Which is going to be kind of wild to sort of watch it with that in mind.
So 50,000 years ago? That's your estimate?
The height of the last glacial maximum. So when was that? 50,000?
Let's look it up. Oops, that's my cord. Height of the last glacial maximum. Sorry, just throw my stuff down. I don't actually know.
Yeah, floats are getting closer to the boat a little bit, but starting to kick away. If you move him to the south,
Moving to the south all the time.
southeast a little bit better, you'll start having them come out.
Cody's
back
about
up
to
around.
fly away.
Okay, cheers.
So, it depends probably where in the world you were, but affected differently. But 21,000 years ago, the sea level was about 125 meters lower than it is today.
So that's still higher than we were where we saw those walls.
Right. But we have been moving backwards.
And then but you do have the subsidence, right, where
For
I
sure.
don't know how long, what the period that takes to subside, but you probably have 10, 20, 30 feet, maybe, not 100 feet.
It can be substantial. It's difficult to tell. There are models where you can put all the parameters like plate movement, plate speed, size of the hotspot that forms the antecedent topography, the volcanic material that the reef builds on top of. So it's not just one variable. It's
Right,
all of them,
of course.
all of the variables.
It matters,
Yeah.
where you are.
But there can certainly be subsidence on the order of hundreds of meters, depending on where you are.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Is it nice? You good?
Yeah, amazing. Like completely amazing. You guys have fun?
Oh, how's
There were a few seamounts
But
off
not
us.
over 50,000 years.
Sure.
No. This is millions of years.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
billions of years
Okay.
ago.
Wait, millions of years ago what?
A lot of
Yeah.
the
Yeah, that
subsidence
float's looking better.
is
They're
a
just off
process
the
that
surface
occurs
now.
over
Yeah,
millions
Roger,
of
if you
years.
want to.
Absolutely.
Start fading out here?
Not yet. Oh yeah, I guess you're gonna have to
So
give
hang
us
on, this is
control
the
for, or
message
you're gonna have
I've
to
been
take control
waiting
until we
for.
get down a little bit deeper.
There are
Yeah,
some
okay,
really
I'm totally,
really
get
interesting
some weight on
seamounts
water
off
there.
of Southern
What
California,
are you
for
swapping right
example,
now? Oh
that
yeah, you can swap on now, sure.
were probably
Yeah.
very close to or possibly above sea level. Their summits are a few hundred meters depth, but again, combined with plate tectonics and subsidence, those seamounts could very well have been, earlier channel islands that just ended up sinking down below the waves. And we,
Are you talking south of and probably part of that same chain from the Channel Islands?
yeah, parts of the California borderlands and Channel Islands, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a few seamounts out there, like Rodriguez Seamount. Is quite shallow compared to some others, as well as San Juan Seamount is out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bit further offshore.
Mm-hmm.
How many feet on this stuff to date? Nothing open prepared.
Just heading back towards that
But,
ship.
yeah, I mean, there are many processes going on there. Like there's sedimentary deposits, for example, too. I was on a cruise last year. We found a fossilized whale skeleton in calcium carbonate. Really neat.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Adam, I've got, it's full blast right now. I don't have any autos on.
Yeah, here in a little bit, once we get down to
Just give me a tap. Let me know.
Have fun.
So while we're going back down, there was a question in the chat earlier that I think we can probably answer now. And Eric, it's really great to have you part of the conversation. People said, how on earth do I get to do this kind of thing? And given that we have a journalist, right? You're a journalist and a photographer and a videographer. Steve is a coral taxonomist. We have Anamere, who's a first-year marine biology student. I think it's a really good conversation to have about how you get to try to do some of these things and how you can get here from all these different pathways to be able to explore this. So, I don't know, Eric, when did you first start working in the oceans? I'm interviewing you. How about that?
I grew up at the ocean. I was a tide pool kid. We didn't have.
Let me know when you want to start paying out.
We didn't have screens, you know. I mean, we had television screens, but they were, you know, tubes, and you only watched between 7 and 9 p.m. So I was a tide pool kid and always loved the ocean, always came back to it. And I've been lucky because when I was, you know, working formally as a journalist, which I still do, when I was not asked to do something by an editor that was not ocean related, I was usually pitching ocean related stories. And so I've done many, many, many stories about the oceans, from biology to, you name it, this kind of thing.
That's awesome. I'm sorry, I'm just watching this transition again. Like, we just went back through our little pavement of Gorgonians. Did you see that? I don't know, Steve, how was your path to marine science? Path to the ship.
Path to the ship. Hopped on a flight in New York and arrived at Honolulu, and I was here about 10 hours later. That's about it. So I also was kind of a tide pool junkie. I grew up on the coast as well, tide pools. You know, basically flipping over rocks at the beach, seeing what's underneath. The first kind of exploration we usually do as kids sometimes. But yeah, I have always had admiration for marine biodiversity and marine research, and I actually started out in high school in taking marine science oriented program coursework, and just kind of followed that ever since. I've been taking my degrees in marine biology, my bachelor's degree, followed by marine science for my master's, and more recently biology for my PhD work. But yeah, I've been always trying to incorporate field components into my research as well. I love going out just as much as I love being in the lab sometimes. So I'm happy to do both, and very excited to see what we find when we get back into the lab.
Me too. It's awesome. Hey, Anamere, why don't you tell us your path to the ship, path to marine science? What? People want to know how we get to do this, so you get to tell people how you got to be interested in marine biology.
Let me know when you stop paying out.
Marine biology?
Oh yeah, the question's way back, so just tell us how you got to be interested in marine biology.
Oh, I actually, since young, I was like, it's been a dream, like, to study marine biology. I don't know, it's just like I really love to, like, swim, and of course, like, Kiribati, it was like surrounded with a big ocean, so I feel like studying marine biology is worth it, because sometimes as people that we're surrounded by the big ocean, we don't really actually understand what is in there. So studying marine biology is I guess like it's the best choice for me.
Do you want to say that in Kiribati language too? Just for anybody from Kiribati who might be listening.
Okay, so for those in Kiribati, I would like to share with you like why I chose to study marine biology. Chosen the marine biology begin up Kiribati is surrounded the Nirana Daria and Bubragay ngayon ang bunga na study banda biday sa kadata boyahan na ramerawa ririgirora. So inang kahawag ya sinadaya batira raya inano na sinakangan ni protect ya sinakangan sa ibini payay kamay si bugin the generation the one met the one.
Awesome. Are you guys super focused, or do you want to share your path to the ship?
I'm just gonna just over the ledge here.
Yeah, fair enough.
2 seconds.
I'm really glad you're here.
sure I saw it clear. So yeah, I don't know. Which they don't know how it was. Yeah. Oh, there's a shark there. Yeah. And then on that big thing up top. Yeah. Hey Cody, you got me?
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
Hey, which way is the umbilical leading there?
How deep is your love? What is that?
I have no idea. They're
Your
talking to
love.
each other. I think they might be asking us how deep we're going to.
Okay.
We're going to about 400
Yeah, we're
meters.
just gonna slow here. I'm just gonna clear that ledge and then start diving.
That's fine. I got that pitch boat on, so I'm just in the garage right here.
Okay, sounds good.
So when you stop, let me know and I'll turn it off.
Okay.
I'm so glad.
You're not
I don't
really
want
on.
to charge it.
What's that?
Hey, anyone in the library, do you want to come up for a while?
So
It looks like it's holding fine, so I'll be off down.
Okay, cheers. Thank you.
all right, folks, now we're making our way down.
No, don't worry. Dennis just asked me to make sure that we're meeting at 8.3 is actually the start point. So that's nice. Not going well, are you? I'm just tired.
I suspect she will.
Tell her to pass her bedtime.
She'll say she is, and then she'll do something else, and you'll see her around.
Alright folks, so now we're back, so welcome again.
Yep. Looks like some kind of serpulid polychaete or something. All right. Yeah. So welcome back to everyone for part 2 of the dive today. We just pulled off a little bit and dropped back down to a deeper depth, and we're going to work our way up again. This time starting from a depth roughly of about 500 meters. We're at 521 right now. Working our way up to somewhere in the range of 200 to 300 meters or shallower. But we're diving on an adjacent part to where we had sampled yesterday, where we saw some pretty spectacular terrain with large coral overhangs. Yeah, I'm going to tilt up a little bit. So it looks a lot different than what we were seeing in the shallows. Definitely less color here, but still quite a bit of life. Fishes, sponges so far mostly. Our next sample is 271. I'm just making a note of that for the audio record. Lots of crabs and shrimp in this overhang area. Large heterocarpus shrimp. These shrimp are pretty enormous. Squat lobster is more characteristic of these depths. Can I have lasers on? Lasers on when you get a second. So, unlike a lot of our explorations, we have a general idea of what to expect. We're kind of starting at the ending point of near the ending point of one of our previous dives. So we're expecting to get some pretty tremendous vertical relief in the next couple hundred meters, where we'll be doing some more intensive imaging as well as probably some sampling. There's an Enelopsamia, stony coral, very, very close, in the same group as a lot of the shallow water corals we were seeing, but this one is exclusively deep. Usually no shallower than 400 or 500 meters in this part. Some tonguefish on the rock, if you're seeing these small oval-shaped blue fish, flatfishes. There are actually quite a few of them here. Shrimp, crinoids. In the upper left-hand corner there's a dark crinoid, as well as a goniasterid sea star on the left-hand side. starting to see some of this more regular fossilized reef morphology. We of course are diving deeper on this on Baker Island, and a lot of what we're seeing is what we saw up shallower, but very, very far back in history, hundreds of thousands to possibly millions of years.
A shrimp.
Of sponges. These are mostly probably a mixture of glass sponges and demo sponges at this depth. What's this shiny thing there in the lasers right now? Looks like some sort of shell. Zooming in. Yeah, some sort of bivalve shell. Definitely fallen from above. Buried in the sediment. Okay. That's good, thank you. And we're starting to enter now the rubble zone. This is exactly what we were seeing yesterday, and extended for quite a bit, about 100 meters or more in the vertical up this face. This doesn't look like exactly the spot we were yesterday, but adjacent to it. But you can see a lot of these channels kind of act as chutes, sending a lot of the rubble debris that falls down further down into the deep ocean. Associated with these coral falls, we would find a pretty good deal of predators, sidoroid urchins, as well as asteroid sea stars, which were preying on the low-hanging fruit, basically all the corals that fell down and were easily approachable. Sponges here. Can we move up kind of along this thing here? This looks interesting. See how far that goes up.
Just this like feature?
Yeah,
like
keeping all of this in view and moving up the side. It seems like a lot of things really like this upcurrent side of these rocky faces. There's some sponges on the downcurrent side, but a lot of the high density corals we were seeing was on the right side of.
the right side?
Yeah, but we can move up it and go back and forth between the two. something. Can we take a peek at this white sand here? Probably gonna go in for a tight zoom. Thanks. So this is a primnoid, it's looking like Narella. Can we poke it? I'm just gonna get one shot with all these ophirids before you go in. No, I just want to poke it. Just a quick brush. And then we'll go back in for placing again in the area that was disturbed. A little bit more? Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Alright. Gonna go in again.
Is that a slopey?
This is a primnoid octocoral.
Okay.
I just want to get some good imagery on this one. Having some details with the polyp open as well as the polyps closed will help us get a better idea on it. Alright, that's enough. Alright, let's move up and on. So primnoids were some of the most species diverse groups of deepwater corals, particularly in the mid-bathyal depth range, so between 200 and down to as deep as 1,500 or 2,000 meters. We've seen a number of species, and we've sampled a number of species so far in this expedition. I think that's pretty similar to the one we got. There are some other corals here. I'm seeing some evidence of skeletons for corals we haven't seen yet. Anelopsami in the background and the lower upper left is a yellow stony coral we've collected a couple times so far. There. This looks like some more of this, that these corals like this, just the lip of these overhangs. I think what we're looking at here are mostly denuded precious coral skeletons. But I can take a quick punch in, we don't have to settle up when you have rear. It's okay. Sure. We are, of course, keeping an eye out for instances of predation, for example, by sea stars or other echinoderms on these corals. It's tough to say what's going on here, other than part of the colonies look quite dead, but the skeleton remains, and I'm gonna try and zoom in on part of the colonies that are.
That's a good coral, yeah.
There's a cup coral, yeah, underneath.
Maybe if you're supposed to go over here.
That's alright, I can get in here. Plenty. Looks like there are.
There are live and dead.
Yeah, there's some live tissue on here. It seems like there's some hermit crabs. Although it's difficult to say if they're the ones that are actually doing this. Damage, there's some live. Oh, hold on a second. Any way to stabilize a little
Yeah,
bit?
let me just sit down here. Zoom out for a second.
That coral that I was looking at right here, is there any way you can reach that, a piece of that?
Yeah, let me see if I can get it then.
If it's too deep in the cave, don't worry about it, but
Alright.
it's possibly a new genus of precious coral we haven't seen yet.
Okay.
And a little bit of a tighter zoom first to confirm, and then we may set up for a collection. There's also a similar colony right here that could be a candidate as well, depending on which is easier. Fancy flying, right?
Yeah, it's just this weird angle because it's huge overhang above.
Can I push in?
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, very nice. So this this is another precious coral in the genus Corallium. Most of what we've seen so far has been hemicorallium, and I did want to get a piece of this, probably somewhere like in this section, any of this material, this half of the colony that has live polyps, but also these polyps that are retracted. If we can get a few branches from that, that would be awesome. Do you think we can grab that?
Right, sure.
Sure. Interestingly, when we were looking at this stony coral overhang with lots of stylastrids yesterday, there were a few coralliids a bit deeper, but I didn't notice any of the corallium here. There was some hemicorallium, but if this is corallium, it would be a really interesting find. There are three major groups within the precious corals that represent three different genera: hemicorallium, corallium, and then pleurocorallium, all of which can occur in this monument. And getting a handle on, I'm going to looking at this one right here. Yeah, it looks like the right side of it, from the base to the right, it has all the live polyps. So a few branches of that would be helpful, and it's very brittle. Yeah, it's one of those kind of you have like one go. And one of the characteristics of corallium are mound-shaped polyps, hemispherical polyps, when they're retracted, in contrast to hemicorallium, which are more cylindrical. So I'd be very curious to see how this looks when it comes back up on the ship. I'll be able to confirm one way or the other. I think that might be enough, yeah. Gonna go for 1.5. Interesting thing about these precious corals is that they often so the precious corals, I saw some folks were confused. It looked kind of like bubblegum coral, and you're right in that they resemble each other quite closely when the polyps are closed. However, the coralliids produce a very hard calcitic skeleton, whereas in Paragorgia and the Paragorgiids, the skeleton is much more flexible because it's semi-porous. And so what's left is what you're seeing on the rock overhang up there, which is the remains of that skeleton. Excellent collection, thanks for that. I don't want to scare you, but I don't want to scare you, but I can't promise that's going to be the last one we do.
Oh, and it's over a cliff, so if you drop it, it's gone.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
don't get two chances at this one. Thanks.
Fortunately, the chances of us finding more of it on the way up are probably higher, but thanks for getting the first one. It checks that box.
What makes a coral a precious coral?
Yeah, there's a part of the origin of the precious corals. The reason why they're called that is the original precious coral that was found occurred in the Mediterranean. It's called Corallium rubrum, and in the Mediterranean it was commercially harvested going back to ancient times, where the skeleton was kind of a pearlescent reddish pink, and it was often used and carved as jewelry. And the same can really be done with these, but it's not as vibrant. But obviously we're at a depth where commercial harvest is impractical. But it is still done in certain parts of the world. So if we're gonna do more of this cave cave diving, I guess. We should get moving on that Spelunker ROV.
I'm telling you.
Are we close to the wall? The coral wall?
We are close. Yeah, it's that green. Yeah, it's that green dot on the map up there, and the ROV is moving upwards towards it.
This whole area is just this kind of formation then.
Yep.
And
It's
how deep was it again? Was the wall? Remember?
I think it's another 50 meters above us.
Above us. Okay.
I wasn't there yesterday, but just from when we were descending.
I think
Do you
yeah.
mind if I
I
sit
think
here?
it's somewhere
Yeah, sure.
between 380 and 420. Yeah.
It's for you.
Well, thank you. Oh, it's so comfortable.
Are you sure?
Ooh. So I was just looking at the footage.
Okay, so Alexa said you need to go around.
Let me pull up my messages here. Yep. So we're still a little deep, but we're going to be coming up, and it seems like a lot of the corals are on the right side of this ridge as we've been moving up. So keeping an eye, popping over to the side and to the right side every once in a while is helpful, provides some perspective. I saw that folks are following us along on YouTube. We can do a brief round of introductions for the voices that are in the room right now. My name is Steve Oskovich. I'm one of the scientists and watch leads on this expedition to the Phoenix Islands archipelago. I'm a visiting postdoctoral researcher in the Urchin lab at Boston University. Oh, there we go. Leiopathes. We come down and take a look at this one. Maybe if Alexis is listening in the room, did you guys remember on Nautilus in 2019 if you got any Leiopathes? I think it looked familiar from what I saw in the collections. This is a crazy coral. It's a black coral. Interestingly, we've seen Leiopathes at this depth on other equatorial islands and seamounts. However, the Leiopathes that I saw at Jarvis Island a couple years ago was very much white, but this Leiopathes pink color is more characteristic. It's not sure about species ID at this point, but we'll definitely have to get it back up on deck to take a better look at it. Do an overall shot first. Lasers on the colony.
Camera back, need some more.
Nah, that's alright. Just visible. Okay. So this is a very large black coral. I'm not seeing a ton of associates, just this one crinoid. I'll do a quick zoom and tight around here. Yep.
Whenever you can.
This one's really hard to focus on. It's got a lot of depth to the colony. I think we will take a piece of this since this Leiopathes has been used for PopGen, population genetic studies in the past. but we don't need very much. Maybe I don't know, something like this much, you know.
You want just like two,
Yeah, like I don't know, 10 centimeters or so, or several branches. It's definitely going to need a cut. But let me do one more image, and then you can go in.
okay.
Okay, you are good for sample. This will be sample number 272.
There are also the 12 backside if you want to get
Oh,
one too.
are there? Yep, hold on. That's pretty deep in there. We were just looking at some of the brittle stars. There might be some associates. Can I grab this back for just a quick second? Don't put that arm away.
I'm not.
We're just trying to look and see if this is feasible. I know there are ophiuroids here for Tim, but they're really deep in the colony. Is it just an arm okay? Because I feel like I have a piece right here. Can you do something like maybe right here? This branch, it seems to be pretty isolated. Yeah. It's maybe about 20 centimeters in total length, but we want to try and get one of these branches of the arm.
Alright, let's try it.
Thanks. So there was some question about age of this coral, and Leiopathes has been aged in, well, black corals in general have been aged, and they are some of the most long-lived corals, but Leiopathes has specifically been aged from the Gulf of Mexico, and some of the colonies are hundreds of years old. Our goal is to really not disturb this one as much as possible, but we're just trying to understand something about the biology and diversity of black corals here, so we're going to limit our collection to something very, very small and keep the colony here for hopefully many hundreds or thousands of years to come.
So which one do you want, Steve?
So there's this branch here
Yeah.
is separate, and if we cut it right here, we can get that arm with the branch.
Is there a black coral?
Yep, that's right. It's a black coral called Leiopathes. Yeah, that looks good to me. I'm not sure if we got the brittle star, but that'll be okay, I think. It's a bit.
It's just a leg kind of swooping around.
If it's tough because when they're so deep in the colony, you don't want to have to go through and mangle it more than you need to. So we are going to go in quiver 09. Very nice. So putting that coral in a quiver to try and keep it, one, on the vehicle in the currents, but also trying to keep temperature of the water that coral is occurring in, so it's not stressed out too much, since temperature usually exacerbates them, and particularly with black corals, causes them to mucus quite a bit. Excellent collection, thanks for that. This is a really good instance that shows, how amazingly diverse some of this steep terrain is. Because I feel like you could go up this feature 3 or 4 different places down the wall and probably run into many different species that are just very sparsely distributed. And we had some really nice patch of stony coral and stylastrates we looked at, but we also find these black corals at this depth range also. There were a few black corals, no Leiopathes though, from our expedition to the Phoenix Islands protected area in 2017. But we've examined Leiopathes like this, like I mentioned, other equatorial islands, most notably in the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument unit at Jarvis Island, which is about between 1,000 and 2,000 miles to the east of here, pretty much right on our exact latitude, though. We are coming up probably within a couple dozen meters of this area where we saw a bunch of stony corals, and just before we lifted off to recover the vehicle, we also noted a bunch of large sea fans. What is that? It's a box jelly. You see that? Mid-screen? Really really moving fast, huh? To go under? Yeah.
Anemones. Crap.
Yeah, it disappeared, huh?
Oh, it's a sponge.
That, yeah, that is really cool. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in. Let me get set.
Fish.
You know, I only know what that is because I've seen one before at 700 meters, and I was immediately surprised because I didn't know that box jellyfish get this deep. And there it comes.
Oh, it's a jellyfish.
Yep.
Jellyfish.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more to put it in context, but that is really booking it. Beautiful. Can we do lasers off?
Yep.
Get some nice, oh, perfect. He knows exactly what we want. Pushing back in. This kind of imagery is really valuable because a lot of these gelatinous plankton are very difficult to sample and bring up to the surface, and you know, they typically fall apart, but some of these imagery can be good enough to get a genus or species level ID.
We've opened the bio box before.
Yeah?
You want to try this?
I don't know. I don't know if this is a priority collection, or if we really want to handle it, since they're pretty venomous critters. But beautiful. Is Eric still here? Just wondering if you wanted a particular shot of this because it's really cool.
Really shot.
Yeah, definitely. And you can hit the Eric button too, so you can find this footage easier later.
I took a couple like before. So.
If anyone's in the library, I don't know. I'm gonna suggest no collection on this, but it is really cool, and there have been instances of this recorded before. Looks like it's out of the light. I think we can let it swim off screen. Very nice. Bye, Jelly. Alright, back down on the bottom. Always makes really good highlight footage. Gelatinous zooplankton against the dark black background. Keep on going up. So we're still seeing a bunch of squat lobsters, the occasional cup coral, and these small sponges. Some worm tubes. So where are we relative? I think we're still a little under it. I'm not seeing as much rubble.
I think that was further like
To the-
to our
To our
to the west.
west.
The markers still have from yesterday is supposed to the east.
Yeah.
But when we were seeing the rubble earlier, it was over to the west.
Yeah.
Do you want me to head to the west?
Yeah, let's go. Let's head over that way. If we can acquire the rubble, yeah,
Follow the trail.
yeah, exactly. Breadcrumb trail.
Yeah, I remember the rubble trail we were seeing earlier. Oh yeah, when we came down. Yeah, when we first came
The-
down, we were just further off.
You mean the coral rubble?
Yep, all of the rubble that was falling down. Yeah, kind of like this stuff here. I was, looking at in the camera when we were coming back down. I don't think it's going to be difficult to find that coral garden
No, it's
because
not gonna be.
that was enormous and it seemed to continue forever. Just a matter of getting up there, but we'll take our time since we've seen some pretty new things on this second track up.
The rubble started from that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the rubble right there.
Just a little bit. So if you were watching yesterday, one of the things we saw at the end of our dive was this large overhang and full of stony coral and stylastrids. There's at least 2 species of stony coral that were in this area, and what happens is that as the coral grows over time, it typically one of 2 things will happen. It will get too heavy that it will break off and it will fall downhill, and whatever's left over attached to the rock above will continue to. Do you think so? Photogenic memory? It actually might be. It looks really
photogenic memory.
Yeah, you're the one. You're the one with the memory about all things deep sea.
You found the rubble just in time.
Yeah.
So the brown thing over there, is that a demo?
Which?
The
Are
brown,
you
like,
wanting to set up for a sample of the rubble?
This one?
no, like on the rubble, like.
Oh, it's a dead
Um,
clamshell or brachiopod.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we're gonna. Are we gonna collect? We're not gonna collect.
No,
more of this yet.
not right here.
Yeah, we have enough rubble for probably a couple of years.
That's not true. We can never have enough rubble.
But not enough to get more.
Selective on my rubble collections now.
The sea star that we're passing, the orange and white one, is Trimaster mirabilis. They're really cool. They're in this depth range.
Yes, very true.
Well, there's a lot of cool stuff in the rubble too. I mean, there's worms and hydroids and things. So there's a lot of biodiversity that lives in it. I'm gonna sneak out of here so you can get all the glory, and I'm gonna go to sleep. But I think so. This is what we filled. I think there's something in 11, but it's from the shallows, and I don't think it was written down.
Put a big
Okay.
question mark in there.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So that one, I think it's the black coral that we sampled shallower.
Okay.
But otherwise everything else is open. Yep. And probably at least pop a Niskin in that coral garden when you get there.
So
would be really cool to get a Niskin like set down right in front of it, like right in the midst of it, to see, you know, if that's all we're getting in that area, and then after we pass through it, maybe do a Niskin just
Okay.
outside of it, so we get a comparison of
Okay.
massive coral high density garden and not
Yeah, that's a good-
high density. But that's all I
Thank you.
have for now.
Thanks, Science Steve. Okay, hi guys.
The next sample is 273.
273. Okay.
Which quiver was the question mark? 11?
Yeah.
Can I search on that? Come on.
You can't search on container.
We'll say that is one of a couple shortcomings of Sealog is the search engine is not good.
Oh, Steve left his phone. Yeah.
Yes. Just look at that. Can I have one of those pencils?
Yeah.
Do you need a pen over there?
There's a pencil.
Case.
Okay. Okay, so we are working our way up this face of this feature again, similar to the depth we were in yesterday, where we found all of this rubble, which led up to a big face, a big wall of coral and associates, multiple species of corals, and then right as we were leaving the seafloor yesterday, we saw a large kind of field of a certain type of octocoral. So the goal today is to work our way back up, see if we see any other. If we find the same wall, that's great. If not, it's also fine because we already documented it yesterday. And then we'll try and find those that field of corals so that we can take a close look and try and get some density measurements too, because it was one of the most dense aggregations of the same species that we've definitely seen on this cruise.
Yeah, and we won't have any problem finding that field.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a little overhang. And we had a watch change, so I'm Alexis. I am a research scientist with the U.S. Geological Survey.
And I'm Brian, a marine ecologist with Boston University.
We've been operating at Baker Island for now the last 48 hours? Do we do? No.
We've done 2 dives here already.
Close
So,
to 48
yeah,
hours?
Close to 48 hours. 2 dives and a CTD, however many hours that turns
Yeah.
into.
And so we've been working 24-hour ops. So we've been, when the sub is not in the water, we're processing samples, and then like Brian said, we do a CTD, which is a way to characterize the water column. Wow, look at all that.
Yeah. We jokingly say, or used to jokingly say, every day is a Tuesday on a ship because we respect weekends, but so it's just like every day is another Tuesday. But I think Steve corrected me the other day and said now that we all have such good internet on ships, or at least this ship, it's every day that 5 days are Tuesdays and 2 days of less email day is the more appropriate way to characterize the passage of time on ships.
Got a lot of rubble right here in this valley.
So on this cruise, we're specifically interested in coral livery and some of the characterizing the microbial communities across the equator, comparing with a cruise that we did or some of us did in 2017, as well as looking at the immunity of corals and their interaction with deep sea bacteria, kind of the primary science objectives of this cruise, as well as
doing some exploratory, just baseline characterization of the monuments and the water surrounding the monuments.
And earlier, I guess about 12 hours ago, we were much deeper on this island, so we were at 2,000 meters, and we had much different terrain, a lot of crust-covered basalt, or is that a little? Is that an octopus? Oh no, it's a shrimp. Sorry. We had crust-covered volcanic rock, and then a lot of sediment that was settled along even really steep slopes. So we weren't seeing a high abundance of corals, but as we work our way up in these shallower depths, we're on what we call a carbonate cap. So this whole area is made out of carbonate that was formed by old ancient coral reefs that would have been at the surface at some point in time. That's a big sideroid urchin.
Yeah. So you'll actually see the shapes of shallow water corals in the rocks as we're approaching. You'll be able to see, this is truly a fossil reef, complete with still seeing some of the polyp structures and bivalve shells and stuff that are eroding out of the limestone.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see some of the shapes, like up here on the left. We're approaching, you can see that kind of very patterned, rigid rock.
Viewing at home cannot see the pointer.
I know, well I said left. Now it's in the center. That would be fossilized coral that has now turned into rock, hence fossilized. Lots of rubble and some live. So can we take a look right here, Adam? Where the sea star is? Yeah, sure.
I get to push the coral livery button.
Coral livery. Yeah, sounds good. We might, yeah. So we're setting up now just to take a closer look at what looks like some active coral livery. You can see that on the left and right of the screen there's these little metal arms, and these are, what do you call them? Skids? No.
Rock'em sock'em?
Rock'em sock'em. Landing gear, so that the pilots can approach even when we're on like a vertical face, and we can actually hold position what appears to me more easily than just trying to stay flying. Oh, it's hard to see, right?
I don't even, this might be a different patch.
No, it's right here. Yeah.
Oh, it fell off.
Okay. So this is similar to what we were seeing yesterday. We have a lot of the white coral that you're seeing is what we call coral rubble, so it's dead coral skeleton. And then the purple parts still have live tissue on them, so would have probably fallen off where they were originally attached more recently than the rubble itself, or even you can get propagation. So if it fell off, those corals may still continue to grow for a while. But it looks like this area isn't super a great place for them to stay long term, which is why it all turns into rubble. Oh, hi, fish.
Yeah,
I can. Sorry.
you're good.
Okay.
Thanks, fish. You moved the coral.
Destroy.
So you can see the polyps out where there's that translucent tissue. So that's live coral, and it does look like we have a little predator. Can I have manual?
Yep, you got it.
Okay, thank you.
What have we decided after looking at this on the surface? What are we calling this coral?
Madrepora.
Is it okay?
They're very thin madrepora branches, but I do think it does look like it's. Is it feeding?
One of the comments
Yeah, I
someone
think
thinks
it's
it's a giant isopod home on the left.
A giant isopod home.
I'd love to see one of those.
Are they mean these holes?
I
We're,
guess
we're,
maybe.
we're very shallow to
Yeah,
see.
it could be.
I don't know if I've ever seen a giant isopod in the Pacific. Have you guys?
Oh yeah, they're out here.
Okay.
But I think of them as much deeper than this.
Let's take a look
Generally,
at
you
this
see,
sponge up here,
you
actually.
actually get gigantism is a thing in the deep sea, but in the very deep
Very
sea, where a
deep
lot
sea,
of
yeah.
organisms that we're used to seeing small in the shallows get way bigger in the deep for a whole host of physiological reasons I frankly don't understand. But we are only being at 435 meters here. We are way too shallow to get into some of those giant creatures like the giant isopods.
Okay, I think we're ready to carry on.
No sample?
No sample. Sorry. I promise we'll do some later.
How do you want to stay on? Do you want? I don't know. It's 4 to. How many is it?
Yeah, the only place I've had experience with giant isopods is the Gulf of Mexico. And they are funny little, I guess
Yeah.
funny big animals. And we had one in preservation in my lab that I did my PhD, which is always fun for people to see because they are really large.
Yeah. So as we've been super shallow today, earlier in the day, we got a really good look at Baker Island, and it is the classic like marooned on a desert island kind of island. It's fairly small, only a couple square kilometers. Doesn't have any permanent freshwater reserves on it, and so not much more than grass and low bushes, but it's super important for birds. It's a major bird and turtle nesting site, and so since we've been in the area of both Howland and Baker the last few days, the number of seabirds, the species of seabird, the diversity and abundance of the bird life here is just amazing. I don't know much about seabirds, so I can't identify a lot of them, but there is a significant number of birds hanging out here, and just every time you look over the island, there's a black to gray haze of birds flying around. It's really amazing. These islands are super important for those birds, and those birds are really sensitive to different invasive predators like ants or rats or things like that. So we're not making landfall, we're not getting any closer to land than here as a biosecurity precaution to make sure that we don't accidentally introduce any invasive species here that could hurt the bird or turtle populations.
Yeah, because there would be if there were to be something introduced, there would be no predator for rats or even for ants, and so they would essentially decimate the bird population. This is a features are so much cooler up here. Just seeing all the erosion that's happened over the years. Find really cool little caves, and often the ROV pilots are navigating their way up this, and there can be overhangs, so they're looking up as we're looking down, as we're looking straight forward, using multiple cameras in order to navigate something that's this vertical and complex, I guess.
It's like El Capitan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Yesterday, Eric just walked in, our multimedia correspondent, and he said if this was on land, it would be, you know, a national monument. But it is a national monument. It's just underwater, and not
Be a
many
national
people.
park.
Not many people actually get to explore it, except all of you with us here with Falkor and Sebastian. Lots of little squat lobsters hanging out.
You could free solo this pretty easy.
It's pretty brittle. I don't know how many of these handholds would hold for you.
But
though.
you have no weight to put
Yeah.
on.
That's true. Yes, you can certainly swim it.
Oh,
There's our
there's
first
an
octopus.
Can we take a quick zoom, Adam, on that octopus? Right? Yeah. Yes.
The sort of honeycomb structure we occasionally see in the rocks, that's fossilized coral, right?
Yes, it is. I cannot tell you what type of coral, but it is definitely from an ancient coral. We saw like 4 or 5 of these little octopus yesterday that like to just sit in the nooks of of these structures, and more of them were abundant when we found the area that had a lot of coral density. So it's interesting how they find their way to certain places and what attracts them is always a question that we're thinking about, but it's not necessarily an easy one to answer. And a nice pom-pom anemone up there. I think that's good. Oh, it's moving.
Oh, he's moving. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want
he's
you want
moving.
longer? Do you want longer?
I just if he moves, it would be nice, but maybe he's not moving.
No,
Maybe he's
I think
just
so.
adjusting.
He's probably just adjusting. They can feel like if they still might have semi-functional eyes, but they can definitely feel the vehicle approaching and the water
Probably
mass.
hear it.
Yeah.
If you come back a little bit, like I was looking at some of the wall stuff yesterday, and some of the more, even though the light, you know,
Is
ends up
difficult, yeah.
not being great, some of those back shot, there we go. Some of those wider shots really do give a sense of the scale.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll fly further off.
Does anybody know what species that is?
Don't Mike Vecchio sometimes is online, who is who's a cephalopod expert,
I mean,
but
his eyes are, can you get, are you all the way in?
I think all the way in,
yeah.
I can get us a little closer, but of course
Those eyes are amazing.
Yeah. Oh, look at him.
So we haven't actually gotten a size estimate on this particular animal, but these are generally fairly small, sub 10 centimeters, so 3 or 4 inches probably.
Oh, he's that small.
Yeah, they're really small.
They're really small.
Wow, that's deceiving.
Okay. Do you want us to come out a little bit, or you want to stay that
I
close?
like where you are. I
Okay.
just want to see his eyes, and now that he's moving, it's even more interesting. That's really great.
Going
Although
into
he's just
another
finding
little,
another
yeah.
hole. Yeah, just right there. Hold on those eyes. That's just so perfect.
how they're just undulating. You can undulate all those tentacles
Just 10
separately.
seconds right there. 10
Okay.
seconds.
And we haven't
Great.
seen this octopus
Perfect.
change color very much. The ones we've seen have all been that similar color pattern. Do you want to put lasers on real quick? Just so we oh,
Put a freaking
there we go.
laser on his head.
So
Yeah,
5 inches.
centimeters, yeah.
Or sorry, centimeters. So
Wow.
small little octopus. Yeah. All right. Cool. Let's carry on.
He's like Alex Honnold there.
Yeah.
Free solo and El Capitan.
Must be easier to have 8 sticky arms to do that
Yeah.
with versus.
Jeez.
Look at that sea star just
Hanging on.
slowly making his way up or down.
That's a great reveal. That's a really great reveal.
Yeah, and you can see just how it's all just kind of perched together. Everything starts to, oh.
We should go look into that over
You want to look under there?
Yeah.
That's what it seems that we're finding as when we were exploring a similar area yesterday, is that the coral communities seem to be growing on the underhangs of these rocks. So like we just saw that big wall in front of us where the octopus was, there's not really any coral or sponge community growing, but we turn to the left and we find this overhang, and you can see all the way down the steps of the overhang there are communities.
Found our coral.
Is this the one we were?
Is this the same one?
Is it?
I believe so.
The overhang looks steeper to me.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe it's just orientation.
The way
Yeah.
that the cameras
Yeah.
Okay.
down, but you guys probably came up it.
Yeah.
So we were just to the right of it there coming up that wall.
So we'll take a little bit of time just to.
Yeah, how about we descend to
Yeah. Yeah.
Or if you see something on my way
This
down
is
there.
perfect.
No, this is
This is
good.
a
This is
great
where-
shot.
Yeah.
And a slow tilt. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's great. Gosh.
It does put it into perspective just how massive these rock faces are. Look how textured
Yeah, so
the rock is.
So the vehicle's got an altimeter that allows us to measure the distance from the bottom of the vehicle to the bottom of the seafloor, and it's currently reading about, well, it's jumping around a bit, but somewhere in the area of 20 meters. So this rock wall is well in excess of 75 feet or so, and could be higher depending on exactly what you measure from.
I'm not totally confident this is the same wall.
I'm still remain unconvinced this is the same wall.
Which is cool in itself, that there
Yeah.
would be multiple of these, and I think oriented the same
way. Yeah. It's a very similar feature. If it's not the same wall with that big crack around the side, and oriented the general same direction, so it very well might be. I'm just not 100% sure yet.
I
The
think
vehicle
coral-
navigation shows it like it should be pretty dead on.
You want me to start coming back
Yeah,
up?
yeah.
I think the coral was denser on the wall yesterday.
Yes, I agree.
Near the top, certainly. Let's see.
But also the way that the rock face looks, that texture is not quite what we were seeing either. So this is what I'd like to look at closer.
Does the sonar mapping show any of these features?
Not with enough detail because they're averaged over across 30 meters or so. So seeing these individual gullies are below the resolution of the sonar. So we get the average estimate of this is a steep area, but we're not going to get the individual curve or overhang or anything. And the overhangs make it even more complicated.
Yeah, because like if you're thinking about sound just hitting, you obviously don't know, you can't
Sure,
get that.
Sure. But you could, I'm wondering if you could see the sheerness of it from the mapping.
Sometimes, like,
Is
so
that a
that's
cave?
where
Is
we
that a
get,
cave?
Yeah, it appears to be an old sea cave. That's my
or it's like just a,
interpretation.
it's a pass through. Yeah. So it probably was a cave before. And look at that.
Wow.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
a-
look at the, like, stalagmite coming down. Wow.
It's probably an erosional feature, not an actual stalagmite.
Okay, well, sorry. That's just my.
But
Just gonna
that's
back out here, let's get
Yes,
a better idea of
yes.
what we're
yep, because it looks like a pretty significant overhang.
amazing feature.
It is.
I think I'm pretty convinced it's not the same wall we're on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing is a massive overhang.
Or maybe we were only.
Or maybe we were on the top of it or something.
It's amazing.
Yeah, so I'm reasonably confident, can't talk, that we are seeing paleo shoreline here. And this was a sea cave erosional feature from a
That's
long
really
time
cool.
ago, that a mixture of sea level rise from glacial periods and just the crust subsiding in this part of the Pacific has lowered the island at this part down while the coral continues to grow above. So you've got the biological influence of the shallow reef growing the height of the island as the island shrinks and sea level rises, which maintains these atolls and leaves these paleo shoreline features, half a kilometer underwater, still intact. And additionally, it's not just wave action. This being limestone, it also dissolves in slightly acidic conditions. So seawater is a little basic generally, but as the seawater chemistry changes over the millennia, you can get some differential weathering due to limestone dissolution as well. So it's a mixture of a whole bunch of different factors that can contribute to these limestone terrains being extremely eroded with these really dynamic shapes and features.
And it creates a lot more dynamic current environment. So we often talk about there needs to be kind of the right types of currents and a balance for these corals to really thrive. And what it seems is that we can see that there's certain faces of these features that are where the corals have preferred to settle, and likely because the current is more conducive to them continuing to grow. It's not that they might settle as very small larvae on some of the other parts of the feature, but they just don't end up growing to fruition. They just don't make it to be adults like the larger colonies that we see on these overhangs.
Yeah, that's quite the feature.
Yeah.
We got our bearings. We had to definitely back off and have a look,
Yeah, yeah.
because that's really, really deep cave.
Okay.
Like caving, but not underwater.
For sure. I hear you. Yeah, so situational awareness is very important in this type of exploration, because like Adam was saying, they can somewhat easily get into an overhang, into a cave without really knowing it, because we don't have, another camera looking at the vehicle. So you just have to use the cameras looking in all the different directions in order to try and navigate through something that's a very complex structure without getting trapped.
That's the sheer size of the structure as well. You think you're just on a roll until
Yeah.
you start scanning around with sonar and realize it's above you and all around you on each side.
That might be a good spot to look at that texture you wanted to see.
Adam, would it be possible to look up here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shake it off a little bit until you get closer.
No worries. Oh wow, yeah, okay.
Alright, maybe we're not going in there. Never mind. So we're just
No
looking
worries.
at the other cameras and seeing another big overhang above of the vehicle. They're just kind of coming into focus now in the science cam. This kind of terrain is quite treacherous for a vehicle that's tethered to the surface. So we're going to have to be super careful of these overhangs as we explore.
This would be an amazing feature to have. We talked about you can't really get that resolution from the shipboard bathy, but if we had like a bathy on the front of the vehicle.
Yeah, forward-looking sonar.
Yeah.
And there's a couple. You can do that. You can do that kind of forward-looking mapping with either lidar or sound, with laser or sound. So as much as I've complained previously about not having light or radio working well underwater, it does work over short distances. So you can do low distance, short distance underwater mapping with lasers. So this would be a great candidate for having a high-frequency forward-looking multi-beam sonar or a lidar system.
Yeah, to actually get to map this feature. So
What
you
is-
have,
what is
I
all
think
that?
It's sponge. That's what I'm gonna zoom on.
I'm gonna see if I can get in there, but I can't.
I mean, if you, that's fine. If this is where you want, if you need to be, we can just. I can zoom from
It's
here.
like the movie Aliens, right? When they go into that ship.
Okay. So I'm thinking that I thought at first it was the rock texture, but I think it's a type of sponge.
You know, I'm beginning to agree with you, but it is unique. Little spike fish hanging out here with
Yeah.
us while we're getting into position.
That's as high as I can
Cool.
go.
Let me just look up.
Layers you can
Okay.
round all around.
So we're taking a look at these tube-ish type structures over here as we're trying to figure out what they are. I'm gonna withhold commenting
it's-
until we zoom in on it, because it's different looking, certainly.
I do think it's a type of sponge.
Oof,
Do you?
I'm having trouble coming up with any other suggestion, but
But
I've never don't remember seeing.
we didn't see this yesterday.
No, and we've
Or
seen it
was
several
that-
places today so far. The library is guessing sponge, is agreeing with Alexis's sponge.
But it's just a very it's almost encrusting, but not because
Yeah.
it's so tubular. But it's definitely
It is.
something growing on the rock and
Yeah.
not the rock itself.
We should go with sponge until.
Yeah, let's just
'cause
take
I
a
don't think
look
I
up
have a much
here.
better idea, but
I don't. It's to me, it is not a type of tube worm. I don't see any worms actually projecting out. So
yeah. So like Tim is saying from the other room, it looks like tube worm tubes, and I have to agree that it looks like some kind of tube worm structure, but I see no indication of anything alive if it was a tube worm, so I'm thinking it's probably a sponge.
I think that's good for here.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
But this is a good, reminder of how unexplored deep sea is. Alexis and I have both been working in deep sea ROV operations for pushing 10 years each now, and both been in this part of the world before, and never seen anything like this style of sponge. And so, Randy likes to use the analogy of going up a mountain in a dike with a flashlight, and that's really accurate. So even when we visited these sites once, twice, 5 times, you've only still covered a very small fraction of the overall seafloor and all the different geology types that are present on one particular feature. An island like this can have flats, mesophotic, steep areas, overhangs, carbonate, volcanic rocks are all possible. So when we can only see, at most 10 meters at a time, and in practicality we're only seeing 2 or 3 meters in any kind of resolution with the ROV, it takes quite a amount of time, and to my knowledge really no one has fully documented an entire seamount from the base to the surface anywhere in the world.
I mean, yeah, you have to think about that's trying to view a mountain with just, a large flashlight, but in essence a flashlight.
Can we take a look at those?
You want to look
we
at
just
this?
hover, yeah.
Just come in on this.
We don't need to land, just want to.
Yeah, this.
The geology here.
Look at all these fish. It's very flat. Looks like a little tabletop. Holes within it.
A couple different corals. So
Yeah.
big aggregation of little fish here.
This is so
What is
flat
the
on
black?
the top.
I'm trying to get a sense of what that black coating is, though.
Oxidation of some kind?
Really baffled.
It's harder, and so it's
Yeah.
around it. But
Yeah.
it's got the top structure in there.
Absolutely. It looks like it's some kind of differential weathering is what Adam's suggesting, that you've got a harder structure of rock mixed in with a softer surrounding, and that's how you get these dynamic shapes, is the softer rock
It's got perfect
gets
circle.
eroded preferentially over the harder rock.
We've seen a bunch of these look like corals, but they're sponges with zoanthids growing on them. We've seen a lot of over the last couple days.
All right, I think that's all
Yeah.
we need here. But that's just a pretty unique feature. I was amazed when I see these kind of features
Wow,
that
you
are
can just
this, that there's this much texture left even after it's fully subsided, and so that the rate of subsidence and sea level rise combined drowned these features quick enough before they were just pounded into oblivion by the wave action over the millennia. We're still seeing this, almost all of the sessile filter feeding organisms, sponges and whatnot, and corals are almost all on the left side of the vehicle here, which would mean it was more or less the east facing wall here appear to be where the predominant life is. This is a really nice example right here. You've got the left side of this little cave has got a fairly decent amount of life, and the right side of that cave doesn't. Whoops. And then we found ourselves in another overhang. I don't remember ever seeing terrain quite this severe of overhangs before.
Wow. And all just completely coated in life.
Look at it, and the life does not turn the corner onto the top at all.
Oh, it's having a hard time with those.
No, it's all that one side, yeah.
Look, yeah,
Yeah.
all of this is under.
That's fascinating to me.
It makes it a little bit difficult for us to
Yeah.
image it, but.
It makes for hard
You can
science.
image this fly up, just to see what happens.
Okay.
Right back there, I just wanna
Yes, take.
see if it flattens out. Well, we can pretty much guarantee if there's a coral like that on it, it's gonna be an overhang.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's becoming a safe assumption for this site.
Yeah, for this side. Massive overhang.
Yeah.
And things with that too, we have to be careful as well, because we don't know the stability of this rock as well.
For
Yep,
sure.
And
totally.
our thrusters are pushing on it, and we've already seen erosion, we definitely
Yeah.
run the risk of
We,
collapsing.
luckily we haven't seen big fallen blocks though. So I haven't seen a lot of evidence down lower of like large mass wasting events where like a huge chunk is calving off and
Right.
falling, like I've seen in the canyons and some other places. But absolutely still a concern. But this is really interesting to me from the filter feeding perspective of thinking about most of these organisms being some type of filter feeder, and it looks like to me they're intentionally finding places where I wouldn't
Wow,
expect a
just-
lot of flow, and so that's a really interesting question, as we generally think of corals and sponges wanting some kind of moderate amount of current
But I think
in
that's
order to
a-
be food, and here they're
That's what I was saying earlier, though, is I think just the shape of the feature and the amount of, like, different types of canals and tunnels, there is actually probably pretty significant
Totally,
flow.
and so it could be a situation where there's something being channeled down into these box canyons, which is increasing the flow, or it's an eddy where the high-speed currents are wrapping around and slowing down the particle velocity
Right.
enough for the corals to be able to, and sponges to filter it.
Wow.
But it's such a stark contrast where you have a high density of life up to the edge and then very little to no over it, that there's clearly a strong environmental gradient here that's causing lots of different species to all aggregate in one feature preferentially.
This is great, Adam. Yeah, yesterday we found pretty much one wall face of this, and today it seems like we found the mother lode. Okay. Where we really have just like every overhang is completely saturated with different types of corals and sponges, and then when you have those ecosystem engineers there, it increases the amount of biodiversity. So we see a lot more of the Immunida squat lobsters. There's another one of those little octopus in there. There's sea stars that are, some of them are predating on the coral, some of them probably are just up in that space.
So you think it's just the downwelling from the island that's feeding?
Yeah, some of that, yeah. So the island would produce a lot more productivity, and so you would have.
I suspect that I would feel a lot more current.
And you don't.
I'm just not that much.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like there's a little bit of, well, you know, if I go dead stick here, let's do the test. If I go kind of dead stick, yeah, that's dead stick. So, yeah, maybe a little bit downwards.
If we're in a decent place here without an overhang, you want to try and fire Niskin when we get up close?
Yes. Is that possible?
Yeah, we definitely can.
Yeah, we want to get kind of as close to the wall as you can safely get and fire the Niskin.
No, that's just gonna kind of flat land over it. Usually as soon as it's went over the ridge, it turned into that field of whirlpool.
Okay, so you want to fire this in here?
Yeah,
Yes,
as close to
please.
the wall as you're comfortable.
Sure. Actually, what I'll do is we'll just fly right in.
There's another octopus tucked in there, and another one over on the right. Wow.
So what we're doing now is we're gonna collect a water sample with one of the Niskin bottles on the side of the vehicle, and look at the eDNA concentration. So eDNA is environmental DNA, and basically the mucus, the dead cells, everything that sloughs off these organisms have DNA in them, and so there's a whole emerging field of science by looking at what you kind of can find in the genetic resources that are just floating around the water to use it to identify what's living in the community. So we're helping some partners with NOAA's Northwest Fisheries Science Center collect some water samples both near these high density and high abundance communities, as well as kind of in less dense areas as a comparison to see how the amount of DNA present in the water changes depending on the proximity to the actual organisms.
Okay, this is going to be sample 278.
Sample 278, water sample in Niskin 1. And looks
All
closed.
right.
Yep.
Great.
Just one here?
Yeah, just one.
And Steve wanted us to get one not far away, right? Was kind of the idea.
Well, he had talked about it in the clip
Oh, in the clip
before.
before, right, that's right.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I would not do an off-wall one here.
Okay.
Since we're kind of set, can we zoom for a little
Yeah,
bit?
it's all yours.
Okay. Because we did take a look at these communities yesterday, but it's good to get some close-ups of the types of corals that we're seeing, sponges. This is the same dendrophyllid that Steve and I are not sure exactly what it is. Looks a little bit similar to another type of hard coral that we see in the Atlantic and off of Australia and New Zealand, but I think Steve is going to try and pull out his taxonomic keys, his favorite thing to do, and try and figure that one out for us after he gets some sleep. We have a lot of little stylastrids, so the very white corals, the little branching ones, are a different type of coral. We have the yellow plexaurids, which we sampled yesterday, also looks like Parasis, where you have those really thick sclerites along the axis of the coral. This dense purple madrepora again, which that's a very strange growth actually. Okay, thank you. These are great. You can see all the polyps out, starting to close actually.
Yeah, they're actually good. Was that from us or yeah? There's more closing. Never mind.
Yeah, it's probably
Just
from
that
us.
one. That one sucked in so hard without the other. I wasn't sure if it had
Feeding.
eaten something.
We have a little octopus again, and all these sponges. This one looks a little grumpy.
So we're sitting more or less right on the equator. We're only about 10 miles north of the equator, and only about 180 miles east of the date line. So we're out here in the Central Pacific, in one of the most remote areas of the United States. The area around the minor U.S. minor islands outlying. I can't get them that right, but the U.S. territory. And which is also in this part right around the islands are in the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument.
It's actually hard to. It is so. Yesterday we were surprised at the diversity of the community, but what I'm seeing compared to yesterday is a very similar community on these overhangs as well as what we saw. So it seems like there's a pretty reoccurring population here, which is nice to see that it's all intermixed together. You're not seeing patches of one type of coral, but all of them really aggregated together. Okay, I think we're good.
I did?
Yeah. Big Eumnida squat lobster on the left. Another octopus crawling along. There's a question if one of those corals is possibly Selenius amelia, and that's the one that we're thinking it might be, but trying to figure out. We haven't seen that specific genus of scleractinian around these parts of the Pacific, so it's just something that we want to make sure we get a positive ID on from the taxonomic key, and we'll take some home for genetic analysis also. Wow, just so dense.
This feels like this might have been the wall we found yesterday a
You
little bit
think
more.
so?
So I'm definitely not sure, but
I think we were a little shallower yesterday.
were?
Yeah.
the shape of this feature feels more similar to me.
Okay.
But
It
I
does. Yeah,
definitely
you're right.
could
It's
be
not
wrong.
as. Yeah, that's
If you
nice.
look at my sit camera right in front of me,
Yes.
I'm just following the edge of the ridge, but keeping it looking down. So
That's
you
great.
can see
Yeah.
how well- If you see something up here too. So
Okay.
That's a fish I've not seen much of. It looks like almost some type of hawkfish, but
I think, yeah, this is maybe where we were yesterday. Well, that's fun that we got to come back today and find
Yeah.
even more
so is
and
it?
see all the crazy caves and stuff.
pop up over this.
Oh,
Yep.
right, because this is
This
the
is the wall. So yeah, so that.
As soon as we pop up over this, that whole field, I believe, is right there.
Okay.
Yep, I tend to agree with you. So normally we don't revisit the same site if we can help it, but when we were ending the dive yesterday on this feature, just as we were departing the bottom, we saw this whole field of octocorals, theoretically just on the other side of this ridge, and so we wanted to reacquire that and get a better sense of it. So I think, is there anything else we want to do here, or
I
should
mean, I think we should go. It's
Okay.
tough to leave when you
We'll
find.
back off a little
You
bit
want-
more. Let's
okay.
get a little more shots because I think
Adam, can we just back off a little bit?
this is the wall yesterday, right?
This
This
is
looks
yesterday's
very
wall.
familiar.
Yeah,
it's best guess? Yeah,
I think it is. After seeing this.
yeah. I think it's likely.
So
that
just a
this is it.
slow back reveal. Yeah, steady, nice.
Bring the camera up to get kind of the whole bridge.
Jeez.
Alright, you should max out it.
And then pan just a little left.
Massive, massive wall. And you said there was a coral field above it too, but
Yeah, just right over it. As soon as we get down with this wall, as it's going up, it's right over. What we're doing.
That's good.
Is that good?
Too bad we don't. Yeah, I mean it's now we're out of sort of
Yeah, the
light
light's
range,
tough.
but
yeah, if you get a little closer.
it's really that's nice.
Might just drop down a little bit just to give it a perspective of height. Like right now, my altimeter is saying 37.
Wow.
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 But that's just where we're at. Like that could be another slope below.
Right.
Totally. So I don't know if you could hear that, but Adam, our pilot, was just called our attention to the altimeter on the vehicle is reading 37 meters. So, so this feature is well
Meaning
over
that-
100 feet.
Yeah, this wall itself is probably 37 meters, but
Yeah.
there probably is a step down to another terrace, to another cave.
Well, there was too because we actually we came up another overhang and then jumped into
Yeah.
this section.
Okay.
So there's a whole other wall below it.
Yeah, so this whole feature is several hundred feet of kind of terrace step with these sheer vertical walls and overhangs that all appear to be fairly densely populated with these corals and sponges.
Which is really, I mean, it's not, so yesterday we saw a lot of coral rubble on our way up, and you see it in less dense aggregations the deeper you are, and as you go up, you see larger and larger clumps of this rubble, which leads you to think that there's going to be large colonies somewhere higher up on the feature. And what's interesting about this wall and the way that these walls look is that the colonies themselves aren't really large. The colonies are actually relatively small, but there's so many of them, and they're growing now that we know on so many different overhangs that they're contributing to that rubble over time as they grow grow too large and likely fall off of these, you know, almost completely horizontal faces at some points.
And it really appears they actually like the overhang. I mean,
Yeah.
lower down in the thing, when it was just sheer vertical, there wasn't much living there. And once they,
Is that
they liked the
because the
overhang.
current is sweeping through and bringing nutrients up against that edge?
It is certainly a possibility. I have to admit, I would really love to come down here with a bunch of current profilers and instrument this whole feature.
This is
and,
a great
and
contrast.
see how.
Yeah.
This would actually funnel right into this.
Absolutely.
crevice.
And
Yeah.
just probably sweep across the
And even look
face.
at these tube lines here.
Yeah.
Yeah, those.
It really gives you an idea of what.
How far would you estimate the distances there, that gap?
I'll just get on the sonar, have a look at the plot.
Yeah. See if we can shoot that down.
Yeah,
Would
you
you,
don't wanna-
if you were Tom Cruise, could you jump across that?
Yeah, probably. That's no more than a.
And it
a
gets
meter
thinner,
or
look,
two.
so it
But
kind
we'll
of
see if we'll try and measure it with the sonar here.
Well, what we can do is we can actually drop a waypoint on one side and then transit the other side.
Well, can you measure range on the scanning sonar?
You can, but this is even more accurate
Okay.
than the INS here.
All right, sounds good.
I mean, it's so fascinating that this isn't bare now,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Right in the front of what I'll do is.
Or just like you have very few, and that's what I'm saying, like you do have some settlement, but likely there's either not enough food there, it's just not the right current flow, so those colonies don't end up lasting. Same with the sponges, we don't see the same amount of sponge density. There's an octopus tucked in there.
And it's one of the, this is one of those things where we also, these currents can come and go depending on tidal cycles, and even out here in the deep sea, the currents can be driven by, have some effect of tides sometimes, but here in the equator, the predominant current is governed by something called the Coriolis effect, but you do see some seasonal variations and stuff like that.
Wow, you can see straight down.
And so it's also hard to know that whatever current we're experiencing today, whether it's the norm or not. And we're really just beginning to get into, in deep sea science, these long-term monitoring associated with 2 meters. So 2 meters, 6 feet appears to be about the gap, using the vehicle's inertial navigation system to measure the distance. But as things get cheaper to produce and smaller, we'll be able to do more instrumenting of these remote seamounts to get a better sense of the currents and how they average out over the course of months or years, instead of these single time point measurements like we have to do with an ROV like this.
I just want to see if I'm going to have
So
a look at these to see if they're cup corals.
earlier you said you thought this was a coastline that was likely above the surface of the ocean back when most of the water was caught up in glaciers during the glacial maximum. You think that's still true?
I wouldn't put a time on it because I don't know my geological history well enough to say a certain time, but I do agree this still looks like it probably was a paleo shoreline at some point in its geological history. But
Okay, that's
we're
good,
pretty
thank you.
deep for it to have been the younger Dryas period of 18,000 years ago.
Yeah, I
We're
think
still
so.
pretty deep
Keep
for that.
going up. So here is where we first saw,
Yep,
yesterday,
here's the start of it.
some of these soft corals that have tumbled down. You can see the real like shoots that have been eroded away, probably from at some point water actually running down that face.
Well, and it's probably honestly some water still coming down. The pilots have commented a couple times in these kind of environments about a downwelling current, so you can still get erosional features forming by water currents even after the feature's been submerged. You get turbidites and flows, turbidity flows coming down here that can continue the erosional process even after the feature is fully submerged. So like these little sand channels look like they're probably still active erosional periods to me.
Ooh, somebody left me pistachios.
The van's broken on it.
Cool.
Hi, Cody. Hi, J-Rod.
Hello. Team Texas on the sticks.
So we just had a pilot change, and let's go find us a field of octocorals.
So we're right where we were. They told you, yeah. We're right where we were.
Yeah, so that's where we were yesterday. Where
Right.
We ended the
Yep.
Exactly.
So let's.
So now you want to go up.
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah, repeat process for recovery, except
Don't recover.
don't recover.
We seen it on the way in as well. It was pretty big.
In your app camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that will count. Awesome.
The cave inside the cave under the overhang.
Inside the cave. No, this was a different spot. The first one. Yeah.
Lots of these little sea
Catherine
stars.
Olson wants to know what causes those small rivulets.
Well, we think there's some kind of erosional feature. Is my best guess.
Would it be sediment that goes down that over time carves that out?
I wouldn't be at all surprised by that. Yep.
But it also could be water. So depending on when they originally started eroding, it could be water flow, and then the sediment plus the water together. So here we go. Somebody gonna?
Yep.
Okay. This is what we were seeing yesterday when we were starting to leave. We had to recover from the dive, and as we were leaving, we found this forest of octocorals, which looks like Calyptophora. And honestly, I think it's actually. So we put a is the waypoint right at the beginning of it? Yeah. Okay. I want to see how far this goes.
How did you know?
Clear your trail and then just measure it again.
Oh.
You want to know how far it goes?
Yeah.
Good job, Tony. Always knew it.
And what's really interesting about this is it's almost the opposite of what we were saying before, where we have different species of corals and sponges all living together on those walls. Here, it appears that we have really just one species of coral that has absolutely dominated this this part of the wall.
I just told Brandy
Okay.
obviously she's gonna want some of this.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I don't know when.
We are gonna zoom on it, but just
You tell me when.
okay. I mean, we don't need to set down unless.
Well, while we're waiting for Randy, do you want to do a measured transect? You gotta do the abundance thing, or you want to look around first?
I'd like to zoom on the coral first,
Okay.
and then.
How about that one? It's trying to spray right now.
Perfect. The little one or the big one?
Big.
Big one. So this is a type of primnoid octocoral, and I think our best guess would be a type of Calyptophora, and it has a lot of very small ophioids all over.
Spikes or no spikes? Spikes.
Spikes, ophiocanthids.
So we're just a little bit shallower than 380 meters, and the water temperature here is 9.21 degrees Celsius. So we're not in the completely frigid cold deep blue, but we're still fairly cool water compared to the 29 degrees Celsius it is just 300 meters above shallower. Not even 300 meters.
We see quite a few, so it's a mixture of, these live, healthy colonies, and then also a lot of bare skeleton, so there was even more of them at some point. It's a cool shot with all of them.
You want to get the next one then?
Yeah, I was just trying to get that with all of them in the background too.
Tim's pointing out the kind of blackish skeletons as well.
They're dead, yes. You can see polyps on the right are all open. Looks like 3 or 4 polyps on a whorl. Sorry, on the left. And on the right, we have all the polyps that are retracted.
We have not seen any immediate evidence of coral liver yet, no.
right. You want to do a transect,
Well,
Brian?
Randy, what do you want to do? What are your goals here?
Oh, there you go. Look at you. It's beautiful.
Here's your Tim Shank shot.
That's a different oaf.
Yeah, that is not an oak we've seen, so I'm sure we'll want that.
At some
One
point.
of those. Squat Lobster just made a beeline straight into the situation cam on the top of the vehicle, which is what we're laughing at. That is definitely a unique kind of central disc shape.
Yeah. It's fun to watch them just.
Cool. Why don't we
Why don't we just take a sample while we're here? Is that okay?
Works for me.
J-Ron or Adam, Cody, whoever. Sorry. I love you.
Texas here?
I know. Okay, let's cut like right here.
Okay. Starbucks or Quiver?
Quiver. Does that work for Quiver?
I think if you were to cut,
Go.
if you want one of these guys.
Yeah.
If right there,
Okay.
if you cut there, that will easily fit. You go down there and then it's going to be a little hard.
No worries.
We
Yeah.
could do two snips.
No, we can just do the one.
I do.
You agree with that, Cody?
At some point, let's see.
Oh.
No, it doesn't have to be this individual. So if you think you're gonna sample more than one, or you think you're
Why would we
sampling
sample?
more than
Why would we sample more than one?
Well, so I bet you Tim's gonna want one of these an hour later. But
Oh.
yeah, why don't you take a pretty big piece?
Okay, we're changing plans. We would like a bigger piece, so it's gonna go in a bio box.
I see one out. For future reference.
Future rec.
There's a fish.
Where would you like it at? Would you like it like maybe?
Where are you going?
So Brian, do you think this will work as a floor mosaic?
So on the bio box.
And our transect.
What about-
We estimate
Below that?
size and
Yeah.
amount of core liver on it. When there's zero, it's interesting.
That's bio box worthy.
For estimated core liver on a colony basis, I would do just the full planar shots of it. I think we can attempt
This
to.
might be endless though. You can't do that for every single core.
Yeah.
You can just kind of go and say yes, no, and then if yes, stop. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. But the hard part is going to be they're close enough together. Setting down is going to be hard without crunching other ones. But I would suggest we do some kind of quantified distance transect for density count, and we could attempt a photomosaic, but these are pretty bendy, and so I think they're going to move around a lot on me if the thruster wash and stuff. So I don't know if that will. I'm skeptical it will work, frankly, given how much they're moving.
Did you guys revisit your bud from yesterday?
We did, but we I was unsure enough of where we were. I didn't reshoot the section I thought about reshooting, but
That's it all the way up.
and but yes, we did go check it out.
Where is everybody? Nobody's in the library.
Sleeping.
Yeah, sleeping.
Probably sleeping.
Tim's in the
That's good.
Yeah. That's good.
Tim's in the lab. All right, what are we calling this one?
Oh, he's in there.
What are we calling this one?
279.
And we put that in C.
Yes, bio box C. All right. You guys have been whispering. What do you want to do?
Fish.
Fish. Good eye.
Do fish.
Double fish. It's a good shot.
So we want to do the the transect we talked about, and then I think this looks like a target-rich environment for Tim's potentially RNA later collection if we can find one without an OF section.
Okay.
So I would suggest while we're here and stable, let's pan around and see if we can find a branch with no OFs.
All right.
Camera's yours.
Camera's mine. Sorry, fish. Bye bye. What are you finding, Cody?
Branches without
Without oaks?
fertile stars.
Ophios.
Olaf?
Olaf.
Oh no, there's a lot of oaks on these.
Yeah.
Whole lot of
This
them.
might be hard to find one without OFs.
What down there in the bottom?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Let's see.
Right down there.
That little bit.
I don't know if that's enough. But here he is. So Tim, we're just looking around trying to find
Huh?
you an oafless branch.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
It's a tough job.
Yeah, there's some on there. Not on the far right.
Yeah.
That'd be easy for them to reach. If that's big enough.
Take a look here.
You want manual focus?
Oh yes, please.
You are manual now.
Okay. So Tim, you've got this bit. Does not look like it has oafs. You have all of this with oafs.
The with
We can
oafs
try.
is not a problem.
I'm happy to try. Let's see if it.
Well, we can look around. This is only the second
Work.
colony we looked at. We can
I
look
know.
around too. So, how much separation would you want in an ideal world?
Two adjacent colonies,
Yeah, he would want a whole
But-
colony without
yeah.
oafs.
but more like what we had over there. There's a couple.
Okay,
oaks
so
on there.
are you more interested in this?
I just don't know what the impact of having, further away is better.
So as we're looking here, Tim Shank is interested in the effects of the associates on the host corals. So what we're trying to do is looking around and trying to find a section of a coral that does not have, or a coral that doesn't have an ophioid associate, to compare to an area of the coral and see if there's differential gene expression between one part of the coral or not, depending on the associate.
I mean, where's the okay?
I mean, right. You could do the one on the opposite side over there.
One on the opposite side.
No, I'm just thinking there's branches that would come, there was a branch with one and a branch with none. But we're down to little individual branches now.
Well,
rather than
this
sides.
whole this
Yeah, that bottom branch.
this
Yeah.
doesn't have
Right. Versus
any.
the one just adjacent to that one. Or just,
Right. You could just grab that.
right. We can do that. Let's see if that works. We've got 5 quivers, I think, with RNA later.
Okay.
Right?
Well, yeah, but we gotta settle and
How
look.
many
So.
of our quivers have red tape? 5 of them.
Tim,
Okay.
I mean, if this isn't ideal, we've got a target-rich environment. We can move around.
Yeah.
This is just
It's fine with me. Yeah.
Well,
We can
you
move
got to
too.
tell us because it's your experimental design.
Yeah, I'd rather go somewhere else.
Okay.
then let's go somewhere
do
else.
that.
Yeah.
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Boogity, boogity.
Look up at that one. That's just,
Okay, hold on.
Below the boogity.
boogie,
Uh-huh.
boogie, stop.
Boogeting, yeah.
Hold the boogeting.
There's a lot of dead
Okay.
skeletons in there.
Yeah. All right. Never mind.
No?
I think they're dead
No.
skeletons.
Okay.
A lot of stars.
A lot of stars.
Can you take a quick zoom on those skeletons at the bottom? We're talking about.
Okay, so we're not boogieing yet.
Delay the boogieing ×2. Scientists have got to get their act together.
Scientists are, you know.
So it's got some dunk and high droids. Tissue still at the very base.
Or is that a?
Looks different.
That's another one. That's the one fallen from the right. What are these What are these growing on?
There must be rock underneath that they settled on.
I mean, they're really sediment. They look more like plants. I don't know. I'd be kind of curious to just poke the claw down and see how thick the sediment drape is.
Let's just see if we can find rock. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Basically,
it's like a
what
blanket.
we
It's
expected.
like
But that is still interesting. That I mean, how do these things initially find hard ground to land on before? Like, it makes sense that they can survive here once the sediment drape came in after they were a certain size. But
So you see any little ones as you go? What's the littlest one you see?
May I take off now?
yes, please.
Positive?
Ask the peanut gallery.
so you can also see how they're all more or less oriented the same way. So they've got their planar surface all kind of lined up together.
Yeah. And they all have, they do have this kind of like curved.
We're performing a white balance.
Oh, great.
Processing.
Oh wow.
So much better.
So much better. I feel like when you come and go from watching the dive, you notice the ROV, the white balance a lot differently. Where, Tim?
Oh, no, I'm 4 stars on that.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
If I see something, the peanut gallery will speak up.
I said it with love.
They caught me in here, they caught me in a peanut gallery.
Look at how many
That
tendrils
one's been.
there are.
Hey, can we, Jared? Can we zoom on that one with the mixture of dead and alive tissue?
Is that something?
I don't see any evidence of any predator necessarily. What's?
Well, I don't know what that thing is.
I don't know
yeah.
what that is though.
Anemone.
But
Oh, it does look like an anemone. That one's also so many oafs. Hey Tim, you got no oafs.
You're right about that.
Oafs.
You got no coral.
Well, there's coral up there.
We're close. We're getting close.
How about this one down here on the ground that's probably. I mean, it's still got live tissue and no oafs. I mean, look at that though. I mean, in some ways that's kind of interesting to me that when
That
it fell
is.
over, the oafs all abandoned it.
Oh, good eye, Brian.
The oafs are facultated, probably.
Yeah.
But
Or even if they're obligate, they just jump to another
Yeah, they said
another host.
yeah.
That's pretty
Wonder
recently
what
down.
happened. Wonder what happened there.
Yeah, the tissue looks relatively healthy.
yeah, they just knocked over.
Where are the crawly predators?
Maybe they're settling on small little stones.
The coral, the colonies?
Yeah.
Oh, I would think so.
And then if they topple
Yeah.
over,
But-
they topple over.
Yeah, these are pretty big to be on. I mean, there are more than a few toppled over, but
Do you guys have an estimate for how tall these are?
We're 2.9 meters off the.
yeah, but this is a pretty steep slope still. Did you guys put lasers on for us, please?
I got.
And is that the end?
No, I don't think so. Is it? No.
No, just a gap.
There's a patch.
But this might be a good spot to land if we want to do something here.
Ooh, look at that crab. Can I look at the crab?
There's some sort of small ones right in front of you too.
Yeah.
Molly crab there.
Yeah, I want to see what's on its back. No, it's like a little, what do you call them?
What?
Those little
Sponge?
fish? No, the little fish.
Oh, spikefish.
Spike fish.
There's a sea star on the floor.
That
You can
crab
tell in
has
this
that sponge on his back.
I'd like to pick it up.
Which one?
The star. Potentially the coral liver star right there. Is that the type? That's the same type, right?
I mean,
That's
it's
not an Evopsoma, but I think we've seen that on other
Yeah,
corals.
we have not sampled that. I can tell you that much.
No, we have not sampled.
Well,
We have
we've
seen
it
quite a bit.
on other corals, right?
There's-
Yes.
I don't know.
Yep.
I wouldn't
Those on the corals?
claim that because there's a bunch of different types of sea stars that all look very similar.
I know, that's why I'm asking.
Wait,
I have
is
a
there any
picture of
oafs?
one
Are there any oafs on
similar
that one?
morph on a coral.
What'd you say, Tim?
I do have one of a similar morph. I can't tell what that
Exactly.
species that is.
That is a different plot. Or is that the same thing?
What?
No, same thing. Just small. I don't know.
Is that a crab up there too? Big one on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like another Hermala.
Do you want to?
Do you see any oafs on?
Oh, no,
That
there's
one
few.
looks.
There's a few.
There's few, but I think there's less on that one. Or maybe I just.
I think it's just.
Just takes a zoom in.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
That's
Small.
an impressive amount of oaks. There's a lot of dead ones too.
The dead ones tend to be small ones, too.
Before we get too far, we're also going to want to fire a Niskin here. So I kind of want to do that before we accidentally end up outside of the forest.
So it's at least 40 meters, I think, so far.
Is that how far we've been since the start?
I think so. Sometimes we put down virtual markers and we can fly perimeter early, you know, when they can outline it. So that's bigger.
Good idea. Because we want to send it to
Right.
Look at that cute cup in there. Is that a Constance cup? It's gonna be fired. Okay, thank you.
Number 2 was empty, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, alright. So sample 279 and Niskin
Nope,
2.
280.
280. Sample 280 and Niskin 2.
Near Calyptophora forest. Yep, lots of mixture of dead and live, but there's a lot that are, I think that there's a higher density of live colonies than
Oh,
dead colonies.
definitely. So do we want to, I realize we've kind of been doing a transect already, but do we want to do a formal few meter transect here somewhere?
It's up to you guys. Huh?
This means no stopping.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it more to me means dropping markers on the map and having a known distance.
Did one before.
You
Yeah, we
did-
dropped
you-
a marker
You
at the
dropped a marker at the
front.
beginning?
I
Okay.
did it with one bridge.
Well then, why don't we just drop another one here and call it end of transect?
Okay.
Because I think we've pretty much flown straight through.
Wait, what are those white? Are those boilers on that big one?
Can I take a look right here?
You want me to measure that?
Please.
such a high density forest.
Thank you.
If there was a higher,
Is it okay if I come in?
there'd be decimation if there was ever disease or corollary or anything. But I mean, there's plenty of dead stuff, more than I saw yesterday. I mean, that's well, these are the first two I've seen.
Yeah, it looks like little tiny snails, maybe.
There's a snail on the
Yeah,
coral.
that's what.
Yep. Sorry, I was looking at the hermit crab.
Oh.
And then I was like, oh wait, we're not talking about the hermit crab. That whole branch appears to be oak free.
No, there's two oaks in the top.
On that lower branch?
Oh no, not on the lower branch.
Okay.
Okay.
How about the neighbor who has one up top?
And yes, the neighboring one has one on top, I agree.
Don't see any
Oh,
stripped
she ate that
polyps.
tissue.
Yeah.
I know. It's interesting. There's another one above.
I'm full soon.
It's a pretty little snail.
It is.
Can you look at the one on top?
Yep, I'm trying.
Yep.
We had that one.
No.
It's a different one.
Look at those markings.
Did not have that. Those are cool.
Some missing parts.
I don't either.
I like to sample
Oh, it
one
looks
if
like
it's possible.
you want to sample one of these? Okay. We take. Let's see if we can do that. Do you want to suction sample it?
I think that's probably the easiest thing to do.
Can you zoom back in? on
Suction
that?
sample this one down here.
Let's see how far away we are.
Okay.
I still need a good in situ shot on that one before we.
I think it might be an RNA later sample.
Or the free fly.
Not that, not this, but.
You ready for that? Which one do you want? You want both of them?
Randy,
Hmm?
do you want both of them?
Yeah. Actually.
Okay, yes, we'd like both of them.
And after you sample them, I'd like to look at the tissue underneath too, please.
Suction 2 is free.
Just call them the same sample number.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, agreed. Two snails.
Processing them, though. Yeah, same sample number.
You can
So
split
we're gonna go in
them
the
later.
same container. Yeah.
I don't have a strong. You're master sample keeper, so whatever you want.
No, let's give them the same number.
It's the next thing I'm gonna ask. But first I wanna look at the damage underneath it.
Might be hard to differentiate any damage from the snail from the slurp.
Seeing that.
Oh, there's section in there. Just so you wanna run my lab real close.
Massive colony.
Huge.
I don't think those little lobes ever move.
Oh, good job.
281.
Yes.
The artful dance of attempting to pick up something that weighs less than a gram with a 5,000-pound submarine, or however heavy Sebastian is.
It's holding on with a very muscular foot.
Tim, are these all the same species though? Everywhere? You think?
There may be two here. There's the really small white ones and some larger
Exactly.
Ophicanthus here. See all the palms pulled in? You can snip it too.
It's like hanging on by.
There's no.
Nice job. Wow. Well done. I don't know.
Oh, and it's in the jar. Alright,
Two for two.
sample 281, 2 snails off the Primnoid colony in jar 2.
Randy would like to look at that same coral again. We got a spot lobster up there too.
Why don't I go ahead and go eat while you guys are doing this, and then I can rotate back through?
Good idea.
Take over logging.
Sure. This really is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool.
Peanut gallery.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna
I only knew what
switch?
the sound peanuts made. No. I can see from here. Wait, is he leaving?
I'm just trying to find it.
Just go to the end of this, right?
Excuse me.
Oh, they wanted to find that same coral.
Oh,
I
no.
think.
That's all right. That's all right. Just let it
I
be.
did not hear that, so I can go
Sorry.
back.
That's all right. There'll probably be another one with snails.
Are
We
you
can
sure?
poke them off later.
What
Do you want to go back or do you want to keep going?
If you think you can find it, go back. If you think you can't,
If
then
you
keep
can
going.
find it, go
Right.
back. If not, then
It could be just right here. I can't.
why don't you sit here?
You want to go get some dinner?
Oh, what's
Nope,
a crab
I'm
on
gonna
that?
switch with you so I can actually log and you can direct.
Is that the same homology we looked at before?
I don't think it's the same one.
It's got sponge in there. Huh?
Yep.
I didn't get the background. I think it might have been that one right in front.
What would you like to see?
You see the picture,
I was
Randy?
gonna look underneath where the snails were to see if there's what the damage was, like under the polyps.
Well, they
if we
scraped
can
it
tell.
too.
I know.
Okay, so you can't really do that.
That's true. Well, there's the picture there for reference next to you.
Right, and then there's that. I don't know if you would want us to look at that crab on the top. All right, is this the right one?
I think it is.
this is where we scraped a little on the bottom, but I'm not entirely sure. So now I'm trying to look at the top one, which I think got scraped a lot less.
I think it was on that second to the right twig, or whatever.
Like this one right here?
No, I think it was over. I think it was over here. Sorry, bank.
On there? Oh, you have the picture. Oh.
Jesus, what was that all about?
Really? We got a reference here. Oof.
It had more of a
Yep.
flat top.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to.
Might not be the right colony. I don't know.
That's all right. We'll look for snails again. Thank you very much. I think that might have been the right colony, but I can't find the right spot. So, all good.
We didn't get any of that colony. We have some of that colony already sampled. Not that colony, but others.
Yeah, different.
Isotopes.
Yeah.
That's all I'm thinking of.
Yeah. I mean, they'll have, I would assume they have the same isotope signature. as
Yeah,
they should.
yield.
They're eating the same
They should
thing.
be. Yeah. So there's more of them. See, here's another snail. This one might be easier to pull off and grab a piece of the tissue too. Whoops, other way. I don't know if it's at the edge of the. Yeah. I don't know if it's at the edge where you can sit down.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Okay. And there's more snails in there too. You see, they're everywhere now. Now that I see
So
them.
this one I could probably snip,
That's.
put into a foot.
That would be great.
And there's your isotopes.
Yep.
What is that on the bottom down there? Is that's the gastropod?
Mm-hmm.
To the crab.
No, I'll wait.
You can zoom away.
Thank you.
You want manual?
Yeah, that'd be great.
There you go. Your manual.
Thank you. Huh.
Is that a
It's
different one again?
It's the same
I
kind.
can't
Is
get
it?
higher. Oh. Yeah. I don't think I have full control here. I don't have right left. So there's a zoom in, zoom out.
You may just do it, or
Yeah, you can just do it for now, but I think we should
you want to
see.
zoom in on it, right?
Yeah, and then I want to take a sample of it with the coral too, please.
I gotta see what is this.
I don't know the snail at all.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Do you know it, Tim?
Yeah, no, that's the one we have before. We did not get that in Pippa.
Have you seen it anywhere else?
For sure. I haven't seen it anywhere else.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Have you
Great.
seen it, Alexa?
Nope.
Yeah, let's get some of it with the coral too,
Lady
please.
Club.
There's like more over there and one more over there. They're everywhere.
Yeah, it's bottom. We don't see any oafs around it. I don't think we had that before.
Perfect.
Nice job.
number is that?
Two.
What sample number are we on?
It is 282.
In the basket sheet.
Are we taking another sample out?
Yeah.
Or we can take it off?
Okay, we're gonna take off, but hang on, I'm just thinking. We can take off, but kind of, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this, but fly kind of close enough to like at least sort of, we see the white spots. I'm gonna try to count them later, which is gonna be nuts. So I'm gonna try to like look for the snails and count them. That would be great. Which I realize is a path to madness. And the patch
Yeah.
this big, but
I don't know if it'd be easier to do if we flew down over them, look down on them. Right now we're sliding down the side.
yeah.
I don't know how that would work, but just
I mean, they're
Keep
spottable,
going.
right? They're very, very
Yeah, they are.
obvious.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of like
yeah.
going slow enough to be able to look for them later. I mean, now that we know what they
I think
are,
you're
they're
right.
not likely to be anything else. Is my feeling. But if it's
Yeah.
something that looks a little different, we'll stop and look at it. I just again, usually high density patches like this, you'd expect. I don't know what you'd expect. I've never seen a high density patch like this.
Yeah.
But okay, thank you. But I have my eye out for other corallivores too, and I'm looking for two sides of a colony, one with oaths and one without for you, Tim.
Right. Yeah, I wonder if
Which is going to be a tall task.
yeah.
But see, even this one down here, this colony down here, actually has a little snail at the end, and most of the colony is denuded. But I don't think that single little snail did all that. I mean, maybe it did over
Oh.
25 years or something, but
Huh.
it seems unlikely to me. Especially since we don't see damage on the ones where they were.
How's that speed?
It's perfect, thank you.
And I'm close enough?
I think so. I mean, I'm able to see. Well, I can see white things, but I don't know if they're snails or if they're oafs. But I think that's going to be the way it is because there's so many of them.
Wanna be like that?
Yeah, it's probably good.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for little ones too, like little recruits, new ones, and I don't see anything. I see some littler ones that are half dead. But
Yeah.
let me know. We have a lot we're looking for at the moment. So if there's something you see where you see a healthy little one, speak up. Those gastropods are certainly not on every colony.
No.
Not even close.
There's one. Is it one on the floor? It's a crab.
Yeah.
These are swallows too.
It's different.
The crab? Do you want to look at it?
We have a snap zoom time. This is something
Yeah.
different I hadn't seen
Can
here.
we take a snap zoom on the crab that's on this colony, please? Thank you.
Who's that?
See
It
it?
was somewhere on this colony. I don't know where it went.
It's toward the top.
Is it?
I thought
No,
so.
it's on the back.
Oh, I see it.
Unless
Oh.
he moves.
Is that Brian?
I'm gonna go eat.
Yeah.
That guy right there?
Yeah, I don't know, Tim, if we
What do you
can
think?
see it. It's really hidden, Tim.
Yeah, it's
Shrimp,
good.
or what are we looking at?
There's a crab around there somewhere.
You see him? You can see the back of him.
crawling in the back.
Maybe
Yeah,
he'll
so some
crawl into a
legs.
better position for us.
They never do. Right?
Yeah, but while we're here, look, while we're waiting for the crab to maybe move in position, I'm looking at the coral to the left, right, sorry, one that's half gone.
Yeah.
I wonder if we should take,
What do you think?
I think we should take a sample of, if we're ever going to do that immune experiment where we look at the wounded versus intact tissue, this is going to be the place to do it.
Yeah, sure.
Even though there's not coral livery, it's still wounded.
Yeah.
I'll take some of it. I want to keep looking first before I do
Yeah,
that.
great,
But before
great.
we leave this forest, I'll probably take something like that.
Okay.
Let's keep going, but don't let me forget because I'm tired.
Say keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going, please. Unless you wanted to see if that crab was
I don't
in
think
better
it's
position.
around. We could-
Okay.
I can try to come around a little bit.
Do you want to try to come around?
I don't know if it'd help.
I think we'll look for another one.
Yeah, that's fine. Where should go?
Thanks. Is it okay with you?
Yeah, it's great. I'm trying. I mean, they must be under the ROV too, right?
Yeah. Did you see those little gastropods, Brian?
I see little gastropods, the ones you collected?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Have you ever seen them before?
No, no.
So they're there again
Yeah.
on that back column.
That's them.
Mm-hmm. What is it a sponge? In the middle? Brian, do you want to look at that?
Looks like
Crazy sponge in the middle?
Crazy sponge.
Is that a sponge? Or is it a rock? Back, I think it's a rock.
Yeah, those gastropods are not on every one.
I mean, we've passed a bunch of them already, but they're really on every 10th.
You don't see much damage on these large colonies.
No, and I don't see new recruits.
Right. Might be one in there.
When what?
Might be a gastropod.
Yeah, yeah. I think you're right, for sure. Yeah, let's go take a look at that.
They're the same, right? That's the same. Right? Those are the same ones, right?
Yep, I think so.
Okay.
I think it's just a different angle on them. Is this the end of the forest?
I think we're getting close, even a little bit more. But I still see them coming up, so.
Let's keep trying to get to the end, and then we're gonna loop around, and we might kind of try to go around though.
There's a
I
crab.
don't know if we,
There.
yeah, let's go look at that crab. See,
Oh, yeah, right. Thanks. Sorry, I wasn't there yet. There's crabs on both those colonies.
can I zoom?
Yep. And these little oafs are everywhere. I mean, you could do a whole study in this field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah? Okay. Let's look at this one first. Some of these oafs look a lot smaller. I just don't know if it's the same type or not, Tim.
Same what?
I don't-
Same
there's
type of oaf?
Yeah.
Only twice. The second time.
Yeah, I guess they are. They're just really small.
So you muted it.
Do you know this crab?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cute.
Yeah, I think we've seen this guy before.
Let's go check out the one over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. What is that white thing over there?
It's a shrimp.
I've not seen that shrimp before though.
Now let's go take a look at him.
Stripey.
beautiful.
Wow. I don't know that one. It's a Caridian, but that's all I can say. Might be a Hippolyte.
And here's the.
What kind of crab? Different crab.
It does look different.
UV to, I don't know. Check him out again. Nice, thank you. A very helpful shot.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
great.
it looks like
Thank
somebody's
you.
pointing out the type of gastropod we've been seeing. Yeah.
Where?
Is it different? Xanthicles green eye. Is that the gastropod? Oh.
Yeah. Another one of those shrimp. Yeah, I'm just.
These are huge. Just like looking at the
There's that
lasers.
white thing there, Randy.
What? Show me.
There.
Yep.
Is that
Yep,
something?
yep,
It's a
yep,
white
yep,
one.
yep.
I don't know if it's a.
I think it's an oak.
You do? Oh.
Let's take a look. No, it's like just a
Oh, it's
cluster.
a. Yeah. It's
Good eye.
what? But that's a. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
Yeah. Let's see what.
Lower ambulosis.
Let's keep going. But at some point, and so tell me when this becomes impossible, I'm going to ask you to find a half damaged, half intact colony, but I kind of want to just like get the full way of the land and come back. What is coming back over here? Okay.
Lower ambulosis.
Wait.
Okay.
The fish are so iridescent right here. It's opalescent. This is kind of like a very interesting.
To keep reminding myself, we're at 364 meters depth. You know, and so that's why
More
the
of
shrimp we
your-
saw is probably different.
More of your crabs.
Yep, that's good. That's it.
Ryan, was that the fish?
It was a fish from much over.
Oh.
It was in the it's a type of trigger.
There's a flatfish
Yep.
who doesn't seem to care about being sedimented. But when we get a chance, I'd like to take a look at him. No, the flatfish.
Actually, look at it later. Yes, it could be a really good spot if it would cooperate.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I just can't believe he doesn't mind.
Is that a sea star, Randy?
Where?
No, is that a fish? I'm sorry. See that right there?
Holding very still.
I
It
think
is
it's-
holding very still.
It is holding very still. Well, let's
It's
go
up
take a
into
look.
it's up into the left a little bit, maybe.
Yep.
Or just.
It looks like a fish though, but you're right. It's
Oh, it
we're
moved.
moving.
Is it in the coral though?
In
Maybe,
the.
maybe it's a mollusk crab.
In SidCam, left side.
That thing, whatever.
China.
What is that thing?
Shucks and
Yeah,
bones, sea star.
finding there. I don't have quite have the perspective to know where I am.
Totally.
Do you see it?
Very still. No, it's a spikefish.
Yeah.
Oh. But he was holding. He sneaky. However, Tim,
I know.
does this have no oaks?
Yes, I know. I saw that too. Look at the one next to it.
Whoa.
Left to the left.
There's some up top.
That
but
has-
that's a nice. I mean,
That's a nice one. I don't know if they can you sit up in there or is that really hard? Probably not.
When we're sitting in the mountain.
Hi, J Rod. Yes, you God.
Oh, that
Catch
was
the scene.
that
Rescue
was
everything.
something. Hi, my
I
name
was
is
just trying to give you
J-Rod.
a way out.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you backed yourself on yourself. Oh, yeah. Just kidding.
Could come from the other side too.
Yeah, it does.
I thought this was petering out for a second, but it's not.
No,
I
this
mean,
forest
it's
is
just keeps
it's
going.
outrageous. So all I can keep
Look at
thinking
that.
about is the way this is, and I can't wait to sort of get to the edges and the boundary of it, to sort of think
If that's
about.
possible, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I missed the approach. What was the approach to it? Like what?
We found the same top, came off, and just as soon as we got off the ridge, just bam.
Okay.
I think so. I read it anyway. So eventually it came up to the surface, and the whales started thrashing around to get him out.
I wish I knew something about the age of Calyptrophora and how old these might be.
They are similar in size. I mean, there are some smaller ones, but all the small ones seem to be like they.
So could this be a single giant for criminals? No.
They certainly are.
Or is it that is their maximum? Maybe they're not truly indeterminate. This is their this is their happy size.
Are they all pointing south, more or less?
They're all pointing perpendicular to the current. So it's like almost straight down.
Okay, we were looking for the one that had
downhill
almost
with the
no
current coming
oaks,
this way.
which might be this one.
I haven't actually read enough.
But not this middle branch.
South, east, west.
This middle
but
branch
yeah,
has
it sure
nothing
says
on it,
basically
right?
Northwest
Can you scan down?
or east.
That
north,
middle
south.
branch is oaf free.
All right, just need enough to fit in the quiver.
I think this one as well, left side of it. No.
Well, you got no.
Let's see if anything gets closer.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
What do
gonna
you
pick
think?
the hardest one in the middle of the field so far. I only did it because I know I have Team Texas. How about that?
Sounds great.
Team Texas.
Alright, so which one are we looking
does
at?
look
Okay, see.
I
Right
think
there
this
where
one
the
right
lines
here, there is nothing on it. Right, it's completely clean.
Lasers are on.
Well, fine.
Well, no.
You see something there?
Oaf.
No, I'm talking
We're
about
down
this
here.
one right here.
Oh, that one. I'm sorry.
What is
Bad
it? What is
perspective
that?
there.
That's
I don't
background.
see.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's take
No,
a
I
look
don't
at
see
it.
it. I just didn't follow which thing you were pointing
Did that one okay for you?
I can
Yeah,
pop up and
absolutely.
scoot over.
It's pretty hard to find one, so.
I know. Good eye.
Center screw, where the laser's at.
See all these dead sprigs in here. I mean,
So here's a little bit.
I don't know. And then can take a sprig at the top maybe for the
Yeah,
for the
yeah,
oats, right?
perfect. This is
Think
an
so.
RNA leader clip?
Okay, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So what's over there, Randy? What's on that? Is that just
More oaks.
more oaks? I don't think they're having an effect though.
I don't think so
Sometimes they
either.
abrade, they abrade the coral tissue off the
So-
branch skeleton, but
I'll put it out here.
So I'm thinking a lot about
Put it over here.
disease.
Maybe a lot
But-
further.
It's a pretty healthy forest.
so do we exclude senescence?
Well, they're little ones that are dying. But maybe not.
Well, were they? I was at the remnant of a big one.
I don't, that's another excellent point. And if it's disease, it's very patchy. It's not very virulent.
Yeah. You could. Yeah.
And I just don't see any evidence of it, right? Like I don't see it. I don't know what disease would look like in these corals. It's what I'm kind of struggling with.
Is it that one still?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was this one here.
Yeah. Here.
You got it?
Yeah. I'll just stay pointed to it.
Class going in one of those?
Eight dives later. RNA later.
No, I can't.
It's hard to find.
Really, it is.
You got to be ready so that when you find what you're looking for, it's
Oh, there's some stuff in there.
Shimmer.
Yep.
high density seawater.
You know how many samples we have?
No, it was like not a huge number.
Really? We're okay?
Yeah.
Did you want to get a good picture of it, Tim, or just go good enough?
Yeah, If you want to zoom in one more time,
A
and let me
quick
get
zoom.
one more good shot.
Yeah, we'll grab a shot over here. Thank you.
It is in manual focus now.
Yeah, working on it.
I don't want to look too much. Maybe I'll see something. I think it's free.
I think it's free.
Amazing.
All right, I think we got the
All
picture.
right. Yeah.
Good.
Good.
So straight up senescence, if you're right, these are all old, and if there's a maximum colony age/size, right, would explain why they're roughly all the same size. And I don't see recruitment though, which still kind of bugs me a little. What if they?
What do you want, Sam?
Just a quiver size, a little more than that, please. Just come down a little bit more. And then that's great. So come under. Come on. There you go. Right. That's good.
Perfect.
Nice. Now we set up a time lapse camera and watch it heal the tips.
Right. Perfect. See you in 6 months.
We got that. We got the experiment.
And then I assume you want to take some from the top at the same colony with oaks.
Yeah,
And
perfect.
later. And do you want to take a neighboring? We already kind of have another neighboring one.
We do.
It's not neighboring,
It's
neighboring,
not,
but it's in the same
not an
forest.
RNA later.
It's not later. It's
Do
true.
you want another one?
Right now, the test is the test subject is the coral.
What?
The test subject right now is
Yeah.
the coral. If we took another piece that had get in there. Okay. Great. What number was that?
I want Randy to confirm. Randy, what number do you have in the log?
And the lock, sorry,
All right.
I have this should be 283.
Okay, I agree.
It's a good thing.
That we agree? Or that it's 283? Shift yet?
Yes, he's not be wondering about that, everything, right? Cody does.
Cody knows where it is? I forgot to ask. Thank you.
283.
Yeah. Sorry.
So for those of you watching at home, that shimmer you're seeing coming out of the quiver is a preservative called RNA later that helps preserve the genetic material in the coral for some of the tests Tim wants to do. It's non-toxic, it doesn't hurt anything. It's just really, honestly, super salty water. But that'll help preserve the sample until we can get it frozen.
And we should note this is homemade
now-
RNA later, so.
Hey
which
guys,
is-
now we're going to take a snippet of the top of that same colony. Sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
Right
With
there.
oaks.
With oats?
So I think it would be maybe
Is that gonna go in the
that
same
one.
kind of-
And another RNA
Yeah.
later, yep.
Yeah. Is that okay? Does that seem right? Oh wow.
Yeah, which one did you want? The middle one, the top one? This one?
The dueling pointers.
Either one's fine, right? This has oaks on it
Yeah,
too, so it's okay.
Do you want like heavy oaks? Oak light? You want heavy oak, right? I'm just saying, you have options.
No, too many
You have a lot of options right now.
Let's see if we can zoom in.
I
here
would
a
go
second.
heavy oak.
Which is the first one? Which is the one here?
Yeah,
or not?
so it's gonna be the one to the, kind of below screen right now, guys.
Is that which one's that? That one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We're looking for heavy, one with lots of oaks, so I think that would be this
Down
one
here.
right here. Or we could,
Or that one.
does that one have a lot of oaks? Oh, it does have a lot of oafs. It has a lot of oafs. I think
Roger that,
that's- I
roger
think
that.
that's
Yeah, that's
heavy,
great.
Heavy oaf.
Yep.
That's Ophi.
That's
Ophi.
Ophi.
Go for a grab.
Go for
Go
a
for
grab.
grab.
This is going to be FK284.
Guaranteed there'll be a lot on there. There's-
Y'all good with that?
Happy with that one right there?
Does that make you happy?
Yep, that's great.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Boom.
Plenty. Sir.
Let's go eat, or you want to put a plate aside for you?
You gonna do anything?
Yeah.
You want to get a count of them?
I kind of want to.
Can we? Yeah. Can
Yeah.
we just zoom in on them? Just. We'll get a count in the lab, but
Yeah. Let me
Here we
leave
go.
it with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that I see.
okay.
8.
Got it.
There's another little one
That's
at the
great.
top.
Yeah, yeah. That's good. There's 2 species. Hmm.
Alright, so this is sample 284 in quiver 23 primnoid with 8 oaks.
Done.
Yep. Have you eaten dinner yet?
No, I'm hanging with you.
Okay. So, alright, so I guess I have 2 other wish lists from this location. Hang on, but do you want a neighboring colony first while we're right here?
I would love one.
Okay, so we're gonna get one more with oaks
Yeah.
from a neighboring colony. Might not be worth that.
What can you reach?
So maybe, I don't know, what's easy for you to get where you are?
I think we
This
get
one?
up there pretty easily, I think.
I think you could get a heavy oak in RNA again.
So do I.
Hour and later?
Yes, please.
Okay.
There's oak light and oak heavy on
Yeah.
the same colony.
Oh. They do that.
They do
In
that.
fact, when there's predators on one side, they go to the other side. Which is also kind of weird, right? Not weird. I mean, it's also
Okay.
pattern that's become clear.
Go captain by captain.
So places like this are really interesting because they're really unusual and they present a little bit of a puzzle.
Right here.
Why are they here? How did they form? What maintains them?
Oaks right there.
What? No oaks right there.
No.
That is oak light.
That's oak light and that's oak heavy. What do you want? Or both?
Yeah, I love
Are we
both.
doing both again?
You
Yeah,
tell
it'd
me.
be great if you have
There's
time.
that one oak there. Does that
Yeah, so
bother
right
you
above
too?
that
One-
oak, right?
There's 2 oak. Well, maybe
If
one.
you-
Yeah.
You want above this oak?
Yeah. Cut up
Yep,
there,
I
let's
think
try
we're
it.
gonna do
Let's
2.
try it. We'll have this done.
Alright. I'm gonna need to know
Go.
if these 2 collections are happening and then you should
Yep.
switch. And we'll
Okay.
go and then we'll come back.
All right.
This is pretty cool.
Yeah. What else did you want to do? You started to say 2 things you wanted.
Yeah, let me give you
Or
my
just-
to-do
or
list.
just-
Tim,
set it up.
you tell them what you want. You give me your 2 list.
Okay.
Read the question about the introduction of corals.
Yeah. That's great.
I want to see if I can get a
Yeah.
sense of the size of the whole thing, and I really want a colony that's half wounded, where you can actually see like the edges of the wound, because I'm going to do like a wounded versus intact respirometry thing. Do you want me to wait for that?
No.
I think I can be moving really fast.
It'll take us a long time to find the extents, frankly.
Right,
As big
so-
as this is, so
but I
going
think
to
it's worth it.
we can.
Randy? Yeah. Can you read the question on the reproduction of corals?
We'll take care of that,
Actually answer
Jimbo.
it.
She's going to dinner.
Okay.
Good. Into RNA later.
What's that?
Into RNA later. Done.
Steaming. It's hot.
It is steaming. That's number.
Prison.
This should be 285.
285.
Are you good? I think you can get the way to your slope. I thought you were trying to lay your arms out. Yeah.
Trying to get him to answer a question. He's really busy typing. I know, he's typing out.
Would you answer this question, please, about corals?
All about coral reproduction.
That was 22, 285.
22, 285 by. That's in.
That's the one at the top. That's what. Yeah, there's a question about coral reproduction, and some of that. So yeah, some corals can produce sexually. So there's female and male gametes and sperm that are released into the water column, and then some produce asexually through budding or brooding, where they can produce new individuals that just come off of an original colony. So the scleractinians that we saw earlier and some other kinds, they can also propagate. So if you break a piece off and it lands in an area of like good conditions, then it can just start growing a new colony there.
In some ways, it sounds very similar to plants.
I think it's 21 has later in it.
Yeah, we have 5. I had a good map there.
Yep.
Looks like a wood bird.
There's one next to it.
That one, right?
Could be, yeah. Anywhere here.
Over there?
Yeah.
So, go to center screen there.
Gotcha. Want to get some good imagery?
Yeah.
It's small.
I might just
Like the
awful.
video.
Yeah.
Cento vision going on in here? Cento vision?
Got it? Snap?
Yep.
Smells like seafood.
All right, ready? You ready? You got the camera.
Did you eat the lobster this? Or lobster soup? The shrimp. What's up?
Come on down here, Cody.
What's the game plan in this for?
She told me. That's what
she won.
And then
Another iron later, or?
what did we just do, Brian?
I think we are done with the RNA layers. And so I think we've got what Tim needs. So I believe the next order of operations is, yeah, that was 2221.
Thanks, sir.
So all 4 RNA liver quivers are full.
Okay.
So I believe the next wish list from Randy is to define the geographic bounds of this field. So find the edges.
Keep going to the...
Yeah.
That or, yep, we can do that, or we can run upslope, downslope, and find the depth gradients. Randy, which do you want to go? Do you want to find the depth, the along slope, or the cross slope bounds first?
It doesn't matter which one we do first, as long as we get to both of them.
Okay. So Jared, you probably have the better navigational sense since you're flying of which way is gonna be the most effective, but we want to find where the edges are of this field.
Yeah, it seemed like we were getting pretty close to finding the edge laterally.
Okay. Well, then let's just finish that.
Are you going to want to stay pretty zoomed in, or a little bit higher up now?
I mean, we can go a little bit higher up, but no higher than probably this. We want to just get a good sense of what's there and be able to identify some of the associates, you know. but you know, meter and a half, something like that's totally fine. 2 meters.
Alright, so you want to be closer than this, or?
No, that's fine. This is fine.
It's already how far have we gone?
We have gone.
Oh, that's what. Flatfish, crab in power stance. So many ophiroids. I think Brian's job is going to be to count all the ophiroids when he rewatches this video.
That's when this number of individuals, 100 plus, comes into play.
Oh, somebody's scurrying across the bottom. We saw. Did you guys see the cliff? Were you flying? No, it was Adam. The cliff and the overhangs when we were coming up today.
I saw it from downstairs.
Was. It's like caves in caves and more caves. It's a cool little eel fish. Lots of these little trigger fish. Is that what they're called?
Spikefish.
Spikefish, sorry.
I like critter fish.
There's those snails again. It's good that they're really visible.
Nope.
Tricked you.
Tease.
They're
They're getting more spread out, maybe.
They're thinning out, I would say, a little bit here, but
Yeah, just go ahead and wait for it to come.
So we're currently just traversing over this area where all these primnode corals are. We're trying to figure out how big this expanse is. So we've gone laterally across all of it, looks like. Eh.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any more.
That's it.
Great. Okay, so then I think we want to go up to find the edge of it.
can you guys drop a marker for us, please? And,
Marker drop, sir.
and can you tell me how long from the first marker distance?
You
Perfect.
want to be more like where it's denser in the middle and go up, or just, you know?
That would be my recommendation as we back up a little bit.
Alright.
Hey, Tony, why don't you come to a slow all stop up there? No, not transverse vertically when it's fall.
And we'll start at the bottom and then work our
Yeah.
way.
See what they come and stop you a minute, yeah?
Yep, come to a slow all stop. We're gonna start going north.
Okay, copy that.
Thank you, sir.
We're at the bottom.
Now
We're at the bottom.
155 meters.
Thank you.
How do we track markers? The software that they use to track the ROV, you can drop a waypoint in the software, so it drops a lat long at a certain spot. So you can do that along a dive, and then Cody can also measure how far those waypoints are from each other. so we can try and get a rough estimate of how big this space is.
It's big.
It's big.
Great place.
Wow.
Like,
We have to remember to fire in this gun when we come off of this.
We fired one in the beginning, didn't we?
Yeah, we need the
Yeah,
reference.
Steve wants
off.
one off.
So what kind of coral are these?
They're PRIMNM octocorals. I think they're Calyptrophora is the genus.
When do you normally see them in abundance like this?
No.
Come across them?
That's kind of why we came back today, because we don't normally see them in this high of a density.
I don't really think we've seen it in a monoculture quite like this either.
Yeah.
We just got,
It is all the same. Looks like all the same species.
and you also don't normally see them in sediment like this. Like, granted, we tested that and realized the sediment is extremely thin, but
These are super dense.
to see corals in an area that appears to be this sedimented is also unusual.
Yeah.
So maybe I missed it when I was downstairs, but did you guys see any small ones?
Not really. And they're the smaller, kind of dead-looking ones, but it appears to be very homogeneous size. There's an arrow.
Wow. Never ending coral forest. .288 was the depth of that at the top of that ridge, so we're almost to
Oh, so that's a pretty serious.
So look at that little gap.
What's that? That little ridge in there?
It's nothing.
Like, start that out?
Doug or got to get to. I think they're cucumbers, or are they pyrosomes on the seafloor?
They're sponges.
Those are sponges?
The ones laying in the sediment?
Yeah.
I think they're some type of sponge.
Oh.
I haven't seen a single live one, have you?
I'm not convinced they're not alive, actually. They might be demo sponges that are just tubular laying on the ground, or they might be something that's rained down. I'm not sure.
You want to take a close look at one of them?
At some point.
Here it is. That's the beginning of it. Right there.
Here's some smaller ones. Right at the
Lava
edges.
point?
That's still good.
Yeah.
You see that? Oh, I'm making it up.
What?
They might be a little smaller, yeah.
There are a couple smaller ones at the edges.
There's definitely like a boundary thing.
Yeah.
They're not going below
There's a
this.
small one.
But we are like right by this.
Yeah, drops off, right?
Yeah. And now we've picked up looks like a Chrysogorgia and a couple other species here.
Yep. Can you drop a marker for us here too, please?
And we find the edge of the world.
Ooh, fish. And overhang.
Shocking. Different wall, but yep.
Cool.
Alright, so now
Good
we're
enough.
our way up.
Yes.
Yep. Backtrack and then find the shallow side, please.
Where's that?
Just to give y'all a little
Now it's
location.
garbage.
You're about 100 meters away from where we just started.
Okay.
Great knowledge.
That's good knowledge to have.
You said 100 meters?
From where we
from,
were,
From
so.
where we, to the west edge.
Oh, there's black coral.
I learned something.
You did. You definitely just taught me something.
You want to do this going up? Do you want to
Yes,
do
we
it
wanna-
slower and closer?
You want to be slower and closer?
Or do you
No, I
want
don't
to
think so. I think this is fine. We're just,
Want me to get up?
I know, he just cleared your throat in our ear.
I thought it was good.
They do. Okay.
Steve requested we watch for his little blue octocorals in this depth range as well.
It's reasonably fishy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The lasers?
Yes.
Is it a crab or a star? Crab. Yes, lots and lots and lots of it. So after they're done doing this, we'll just go down anywhere. I'm sure we'll find one that's partially damaged and pick it up. It's really common, especially among the small ones. Like almost every single one of them is half and half.
Okay. Good.
Well, that's, I don't know. I didn't count, but it seems very typical.
This is great. It's fun. It's orientation check it out.
Hey, Tom, that's not better way for me to know.
You see the dimensions here.
It's going to be one thing calculating the density of corals. Once we put another to try to calculate the abundance of oafs.
I was just thinking about that.
Mm-hmm.
30 ounce times.
Still, the only corallivore I've seen are those little snails, which are seem to be throughout the whole range of it, but they're still really sparse. And they're putative corallivores. I'm not even sure that they really are.
Two homologs. Homologs.
Every 60 should start wondering out.
Should I put some relaxing music on this video and just
Some
cruise? The
Enya?
two of you were like almost laying down in the chair.
We've done transects before.
I think we're boring the pilots.
Oh, which is right around. basic corals.
My last request from this site is to pick any one of the ones that's sort of half gone and see if we can get a bunch of wounded tissue along the edge. Like wounded.
So we want to find one that has some has more bare branches, but also still live tissue on it.
You want to mix.
Yes.
Did y'all make an event at the top and the bottom?
Yes.
I wonder if there's a difference in like temperature or oxygen.
So that's 70 meters water depth covered from the high end to low end.
Wow.
If you want to look at a sponge, some of these might be easy to set up on.
Yeah, actually, can we check out one of these sponges in here before we get back in the thick
Like
things?
this guy up here.
Yep. And then what are these little tufts that are worked in here? We haven't seen one of those, have we?
No. Well,
What are you laughing at back there?
I'm not sure, Brian.
Not sure what.
Pick it up.
What are you not sure about it?
What kind of sponge it is? You?
I certainly don't know what type of sponge it is.
Did you see it, Tim?
No, I didn't see it
I think it's alive. I think you're right.
But I agree, I think it's alive.
Yeah, I think so too. Do you want to collect one?
Are we doing on samples?
We have 14.
Then yeah, let's pick one up.
We would like to collect this sponge.
Quiver?
Yeah.
Quiver's fine.
You already got pictures?
I'll just grab another shot.
Go ahead.
Did you want to look at the tufty stuff too while you're in there?
I got that picture. Alright, I'm good for pictures on the sponge.
That's why lobster's like, no. Oh. It's very like
Fragile.
droopy. No, we're squishy fingers.
Talk to me.
Daniel both would love this.
Yeah, that's right. It's time for squishy things.
You can see just kind of how, get a sense for a little bit of the steepness of the substrate here, that every time we touch this, it kind of rolls downhill a little bit.
287.
Yep, 287 and quiver number 8.
Keep on watching.
And then before we go, let's take a look at those little tufts of some stuff that were in the seafloor.
Okay. There's like those little puffy tufts. I want to look at those. Alright, let me look at tufts.
The mystery tufts.
What's the... Yeah.
White balance?
Should we wipe out on this or on something else?
It's not a lot of weight right there. Okay, let me see real quick.
Yep.
You give them one.
He's really light.
They're pretty close to white. That's better.
I'm gonna put you on manual.
One of those.
Yeah.
What do you think is Brian?
Right now, I don't have the foggiest guess.
A little dark circular thing.
Hmm?
I see dark circular things in there.
I think that's sediment.
I'm trying to.
No, it's not a sponge.
See these like little wisps in the edge.
It's got way too much motion to be a sponge. I don't really know.
Yeah, see this branch.
Well, it just reminds me of that like Walteria-like stuff that we picked off the side of the rock a
Yeah,
little
but
bit.
that was thin and brittle. And I see what you're saying, but that was some kind of hexagonal. This is.
No, I don't think this is that, but it's just reminiscent of that a little. I have no idea either.
Has little things coming off of it. Might be bryozoan.
Steve is saying hydroid, but not sure.
Okay. A deep sea weed. That's what that is.
Do you want to collect some of it?
Raisin?
Yes, please.
We're looking for the mix, right?
Yes.
Just didn't see some of the characteristic hydroid things. smaller. It looks like. So now we're in a section where there's nothing half dead and half alive. There you go. Bunch of them.
Go out because I'm still not 100% sure. I know in theory what you want, but I'm not seeing it, the frequency in which you are.
Well, they're not as high as frequent here. There's one right in the middle, right?
Boom. What, you got another one?
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Let's just pass.
I believe you. I believe you.
This is a good visual of how steep the slope is here still. Like we usually think about these sedimented drapes being less steep, but this has got a fairly good angle on it still.
Okey-doke. Can I have manual focus go to?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Thank you.
Can I just tip this up a little bit?
There you go.
Thanks.
Manual focus.
Ooh.
It doesn't have quite as many wounded margins as I'd hoped, but it has one.
What is a target-rich environment? So I would not settle for.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's keep looking. What is that
let's
little
look,
looking at the
coral
stuff coral.
thing on the bottom? You see it?
Yeah, it is. It's very shimmery right here.
Is that a little cup coral?
Yeah, let's suction. Can we suction the cup coral?
Yeah.
Or grab it, whatever you want. Did you get a picture of it?
I did.
Okay.
And do you want to sample the color coral?
I don't think so. I think she wants to keep looking. Whose pen is this? It's wonderful.
Well, that pen's not going to be there tomorrow.
I'm gonna take it. Woo! They're so little.
288.
Yep. There it is. 288.
288 and jar 3.
I wrote 288, and then instead of writing what it was, I wrote jar 3.
You know. Sleep deprivation will do that to you.
Perfectly fine.
Looking for another one of those places, right?
Yep.
Yep. Looking for a half-dead colony.
Like, you know, a bunch of branches that are exposed to wounded margins, we can put the wounded edge into the respirometer. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I think we saw more at 360.
ramps.
Inconveniently in the middle of the fields where all those dead branches were in the beginning. That's where it comes in. But they seem to be consistent throughout, or else it would have stopped us at one spot. Kind of been holding out on this collection, so I was convinced we were going to find a major coral core, but we really haven't. It's amazing.
That little one?
Mm.
No, it's just really, it looks like just one branch.
Oh, those ones are really dense.
Fish is traveling at the same speed we are.
Why don't you sit up here since you...
Yeah, I can't. It's not as easy to see from back here. Thank you. Yeah, that looks good. You're talking about this one, right?
Right.
Yep. Let's take a look at it. Thank you.
I think this is going to be great. Oh, maybe, yeah. Look, there's lots of wounded edges. This is great. Bubble of 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm gonna have to go around it. Just too much right there.
It is very crazy to watch. So this is a really cool opportunity to look at corals which are, or look at two halves of the same coral which are have fully intact tissue and then a bunch of tissue that's adjacent to dead skeleton. So I'm going to ask you you guys to collect the whole left side and then a piece of the right, and then a piece of the living side. Two different quivers or one
Looks like
quiver.
a biobox. That side,
Biobox would be great.
that side has a mix thing.
That's exactly what I want, because I want to be able to look at the tissue adjacent to the dead stuff multiple times.
So just grab that whole dead side?
Yeah, have it,
And then the full live side?
yep, and then a part of the live side, like maybe right there or something.
You want
You can put them in the same bio box, that'd be
same
great.
biobox?
Yeah.
You want to get some more photos?
Yeah, if you would.
Definitely. Thank you, good idea.
Still good?
Yep, am I ready?
Yeah.
Okay. See, it's like lots of little pieces.
Tilt down.
Yeah, but what's that thing on the top? You see that? Anyone know what that is?
Nope.
I have no idea.
Nope. We'll get it when it comes up.
Yep. Okay,
I got images. So.
thanks. Okay, and there's little zoanthids on it too, on the bottom part. Actually, wait a minute. This is all zoanthids.
That zoanthid, that's coral tissue.
So I know, but when I count of how many there were, now there's 2. That's okay. I bet that whole piece is going to have compromised. All right, I think this is great still. So let's go for it.
So dead piece first? Then have to
Dead
base?
piece first. Yep.
And then live piece.
Yep. Bonus points if you can get it from both of these pieces here.
Oh, sorry, right there. Down there at the bottom, right
Down
where
at the bottom.
it starts turning dead. Right where it's dead.
Yep. Here's my final text. Yes. That's alright. Never mind.
And you wanted the live piece right next to it, right?
Yeah.
Same box.
Okay. So that fell, hit the ground. I'll go back.
No problem. This is going to be 289, I think.
I agree. Left and center are open.
It's something on the right. Something falling out? Is there anything in that box?
Nope.
Not by our records.
Is Anna still in the room?
No. You want the live piece in the same box or it's the same collection?
It
or-
doesn't. Yeah, it's the same collection.
Okay.
That's what I needed. That's what I need. Anna.
Dig down really quiet.
All right. If you think it's close enough for you. Great. I'm really happy. I'm good. I don't think there's anything else I need to do in this forest. Is there anything else you need to do in this forest?
Nope.
How about the rest of our team? Does anyone else need anything else from
Nope.
this forest?
Good.
All right. I will see if Alexis wants to resume watch lead here, and I will get out of the way.
Just want us to explore way up for another hour.
7. Yeah, I think up until around 8. That sounds good. And then we'll pull. Does that sound good to you guys?
What's that?
We'll go explore north of this, up from this a little bit, just for maybe another hour, and then we'll probably call it a night.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay.
So just, you want me to fast forward, oh no, not the top of the thing.
Yeah, you're gonna. So we're gonna head towards this way, right?
Yep.
Back towards 426.
So
Yep.
do you want to go back and re-intersect that rock, or you just want to go straight uphill?
I think we should go straight uphill from here, unless you want to go back to the start section. Do you care?
Well,
Hang on. All right.
I mean, we can check it out.
No, because that basically that hill there was like a big kind of cutout, and that's what we were playing in. And now once we're in the top front, it should be. I don't know, but
Yeah, it was very well done.
feature
Right.
on.
Yep.
Exactly.
So y'all had enough of that area, y'all just looking for more up high.
Yeah, let's see what there is.
Okay.
Unless you want to go back to the overhangs.
No.
Okay.
Upslope.
Up it is. All right. Let me ping Alexis and see if she wants to come back.
Compass. That one. Which position there? What? You gotta hit the compass. You got it right there. No, it's on. You have it. That dancing. There. There it is.
I'm not suggesting we do this, but I have your voice in my head when I think about the question of why are some things in one place and not another, and I'm sort of on the other side of this bowl. I wonder if you'd find a really similar habitat.
Actually, I would be curious to see.
Because I bet you it's.
Thanks, Tony.
I mean, it looks like it should be similar, but who knows?
Oh, the lonely one out here by itself.
It's got a sponge next to it to keep it company.
I don't know why Okeanos would talk about what they're eating, because food's not allowed in that control room, whereas we are allowed to eat in this control room.
Not technically.
Oh, never mind. Not allowed to eat in this control room either.
We just let it slide unless.
Mm-hmm. Can't seem to get a hold of Alexis, so if you're listening in the library, if Alexis wants to come back, she is more than welcome. These little bivalves? Oh, yep. And little stars.
Hello.
It's 12 today.
I just said if you want.
It's like Beetlejuice, but 12.
It's fine.
Do you want to go? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Have fun.
What's the plan?
Go exploring uphill.
Okie dokie.
I'll come in at around 8. 8:15 something.
Exploring uphill till Randy comes back home.
I.
We have not looked at any of these little whips that are just showing up about Alexis yet.
What'd you say?
The little whips that are now beginning to show up in the map. We have not taken a look at those yet.
Okay. I did not even see them, so.
We're just past 2.
I know Steve is looking for hoping to find some different octocoral, like this little whip. Next time we see one of those,
You wanna look at that one?
we can look at that one.
I'm not sure if that's a shtick.
So busy.
Looks like a black coral.
You would have Randy.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe like what's Steve's? Is that Steve?
That is Steve. He believes it to be stick of
That's what I was
happiness.
gonna say. He stole my thunder. Alright, we can keep going. See if we can find some rocks. Cool. You took a shark? Oh yeah. Oh, sorry everybody. Is the shark faster than Sebastian? Is the shark faster than you? Oh yeah, here's some rocks. No. Not a lot growing. These are very like crumbly looking rocks.
What looking rocks?
Crumbly.
Crumbly. I thought you said rumbly, and I was like, what is a rumbly rock?
Is that another ctenophore?
Quite possibly.
I would say so too. Yep, benthic ctenophore.
Benthic ctenophore.
Oh, that's probably not on our list.
Ctenophore is that?
Oh, okay. Cool. Looks like what? It does. Look at this urchin with all those rocks on top of it.
You know, one of the nice things about being at sea is like all of your needs are taken care of. You can really just focus on the science. There's no commuting. There's very little cleaning. Well, like food's all prepared. Like you don't have to commute. It's nice being on the ship where kind of everything you can be focused on is just the science.
That is a cool fish. One of these little goosefish. It's very spiky.
Got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
All them teeth.
No, scientists. The whole lot.
That's a little cup crawl skeletons. You see those? On the rocks?
Yeah.
And like two bees. Yeah.
Oh, be rich.
Yeah, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I was just wondering what that connection's called.
It's a Tony Applegata.
Alright, I just.
I think it's called a goosefish.
A goose? A goosefish? Maverick fish?
Goosefish.
Goose.
It's a type of anglerfish.
It is a type of angler.
It is commonly called a goosefish, though.
It is
That one
commonly
too?
called. Yeah, I think the color. It doesn't really matter about the color.
Yeah, goosefish.
I gotta grab my charger.
Okay.
It's not that much.
Lots of pebbles, pebbly texture. There's a couple other little flat-lying fish.
Hey, Tony, I'm just gonna keep moving you on this track line.
We're at 300 meters.
Yeah, copy that, man.
Is today Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Means tomorrow is 14 days underway.
Yeah.
Shark.
Ooh, there it is in the distance.
He just doesn't want to be seen. Ninja shark.
You guys mind irising down a little bit, or ISOing down, whatever.
Let's see, how many samples do we have so far? Lots of calyptrophora.
Thank you. If we come across something that's white enough to color balance, I think the temperatures shifting.
We can do it on auto.
That'd work. Thanks. These shifting temperatures actually mess with the electronics in the camera enough that you have to white balance more often when we're changing temperatures fairly quickly once.
Did we fire Niskin when we came off of that? No? Let's just do that now.
Okay.
Not really. Can we fire Niskin?
I want to. 5 liter?
Yes, sir.
On number 3.
Okay. Somebody already stole the nice pen.
Yeah, this should be 290 by my count.
Okay. Great, thank
Number
you.
3 triggered.
moving up slope. I feel like we might break 200 meters at this rate.
It's all gray shadows.
So crumbly. Ooh,
Hammer.
hammer. There we go.
Hammerheads remind me of bulls.
They what?
Bulls. Hammerheads. The
Bull.
way they move.
Oh, bull, like a bull.
That bucket move.
Yeah. Well, they're so fast.
Fast,
They
like,
move so
quick.
fast. Yeah.
It's really amazing. Their counter shade is really subtle, but they've got a really distinctive counter shade with a lighter gray on the top and a dark, light gray on top and a brighter white on their belly, and they can kind of roll one way or the other depending on kind of if they want to be seen or not seen. And so I've been diving with them before, and they just can go invisible. Like you'll see it, and they'll just change aspects a little bit and just vanish. And then they'll turn a different direction and suddenly reappear right on the edge of your visibility. It's a little unnerving.
Yeah. No, thank you.
And it's really cool diving with them. But
They're aggressive too, huh?
I mean, we didn't see any aggression when I was in the water with them. I don't think of them as a particularly aggressive species. No, they're not like a bull shark or something.
Oh, that's a weird little. Oh, that was a hole. Is it a rock?
It's a rock.
Oh,
Rock with fish.
Rockfish.
rock.
That's where they got the name.
Rockfish.
It's got little antennas on his head. See it?
Found it again. It's there.
Oh, here's some more rocks.
Lots of rocks.
Let's see if anybody likes these rocks. If we take a look at this little coral down here, there's two of them there.
That's a big sponge on the distance, or is that just a rock?
Where? That? I think it's a rock, yeah.
Looks like you might have a little cup coral there too.
Little cup coral.
Are you gonna want to sink or just under?
I'm not sure yet. Sorry. I'm sorry, yeah.
That's a cute little eel thing I haven't seen.
This is like a different kind of anelisami actually. There's like two different ones. Two different growth forms. Or it might just be a really young one where you can't see that really stereotypical. That's that same cup coral we saw yesterday. Or 2
That
days
little
ago.
baby. Before we leave, there's a little baby pink thing
Okay, thanks.
that we should see if it's take a quick look at since we're
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a young Anelepsamia. 248. Okay. 12 degrees Celsius too. It's pretty warm.
What's that little purple right next to the lasers?
Sorry. Where?
Right, lasers.
Oh, gotcha.
Maybe it's. Steve is suggesting madrepora.
Nope. Very small, possibly start to appear gorgeous.
Are we getting shallow for those?
I don't know exactly. Looks like there's a couple of them. No, yeah, but it's very nice, healthy looking cup coral. Lots of fish under these rocks too, hiding out.
You know that there's a shark out there.
They're like, are you a big shark? All right, let's keep going. So, also seeing these little yellow ones, which I have a feeling are Agutropsamia.
So at this depth, we're beginning to approach the end of what we generally consider the deep sea and approaching the Mesophotic, where we start getting a little light. Last dive, we were up in this area, right in this transition zone. We started seeing crustose coral and algae right about this depth in the 240, 250 range, and then picked up more obvious green algae around 220, 215 meters. So we'll start looking out for the signs at the start of the Mesophotic here.
Didn't I win that?
Yeah, I believe you won
Okay, just making sure.
the bet on what depth we'd see start the CCA the other day. So what you're looking for here is little pinks and brown color kind of picking up on the rocks as the crustose coral and algae, or we abbreviate it as CCA often, starts getting a hold and capturing the few photons they can that still reach this depth.
Wow, really no corals growing up here.
Vera, would you drop our altitude down a little bit so we can just kind of see if there's any CCA? Yep, looks like there's some
pinky.
Starting to be some pink on these rocks. So we're right at the cusp of the Mesophotic here.
We are now 25 meters away from where we went in this morning.
Oh, okay. Something right here we can take a look at, J-Rod. Oh, those are those little pink, I don't know if they're colonial or that you guys were seeing in the more Mesophotic zone. earlier today.
Nice smell of them.
I think they're hermit crabs, actually. There's like a group of them.
European manual books.
Okay, thank you. Some type of scleractinian. I don't know if you would call this cup corals or not, Steve. Lots of snails or something in the base of that. Let's look over here. Where are all these?
Steve just says colonial.
Colonial. Okay. So not cup corals. Oh, look at this hermit crab party. Hermit crabs.
Hermit crabs or actual snails?
No, hermit crabs.
Oh, right. Sorry, I just was looking at the wrong thing.
There's definitely some algae on that rock. There's like 6 hermit crabs here. Something good must be happening. Oh, hello.
Is that an octopus right there?
So I'm trying to. Another hermit crab.
What kind of shell is that?
It's like in a broken shell, actually.
Like ones with his body.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
That's not supposed to all be exposed.
He was in a fight.
He needs to find a new home.
Do you see a big empty shell?
No. Is that what you think? They're all waiting to switch?
I mean, I have no idea, but this is the kind of thing that happens in vacancy chains. But there usually needs to be a catalyst.
I mean, there's a lot of them. That shell's so pretty on the right, so shiny.
Up a bunch. There's a bunch up on the left too, and a lot of these are in terrible shells.
Yeah.
So usually when they gather like this with terrestrial land crabs in the genus Synovida, they are looking for. They're gathering because there's gonna be a big shell swapping party. So, but I'm looking for the empty shell that would generally catalyze such a switch, and I don't see it.
And I will just point out for those of you listening at home that Randy has describing this was actually, or describing it to you all was actually the first person to scientifically describe the vacancy chain switching of hermit crabs as well.
Oh, it was a crazy story. But basically, long story short, these crabs terrestrial crabs will line up to like 20 crabs, for example, at a time in size order. They'll line up in size order, piggybacking on top of each other, and then one will switch into an empty shell, and they'll all switch at once. And it's called a synchronous vacancy chain.
Oh, that's cool. What's
And
that?
Urchin.
Works with Markov chain models and a bunch of other stuff, and
Yeah, you're good.
so
Oh, urchin party.
Urchin party. I'm just gonna repeat everything you say for the rest of the rest of the watch.
It is Friday night, so.
I don't think these urchins are waiting to swap for a better shell.
No, I just think they're having a party. Oops, I'm sorry. That was an accident. Yeah, let's take a look at one up close.
How about this trio?
Sounds good.
So we're pretty close to where we started this morning.
Basically dead on. Start
Yep.
and dive.
So
We are 12 meters away.
I think we should finish our last 12 meters and then call it a night.
Okay.
Should be good.
We saw these urchins this morning.
Or you did? this one because we're already here. And they're cool. Wow. Okay. Let's cover our last 12 meters.
Take us to where it all began.
So I bet most of this rubble is scleractinian rubble from up above.
Yep.
And I bet a lot of it, as it's fallen, there isn't enough light here for the Pestos coralline algae that we saw before to survive. So I bet a lot of it sort of almost unconsolidates, and you end up with just all this rubble as it falls down the ridge.
Lots of little sea stars too.
But this makes a lot more sense now that we've seen what's above it. It's really cool to sort of put these pieces together as to why it's so broken and why it's so pavementy.
Lots of these urchins.
So for those of you who were with us this morning, we went to the top of this first, and then we came down and did the bottom. I'm loving the knowing what's above me part. It's awesome.
That's where we started.
All right.
We're there? Okay. Well, I think we can basically say that we know what happens from here on up, and for at least a little while, we know what happens from here on down. I'm feeling pretty good about this track. How about you guys?
Yeah. Good dive.
Really good dive.
So I think we're ready to come off bottom.
All right.
You gotta give the bridge up, get a heads
Okay.
up, so you're gonna fly around for a shark, aren't you?
Sounds good.
Bridge ROV, this is a 15-minute warning, we'll be heading off seabed in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Get true trade. Yeah, go down.
Did you want to take one last Niskim?
We did. We got one just 10, 15 minutes ago in the middle of nowhere.
Beautiful. How are you holding up there? Good?
So we are getting ready to come off the bottom.
Awesome, sounds good. I'll meet you in the back there.
We will be transiting to a new site tomorrow and then back in the water, hopefully sometime within the next.
I'll be back in the water tomorrow night, probably.
I thought it was 24 hours.
Isn't it?
It is currently nighttime, so yeah.
You got that strong time.